like to welcome Pastor Keith Walker from Pahrump Community Church. Please rise if you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pray together. Our gracious and loving Heavenly Father, we thank you for this great country. We thank you for our military that help preserve the freedoms and protect the principles of democracy. We ask for your blessings on all those presently serving in our armed forces, as well as all of our veterans who have served in the past. Thank you for our first responders, our police force, firefighters, our emergency medical personnel. I pray today for our president and vice president and ask that you would guide them into the way of truth, justice, and godliness. I pray that you would work in the hearts of all of our national government, administration, Senate, Congress, Supreme Court, to restore this country to a place of civility, common sense, and prosperity for the common good of all of its citizens, as our forefathers envisioned. Please work through the constitutional processes to accomplish what is right for all in our county and in our nation. We're truly grateful for the freedoms spelled out in our founding documents, God-given rights and freedoms that are practiced each time we speak freely about our beliefs and convictions, freedoms that are practiced each time we gather to worship you together with other believers, freedoms that are practiced each time we pray publicly, even as we're doing right now in this room. Thank you for these God-given rights and freedoms. I thank you for our Nye County Commissioners, for each of these who have committed themselves to serving our community in this way, for Jabor, Carboni, Cox, Boscovich, and Strickland. You command us to pray for all those in authority, so today we do ask for your guidance in all the deliberations to be undertaken this morning, from decisions regarding zoning and other property issues to grant considerations to library board appointments, contracts, roadway issues, and other public works. Thank you for this board's stated purpose of serving the people of this county. And thank you that we can freely read, study, and share your holy word. Jesus said, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Thank you for the offer of salvation for all who trust in him. Please bless all that takes place here in this facility today for your kingdom's purposes. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Walker. It is 10:03, and I will formally open the joint meeting of the Nye County Board of Commissioners, Nye County Board of Highway Commissioners, Nye County Licensing and Liquor Board, Nye County Board of Health as the governing body of the unincorporated town of Pahrump, as the governing body of the unincorporated towns of Beatty, Gabbs, and Manhattan, and the Board of Trustees for the Pahrump Pool District. And with that, Commissioner Carboni, could you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Commissioner Cox.
Welcome. For the record, all five commissioners are present. Yes? You're welcome. Yes.
Okay. We have a little gift giving coming up over here.
Okay, number 2, please. We don't have Manager Sutton is not feeling well. He's absent today, but we do have Manager Lorena Dillinger here today to present. Thank you. Number 2, please.
Item 2, general public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Do we have anybody up in Tonopah, please, Kelly?
No, Chair.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Please press the button for the green light to come on. Thank you.
Push the button.
Spell your last name, sir.
Little Little, Michael. And I appreciate the time. I'm here because I have a couple questions, concerns. I hear about the democracy and our Constitution and all these nice ideas, but it's not being practiced. So I was going to point it out to you all because it's a result of a selection that you made with Michelle Fiore, our Justice of Peace. I will tell you that I was relatively happy that you made that decision because I believed Michelle to be a constitutionalist, a person that would certainly lead us and demonstrate and had the highest of integrity and honesty. I have a pending traffic ticket that's been before the Honorable Kent Jasperson and 4 other justices to this date. And the issue before the court is, do I have a right to challenge the government without the judge being the decider of the law under due process, which it turned out that I do not in Michelle Fiore's court. She is and I don't know any other word to say, she's a narcissist that has to absolutely be in charge and control. Now, I have no ill feelings toward Michelle, don't get me wrong. And again, I was very happy that you appointed her. But what she's done in the court is she's turned a courtroom like Kent Jasperson had, from a courtroom from the people into a courtroom of an individual. She does not have the capacity or the understanding of the Constitution to be sitting in that office. And I'm here to tell you that firsthand because I've seen it. I went and asked if I could get a video of the actions and proceedings so that I could bring them to you so we all as a community could see what exactly we have in that courtroom. Sight unseen, nobody knew what she was going to be like. I'm telling you, I can't get the video now. So I have a problem that I can get a video from the district court for $5. I can walk down there and fill an application, get a video. I can get a video of this. But I can't get a video from the Justice of the Peace Court so that we can all review how Michelle Fiore acts when she believes she's being challenged. A judge's position isn't, you don't have a horse in the race. You listen to both sides of the party, then you formulate an opinion based on the law and the best of your information, and you do the best job you can. It's a tough job. Then you come back and you make a ruling, and that ruling then goes through the process of being challenged or accepted. But when the judge refuses to exercise or allow a person to exercise their constitutional right of due process in a court that they have a right to, then we've made a terrible mistake as a community. Basically, you can't have a narcissist as a judge. I didn't know Michelle was a narcissist, but I know now that she is. So I'm asking this honorable gathering if I can get a copy of that video, and we can bring that video in here. We can review your selection, and the people can look at that selection. We can decide whether or not we want to reevaluate that selection.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And sir, if you don't mind, I wasn't able to write down. What is your name again, please?
Michael Little, Little.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir, can you provide your contact info to Janie there?
I can. Thank you and I appreciate the time very, very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump, please.
Ready? Okay, good morning. I'm John Pollock, Chair of the town's Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Committee, PAWLAK. I'd like to take this time to extend to you and all our town an invitation to our annual Earth Day event scheduled this year on Saturday, April 22nd, the actual Earth Day anniversary. Because of its close environmental ties, we have also recently incorporated Arbor Day into our yearly celebration. Since 2003, we've used Honeysuckle Park, which has become Ian Deutsch Park, as the place we've called our home. We spent a couple of years at Discovery Park before returning to the friendly confines of Ian Deutsch. Unfortunately, as we found out last year, due to the changing weather patterns, scheduling outside venues isn't as easy as it once was. That being said, we have reserved our town's Bob Roode Community Center at Petrick Park as this year's center for our activities. Most of our displays and interactions will happen in the main hall of our community center. We hope to have outside displays such as solar cooking and the Chicago-style hot dogs given away once again under a sun-drenched grassy field, maybe. Our ads will be coming out in a couple of weeks in the PV Times, but look for our information in local social media, Channel 25 News, and Community Viewpoint. If you have any other questions, please let me know.
Wonderful event every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Sam, is there anybody on the phone, please?
No, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Southworth?
Hi, Diane Southworth, Southworth. Just wanted to give you an update on our community outreach program. We have some things going on through NICC. We have an applied suicide prevention skills training that starts in April 26th and 27th. They're 2 8-hour days, but they will teach people how to help with suicide prevention. Very important. And you can contact NICC, Leanne Luna. Her extension is 204. So please do give her a call or check on the NICC website and you can get that information. We also have free Narcan kits will be provided. It's open to the community. We'll do installation and training. Contact RSVP, and we'd love for you to learn how to prevent an opioid overdose. It seems to be an ongoing problem that we really need to work on and get some things done. We also have NICC about fentanyl, which is also very bad. 2 out of 5 pills contain fentanyl and have a potential lethal dose. So we need to get people to learn how to decide not to take those things and get some help. We have an environmental training program that will train people how to do jobs for hazardous waste operations, OSHA construction, abatement, environmental technician excellence. These things will help people get good paying jobs, and you can contact NICC Career Connections for that. And we would be more than happy to have anyone attend our meetings. They're the second Wednesday of each month at 11:30 at the Methodist Church. If you don't want to help with this one, check the NICC website. There's all types of things that you can help with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Here in Pahrump, please.
John O'Brien, O''Brien. As we drive around our community, we realize that maybe we need to take some action here. The sights that we're seeing in the front yards and backyards of homes is appalling. The garbage, the debris, the junk cars, the crap, the treasures of one, the junk of another. I've been fighting an issue now for about 6, 7, maybe 8 months. It's going nowhere. I'd like to know what the status is and what this commission can do to improve the rules and regulations of those that seem to think that they want to destroy the sites that we took so and cherished so much 30 years ago, the open country, the beautiful, serene landscape. Now what I see out my front door is was 17 junk vehicles, 5 trailers, is now 35 junk vehicles, and a business operating illegally, and seems to be getting bigger and bigger. It's not just my street. Hacienda, Ranchita, good example on the street corner. The fence is coming down. We can see everything in the yard now. I think that needs to be addressed again. We've got a place that's over off of Dandelion, just between Oak Ridge and, I can't remember the street, but it's sitting there on the right side. Guy sits there and rebuilds forklifts and heavy equipment. You got 4 lifts that I saw, people in their front yards with car lifts that are repairing vehicles in their front yard. And this goes on and on and on all across our community. And people that are behind me, I'm sure you've got your problems too. Drive around, you'll see what I'm talking about. Maybe it's time we put some more bite into our laws so that we can go ahead and do something about this. Thank you.
Excuse me, John?
Yeah.
Have you filed?
Yes, we have a complaint. We've had a long-standing complaint.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, ma'am, here in Pahrump, please.
morning. This is my first time being here.
Okay, please state and spell your last name.
My name is Pamela Kirchner, Kirchner. And I am an AmeriCorps Vista, and I'm being hosted at NICC. And my focus is working with food security and with all of the pantries here in town. So I'm here to just share a little bit with you about our numbers, the pantries, what they're dealing with. So for the month of February, the individuals served from a total number of all the pantries was 8,008 people were served. The total number of households that were served by our pantries were 2,674. Those numbers are increasing rapidly, actually. And to mention a couple of other things that I learned about, both SNAP and Medicaid are going to have a huge impact on our residents that rely on those assistance programs. SNAP has already taken into effect, and although they increased their program assistance pre-COVID or during COVID, and they increased the monthly amount of benefits to their people who were eligible for SNAP. That program has come to an end, and their assistance is reverting back to pre-COVID. And that seems normal, but it was temporary. But in the meantime, also, cost of living has gone up, food has gone up dramatically, eggs are becoming gold. You can't get them, so it's tough. And I learned just a few days ago that Medicare also, in April, they've sent out letters, not all the people have them yet, and they're asking their people to requalify to make sure that they do qualify for Medicaid and Medicaid. If I said Medicare, I'm sorry. And that's because during COVID, Medicaid allowed some people to actually qualify for Medicaid that had not been on it prior to, and that too is changing. So I wanted to share, it's significant, and the work that I do and clearly the work that NICC does is truly to improve our food security. Everybody here has a right to healthy nutrition, healthy, balanced lifestyle. So I wanted to share that with you folks. And that being said, follow up with that. Starting in March 21st, we have sponsored by NICC, a healthy eating class, and it is a 6-week course. It's free to all who wish to attend. It will be happening at the Senior Center, and it's excellent. I've attended it and learned a lot.
Excuse me? We give you 3 minutes right here. Right here. Hi.
Sorry.
That's all right. We give you 3 minutes and yours has just passed, and we appreciate all your information. You can leave that with staff if you like.
Absolutely.
And we can get it on our website.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kirchner. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good morning. This is Tim Bohannon. I am the Secretary of the Nye County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And on
you
April
spell
5th,
your name
that's
for us,
Wednesday.
Mr. Bohannon, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim Bohannon. Yes, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. On Wednesday, April the 5th at 6:30 p.m., we will be having a advisory meeting at 650 Civic Drive in Hadley Subdivision in Round Mountain. Key topics we're talking about are budget, the salvage list, and Phase 1 property needs. That's all. Let's have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Go ahead, Kelly, here in Pahrump, please.
Kelly Sater, Kellisater. I just wanted to announce this weekend is the Nevada and Silver State Chili Cook-Off competition. There was a little confusion. Last year's flyer got posted, so the dates were wrong. It is this Saturday and Sunday, the 25th and 26th, and it is going to benefit our Pahrump Valley Youth Activities Program. So to help, children trying to keep it kid helpful, I guess. So we will be doing that. We'll also be having, we'll have vendors. We're going to have mechanical bull rides, a lot of different contests, things for families and adults and everything to join. So I just wanted to put that out there. So if everybody's looking for anything to do this weekend.
Would you explain how it is that you get involved in the public on the awards as far as you can buy tickets and then sample? Can you give us?
Oh, yes. So we open the tasting to the public at 11 o'clock, and we go till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's $10 for 12 tastings. So if you want more than that, obviously you can, but it's a lot more filling than people think. So we have over 30 cooks signed up right now. Hopefully, maybe a little more before we get to it this weekend. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty good turnout. We got a lot of vendors, a lot of stuff going on. So should be.
Where will it be held again, please, Kelly?
This Saturday and Sunday, the 25th and 26th at
Where?
at Petrick Park.
Patrick Park.
Yep.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Patel here in Pahrump, please.
Jim Patel, P-E-T-E-L-L. Citizen, taxpayer, and voter. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and the public, and the media. Do I say, I have nothing much to say, period. No one cares. I'm not going to work harder. 45,000 plus citizen, taxpayer, and voters don't care. Why? Should you folks? Furthermore, I want to quote, I am responsible for what I say, not what you understand. John Wayne. Have a nice day. I'll be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, hearing nobody else here in Pahrump? Go ahead, sir.
William Ives, I-V-E-S. I understand that there's some interest in the county coming to the Calveda Meadows Air Park and leasing our private airport, and I'm here to find out who to talk to about that in the county.
Okay, after the meeting, sir, you're welcome to get with admin, but this is your 3 minutes. Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment and move to number 3, please.
Item 3, Commissioners, Managers' Comments. This item is limited to announcements or topic issues proposed for future workshops agendas.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I was wondering if I could get Brett to come up. Okay, that's good. I have those powers, you know. I wonder if you could address John O'Brien's complaint he's had, give him an update on it. He says he hasn't heard anything and it's getting worse over there instead of better.
Well, if it was submitted, which I do know there was a complaint submitted, and if he was the complainant, there actually is updates.
Excuse me, Commissioner and Director. If you don't mind, okay, I'm going to interrupt here for a moment. If you don't mind, please explain the process only, not Mr. O'Brien and his situation that's pending, okay? With all due respect, only the process of what needs to be done if there's a complaint concerned by our citizens and residents of Nye County.
So process is a complaint submitted through our online system. The complainant would then receive notifications with any actions that co-compliance is taking, with the courtesy notice, the notice of violations, all the way up to a citation stage. So there should be notifications that any complainant would be receiving that would keep them up to date. It is being addressed. I will definitely acknowledge that.
Okay, well, you might want to talk to him a little bit.
Definitely.
Before he leaves. But how do they receive this? By email or
Yeah.
telephone or?
Yeah, when you
message?
sign up into our system, part of, your account is you're identified by your email. And then anytime any action's taken in there, that an inspection's done, because we do the inspections every 30 days. And whether it passes or it fails, that's communicated. You get a notification that, something new's happened in that case. Doesn't mean they get resolved sooner. It's just we have a process we have to go through to get to a citation stage. So,
Okay. So I just want to make sure none of these get overlooked
oh,
accidentally.
definitely not. If they're in the system, we've always have 300 plus, and they all get addressed. So.
Yes, our wheels turn very slowly, and people don't really understand that in a lot of cases, so.
And I will agree with the commenter that it's definitely something we need to look at. I've had some discussions with the DA's office that's something I tried to attempt to fix it a while back, and the board didn't have an appetite for it, but it's definitely time to bring it back. So.
Yeah, I have to agree with some of the things he said also.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that.
You bet.
And I just have a question for somebody on staff. A citizen turned in a request for an ordinance for the wild horse and burro issues. Can you tell me where that stands right now? Because it hasn't gotten on the agenda yet. Anybody?
Hi, Commissioner Cox, Samantha Tackett for the record. I've been working with Priscilla Lane. Is that the citizen? Okay. I submitted her request for review to the chair and the county manager and was advised that you had brought forward the same ordinance that is in process under review and drafting. So the plan for Ms. Lane was to forego her request, and we will maintain your request as they were the same. As to where that request is, I don't exactly know where it's at in the process. It was not, I wasn't involved in that submission, so I believe the county manager can provide an update to that.
Yeah, it is a copy of what she had that she gave me. So then I guess she turned her copy in also when she spoke? I don't.
Yes, she provided me with an agenda item request, and when I submitted it, we found it was the same that you had already brought forward and put through the process.
Okay, so do I need to withdraw mine, or
No.
does she need to withdraw hers?
Going forward with yours.
Okay, so
Hers has already been withdrawn, and I have spoken to her on the phone, and she agreed to just wait and have yours move forward because it was already in process.
Okay, so.
I have a little something for you for the next meeting. There'll be an agenda item for the board to consider too.
Okay.
Okay?
So.
Glad you wrote it for me.
So I just trust then you don't need me for anything. You're just going to do the process, and we'll get it on here real soon.
I'll follow up with Tim and see where yours is at.
Okay, because every day that we put this off, more horses get injured and damaged, and some end up in slaughter, and some of them just end up dead out in the middle of nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Carboni, please.
I don't have really very much to say this time, other than, some of the folks that are on Facebook and Messenger and so on and so forth take the liberty to say things about commissioners that I sure like to know if it's proof or not. When they say that we're taking bribes under the table, I get a little bit concerned that there's folks out there that can continuously say those things. You have proof, bring it forward. If you don't have any proof, then you need to quit writing that crap in those nasty situations, because it's just not productive for the rest of us. You're really tired of it, and they're calling out names. I'm getting tired of that. You got proof? Bring it forward. Bring it to the DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boscovich, please.
First of all, I agree with Frank on that completely. Secondly, I have a question for Planning Director. I requested Director Wagner to bring forward an item to this board to prohibit commercial solar projects within the Pahrump town limits. The reason I didn't request it countywide is because I want to hear from the other townships before I do something like that, and I don't really want to step on any toes until I know. So I'm looking for an update on that, first of all.
Yes, Commissioner, we did receive a request through the county manager. I guess you had made that request to him. And we have, are currently working on a draft. I think it might be done and sent over to the DA's office, but if not, it'll be within the next couple of days. As soon as we get a review and an approval, we'll bring it forward. My goal is to have it on the April 4th agenda to set a public hearing for either the second meeting in April or the first meeting in May.
Very nice. I'm also happy to work with Commissioner Strickland on an idea she came up with, which is brilliant, to also go along those same lines. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Strickland, please.
Wagner.
He's going to want a raise.
A place at the seat, a seat at the table, right? As the commissioner mentioned, I've only given you one day to think about the item that I got to speak with you about. But the idea is to restrict special use permits to Valley Electric for their substations. And the reason I'd like to push for that is because then we're in total control. The substations don't get built, the solar doesn't get built. Because that's what happened on the south end. The transmission got built and solar came. So if we no longer allow them to pull SUPs without approval by this board, then we've got some real teeth. And the reason I'm concerned about that is I had the pleasure of going to the meeting on solar that was conducted at the Coyote Corner on Saturday that Mr. Mike Fender and Ms. D. Mounts hosted. And they showed me even more maps that we don't have. According to their maps, they have they potentially are putting solar across the county state lines in California. And you can see that little line that just runs right down from that right over there to our current transmission station that's at Trout Canyon. So that's our stopgap because I'm 5 miles away from the California border, and a lot of you are too. And so on that south end, we look at California when we go out there and play and recreate in California with our side-by-sides, horses, and guns. So I would like to see that move forward for our future. And I know I didn't give you any time, but I talked to the commissioner about it, and he was like, yeah, we could just, all of it, done. So that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, I have been thinking about that, and we are trying to see how to go about that. I will say it's not just Valley Electric, it would be Grid Alliance as well. So
interesting, yes.
Yeah. And, you know, there's substations and expansions for other parts of the county too that involve other energy companies as well. So again, I agree.
Apple.
Got to be careful how far we reach until we get done with our outreach with other communities in the county. But yeah, I'm working on it.
I thank you, and we're making the board aware of the work that you're doing on that and the community. I had something else. I'm sorry, Chair. I've lost my train of thought. But I'll stand down, and I want to thank this event that's coming forward. That's it. You'll see thank you, Commissioner Director Wagner. On Saturday, you better just stay up there. On Saturday, the Rough Riders events are being canceled in the arena because we are completely flooded out. There's water standing in the arena, and it's just not safe. And so I want to make the community aware there won't be one, nor will there be a concert that was advertised on that particular in the arena. So unless we did talk about doing something with the mud, maybe some mud wrestling, maybe. I thought it was a great idea. Why not? Use it while we got it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director, I figured, you know what, they all called you up, so I might as well not be different and keep you here. So if you don't mind, could you give everybody the schedule, if you remember offhand, the schedule for the solar workshops in the different communities?
Sure. At this point, I have attended a workshop in Beatty last month, and then first part of this month, on the 8th, I attended a workshop with the town of Tonopah Advisory Board. This Thursday, I will be in Amargosa on the 23rd, conducting a workshop out there. And then I did learn of a solar application that's been submitted for the very northern part of Nye County, kind of at the border of Lander County and Nye County, which I believe is the Yamba. So I am going to be reaching out to them and see if we can have a discussion with them as well, since they potentially could be affected. So I haven't got that one scheduled yet. I just learned of that one last week. So,
okay. Thank you, Director.
You bet.
Appreciate it. So, of course.
Oh, I've actually got some of my own stuff to say, so now I've got to.
Well, I'm not finished yet. Thank you, though. We'll call you back up later. So the last meeting, we were up in Tonopah, and many of you were complimenting of how much snow we had, and we did get a considerable amount of snow. But I'm sitting there and thinking, well, I plowed for 3 straight days on the property that I oversee, and there's no snow left. It's melted, but you kept commenting on the snow. So after the meeting was over, the blinds were open, and I looked out and I said, oh, that's the snow that they're talking about. The snow-capped mountains, absolutely gorgeous, but they were 40 miles away from Tonopah. That you were able to see them from our window. So just to clarify, that's where the snow was coming from. Yeah. So anyway, we have Director Wagner here. I know that you're not familiar with him, and I'd like to call him up now that we're going to move on to Director and Manager comments.
Thank you again, Director Wagner, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R. Couple of times now I've brought to this board in this part of the meeting kind of a quarterly report on the activity, commercial activity, and that in town. So I just wanted to share that with you. I'd compiled some information for Commissioner Carboni for something he was doing a week or so ago, and I just thought, since I have it, I might as well share it with everybody. But currently we have 30 commercial projects, either in the site development process or through the site development plan certification and now under construction. We've got the Silverton Hotel, of course. Last I had heard on that, they've gotten delayed again with an issue with NDOT, with the original design that they had for the roundabout. They had it all designed. Design was approved. It was in engineering, but now NDOT is planning some widening projects on the highway, basically from where it's 4 lanes, to Homestead, or just past Homestead now, all the way out to Mance Road, where the other roundabout is being proposed. So they've asked them to reconfigure and redesign a little bit to accommodate that. So that's put them on a little bit of a delay. Spring Mountain Racetrack expansion's well underway. Tracks down, the new 6 miles, or approximately 6 miles. They're building some facilities out there. They got a new garage, restroom facility. They're going to be eventually starting their new classrooms for that new section of the track. But if you guys have an opportunity to go out there and look at what they've done, I mean, it's very nice. Can't see it from the road really, but you got to go out there. And it's really fun at about 90 miles an hour. So we've got a Midas muffler that's in the site development process, our site development review process, that's going right next door to the Arby's, which of course we have Arby's. They, I believe, are planning on opening on Monday, this next Monday, so I know they're getting very close. Chipotle restaurant right there by the Wells Fargo Bank, that broke ground. Circle K at Homestead and Game Bird, Coyote Corner, which is on a future agenda item today. Green Valley Grocery is slated for by the roundabout at Mance and 160. They've begun the site development process. Gas station, convenience store, and fast food restaurants is another zone change application that we've got on for today, but they have begun the site development process. New warehouse for Red Apple Fireworks, they broke ground on that a few weeks ago, so that's underway. There's a new warehouse planned for Area 51 Blackjack Fireworks up off of Kitty Hawk, which is also on the agenda today for a zone change. New warehouse facility for Phantom Fireworks, which is going to be located right next door to it on a piece of property that they've been leasing where the containers sit now. They are going to be building a warehouse. They've begun their site development process. There's several new multifamily buildings going on Ambush that are in site development or under construction right now. Then we got the Arms Corps expansion. They've done an office building and they're adding a couple of other warehouse buildings out there. Pahrump Valley Glass is moving to a new location and they're in the process of remodeling a building on Emery Street. There's also a new cabinet company and showroom that's going in on Emery Street. There's the Pahrump Community Health Center, which you guys have seen, that's well underway on Lola. Looking good. 3D construction, they're doing a new shop and storage yard over kind of behind the VFW on a piece of property they own. MJ Distributing, new marijuana cultivation facility out in Amargosa. We're given a temporary C of O, but they are just about done with their site development. Quick Shine Car Wash at 420 South Highway 160. You guys have seen a sign saying car wash coming soon forever. Well, they finally are in the site development review process. A new rent-to-go equipment rental location on Panhandler is nearing the final stages of their approval process for site development. The Alka Glove Factory is still a real thing. It's just tied up with the annexation process with the utilities. New self-storage and RV storage on East Commercial Street. Lakeside Mini Storage expansion on Homestead. Wayland Mini Storage expansion also on Homestead. New professional office building at 2161 North Nevada Highway 160, right next to the Double M construction offices. Those, I believe, are going to be for, professional offices like doctors and that type of stuff. Furniture warehouse, if you've noticed, they've been doing a lot of work on that eyesore that we've had on Frontage Road, kind of across from the Albertson Shopping Center. They've been doing a lot of TR work on that. They just paved the parking lot. They're going to be opening up a blinds division there. A new mini storage facility on South Blag. Aztec Cosmetics expansion on Iron Street, which has been there for many years. They're taking it to a new level and doing quite an expansion there. And then new Access Realty building on Cortina Street. Yeah, so it's going to be another professional office that they are going to own. Planning for the month of February, we had a total applications received of 222. And total applications processed was 127. So far since July this fiscal year, we've had 1,436 planning applications received and 252 new code complaints received, compared to 1,416 planning applications at this time and 211 code compliance applications at the same time last year. Building permits for the month of February, we had 21, which was a little bit of an uptick over the previous month. We've obviously seen numbers down, but like we had discussed a couple of meetings ago, the commercial development's up, so it's not really affecting, you know, the income for the building department too bad because of those fees. Multifamily, we have a new permit for February. Commercial, there were 14 permits for last month for TIs and, you know, obviously building permits for some of the stuff I was just talking about. And then total building permits for all categories, whether it's TIs or electrical or HVAC, whatever, there was 153. And total inspections, we had 388. So far since July 1st, there have been 169 single-family residence permits pulled, compared to 310 the same time last year, so quite a drop. And for code compliance, we had new complaints, we had 41 last month, and we closed 24. So kind of to go back to your question, like I said, we always have an average of about 330 to 360-ish in the system at all times. But with our new system, they are far better managed and, you know, kept track of. So that's what I got for you.
Thank you, Director. That was a good presentation, and a lot of great things happening here in Pahrump, Nye County. And if any of you missed the list, Director Wagner will be outside signing autographs, and he'll be happy to go over them with you later. Thank you. Is there any other manager, director comments? Elected comments?
That's not an easy act to follow.
No, it's not. It just means that my office is going to be working a lot. Sherry Stringer, Nye County Assessor, Stringer. I just wanted to make the citizens and taxpayers of Nye County aware that we had an incident out in Amargosa. One of my appraisers went out and picked up a new home, and while she was out there talking to the homeowner, he stated that someone from Nye County came out and already appraised his home. So please, please make sure that if you see one of our trucks or you see one of our folks out there, they usually have their badges on, they have their business cards with them, so please ask for them, okay? Just wanted to make you all aware of that because we do have a lot of scams going on again. Thank you.
Thank you, Assessor. Appreciate that. Mr. DA, anything?
I have nothing.
County Clerk? No? Managers? Nothing. Okay. Let's close Commissioner Manager comments. Yes, Commissioner.
Before you close, can we get you to get his contact information that he was trying to, he had a question, we just want to make sure that contact information gets to you.
You don't know Director Wagner's contact information?
This case here, unfortunately, Mr. Wagner, it's not going to be for you.
Mr. Ivan?
Yes. So.
Thank you. Okay, we will close Commissioner Manager comments then. Number 4, please.
Item 4, approval of the agenda for March 21st, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Nice.
Second.
Sorry.
We have.
I need to pull 2 items, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
On page 1, I will ask if we can remove item 5. And on page 3, item 23.
Okay.
And that is all.
Thank you. Didn't I mention no motion, early motions? Thank you.
I know, I'm just following suit.
Can I have a motion on the floor in a second? I'll call for the vote then.
Aye.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Everybody's turning red up here.
5-0. Number 6, please, Manager.
Item 6, for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding the monthly statement of County Treasurer pursuant to NRS 354.280, including receipts, balances in funds, money on deposit, outstanding checks, and cash on hand.
Good morning, Commissioners. Raylan Powers, POWERS, Nye County Treasurer. The report that you have in front of you this meeting is our summary for January. 31st, 2023. I'd like to bring our attention to a couple of items on here. The summary report, first and foremost, if you look down at our interest-bearing accounts, we have expanded our investments.
Which page are we on, please?
The actual summary, I'm sorry, I don't know the page number on the actual agenda item.
Page 2.
Sorry. We've expanded our investments to a new brokerage company, Mutual National Securities. I started speaking with new brokers last fall and have moved some monies into their investment accounts with them. Part of the reason that I chose this brokerage company is because of a different custodian. Most of our investments are held with Wells Fargo. This company is actually with Fidelity. So it does distinguish that. It helps to segregate our investments and put our eggs in a couple of different baskets there. On the actual bank reconciliation, and again, Commissioner Strickland, I apologize, I don't have actual page numbers. But if you'll notice on the left-hand side, I have added some characters to the detail side of our bank reconciliation, and I just wanted to go over those real quickly. One asterisk on the left-hand side, those are items that we're currently working with our auditors on reviewing and cleaning those up. Two items, or two asterisks.
Page 4.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are items that we're currently working with our finance department, reviewing and cleaning those items up. And then anything with the T are items that the Treasurer's Department is handling and reviewing and researching and correcting in our own department.
Nice addition.
Thank you. Thought it might help just a little bit.
I don't have any questions for Ms. Powers.
Commissioner?
Nope, nothing from me.
Commissioner Cox or Carboni?
Yeah, I have something. I don't know if you're the person that should be answering this, but I'll throw it out there and you can tell me yes or no. There's supposed to be a marijuana tax. Can you tell me, are we getting that marijuana tax? Do you show it in your budget anywhere? I can't find it anywhere.
I do believe we are still collecting for marijuana taxes. Our department is no longer a party to those transactions, not as far as the detail of it. Our planning department actually handles all those collections now, and they provide to us a report of monies. We review those report of monies, and they're receipting into Eden and is actually included in our deposit column on our bank reconciliations.
Okay, what's it listed under, though?
I'm pretty sure Liz can answer those questions.
Hmm?
Commissioner, I can help with that question. The revenues that are collected through the marijuana or cannabis are deposited into the general fund. So you do see that in our report in the from the finance office.
And I can't find anything that says marijuana fund. What is it under?
We'll see that when we get to her agenda item.
And I can point it
I don't know
out.
if it's hers or yours.
Yeah, it's under our the finance office, and it is, like I said, credited or receipted into the general fund.
She has an item on the agenda. We'll get to that.
Okay, and I believe I had one more. Put that number. The jail bond, who does that belong to?
That depends on the question.
The question is.
And I can help with that item as well. That is paid out of our debt service fund, and you do see part of it in the treasurer's report, but as well, it will be on our finance office. But that does get paid out of our debt service fund.
Yeah, it'd be really simple if I could just see something that says, this is what we owe and this is what we pay every month. You know,
We don't have the report. We do show, we don't have a balance on just the debt, the jail fund that we report on these reports. However, I could get you those numbers if you need the detail on it.
Yeah, you could just email them to me or.
Will do. I can follow up with that.
Fine, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you,
That's it, that's all I have.
Carboni?
No, I'm just glad to help.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have one question, please, Treasurer.
Yes, sir.
So on your page 4, it's the page 4 on the top, with the asterisks, the sheet that you were explaining,
Yes, sir.
there's a lot of explanation, which we appreciate, not yet in Eden. And of course, that's clarifying for the public and for us and anybody looking at these spreadsheets.
Thank you.
This is the reason why, and we get that. So how long can we anticipate, can they anticipate?
I'm sorry, how long can you?
How long can we anticipate that it will be input into Eden, and then it'll be taken off, and we'll see an more accurate number?
So those items are always going to exist, sir. There's always going to be items that are backdated for revenue recognition. So as an example, we'll have a department that closes out their monthly books. It doesn't get to our department until the following month, but my department is very religious in making sure that we're following those revenue recognition rules, and we're backdating that information into our accounting software, but the bank deposit isn't going until that current month that we receive those funds. So those items will always exist. They're more often referred to as deposits in transit, if you will, from the bank to the system. It's a reconciling item that will always be present.
Okay, so those items will exist, but the dates will change.
That's correct.
Thank you.
The dates and the months, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? No? If you don't mind, don't go too far away. I will need to open up for public comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
If the caller is unmuted, please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good morning. This is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. Following up on the Eden comment, the only thing that concerns me a little bit is items back in 8/19 of last year kind of aged, and I think there's some a little bit sooner than that. But this report is looking so much better, especially on the bank reconciliation portion. The other observation is there's minor differences like 3 cents, 10 cents in deposits or transposition error. At some point in time, it would be nice to see those written off or taken off and balances adjusted, because we're talking about 3 cents and 10 cents. It's going to cost you more to do it than it would to go ahead and make the adjustment and take it off the reconciliation from that standpoint. But it's looking clean, looking much better than it did last year. Keep going. Keep doing a good job.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Is there any, I don't see any public comment in Tonopah. Does there anybody wish to speak on this here in Pahrump? No? Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. We'll close public comment at this time. There are no further questions for the treasurer. Thank you again, Treasurer Powers. And I will call for the vote to accept. Well, I need a motion. Well, it is for possible action.
Since you requested that, I'll make a motion to accept the current bank reconciliation.
Second?
Thank you, Commissioners. A motion on the floor in a second. I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye. Carboni, aye.
5-0. Thank you, Treasurer, and please don't go too far away. Number 26, please, Manager.
Item 26, for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding 1, the online trust property auction held February 28th through March 3rd, 2023, for properties that did not sell during auction in previous years, and 2, approval of return of sale and affidavits of publications per NRS 361.595.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Please reintroduce yourself and, of course, Ms. Annis.
Yes.
Please.
Raylan Powers, POWERS, Nye County Treasurer. I have with me today our Treasurer Trust Property Deputy, Anastasia Wilkin. She's going to handle the presentation for us. Thank you.
Anastasia Wilkin, WILKIN. So we did a trust property auction for February online. We offered 30 parcels that hadn't been sold. They were offered in live auctions prior and had basically been sitting in trust, some as long as 2003, 2004. Out of the 30 parcels sold, actually all 30 had sold, but one person didn't pay A total of 22 out of the 30 actually did sell and pay. With that offered $53,202 back to the county in prior owed taxes and penalties. The $500 retained deposit from the person that didn't pay, we keep that for not paying. $6,707 will go to the county immediately for excess proceeds. We'll hold $10,216 remaining for the year that the prior owners could claim. After the 1 year, that'll be moved to the general fund.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilkins. Any questions for our trust property Anastasia Wilkins? From the commission, no?
No? Thank you for your input. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion.
Please.
I'm not sure how to phrase it, so I accept the presentation and approve the return of sale.
Second.
Thank you very, very much. If you don't mind, ladies, I will open it up now for public comment, just in case there's any questions. Is there any public comment here in Pahrump on this issue? On this presentation? Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Oh, okay, and hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment, and I will call for the vote at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody aye?
DeBoer's aye.
Boscovich, aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you again very much. Have a nice day. I know you have a lot of work ahead of you. Didn't want to keep you here all day. Number 7, please.
Item 7, for possible action, continued public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to issue an outdoor festival license to Louis Baker for the Iron Horse Stampede to be held May 19th through May 21st, 2023 at Petrack Park located at 150 North Highway 160, Pahrump, Nevada.
Chair, may I ask for some direction from staff, please?
Yes, please.
We've received additional backup on this particular item, and within the additional backup, it shows that we now have an outdoor festival license application for 500 spectators. It's my understanding that none is necessary at that number. Is that not true, Mr. Martinez? That's correct. May I hear from staff, please? Thank you. 1 minute.
Sir, the microphone is not on, number 1. Number 2, we're asking for information from one of our directors, please.
So, that is correct. At this time,
Your
there's
name,
no
please,
need.
Jimmy.
Spell your name for the
Oh,
record.
sorry. Jimmy Martinez, M-A-R-T-I-N-A-Z. At this time, yes, there is correct. It's not needed. But as of right now, this application keeps changing. So it's coming, in the beginning, it was 1,500 per people. Now it's changing to 5. In my opinion, it should not be moving forward. There's too much off and on changes. We haven't even got, there's so much going on. We're not even in his backup. He's got fireworks, skydiving, stripper poles. I mean, other events going on in the park at that time as well, plus parking issues. We haven't even spoke with sheriff. We haven't even talked with Public Works because with this large size, we could be possibly shutting down the road due to the size of this event. And that would really cut off for the event in the rodeo and for the event in the community center, let alone the pool. We are in May 19th. The pool won't be open at that time, but it's still, we have a lot of items that are still having issues with, let alone besides parking, we still got porta potties, trash issues. There's just a whole bunch going on with this.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Please don't go too far away. Mr. Baker, please state and spell your last name and then go ahead and make your presentation, sir. The light is not on, I don't believe.
It's on now.
Okay, thank you.
Here, right?
Yes, you're good.
You're good now, sir.
It doesn't seem to be, oh, that's better, okay, now, bottom line is that, yes, we did change that to 500. Actually, it was originally 500, but upon advice of the park, they said we had to go to 1,500 because we were charging an admission. So that information, by the way, went to Tonopah. It's already there. And so I'm not quite sure. What we can say is we had a lot of delays, and I don't know that I should necessarily get into those delays, but 4 and 5 day periods of time when we were not able to make communications with the proper authorities, and that wasn't my fault. It's something that that's one of the reasons we changed, because we didn't want to inhibit it, and so we were charging an admission, and then they wanted put a fence around the Petrick Park, which is about $35,000. So there's no reason that we had to do that. All we had to do is go back to the original plan, which was submitted, and that was for 500 people. And we said, okay, this is the first year, so let's just take it easy, and we'll do it that way. But we're not charging an admission, and that changes the whole complexity of it. And this is not something that I dreamed up. It's something that's factual, and it's already on board with Pahrump. So while I may, it's a first-time event for me, and I'm going by the guidelines as best I can, but I think I've been pushed a little bit too hard.
You've been pushed by whom, sir?
The park.
What is your definition of pushed, please?
Well, they changed the original application from 500 to 1,500, and that put me in a different perspective altogether. And by the time I got through trying to resubmit, I've submitted this about 3 different times, and by the time I get the proper paperwork and accommodations from the park, it's too late. So that's why I changed, because the change allows me to go ahead and get this done. And there's 2 events. The one which was the arena approval. We had to go to the arena commission and get their permission to use the arena, but we couldn't get it on the same dates. So we had to take the 26th, 27th, and 28th of May, which is a few days apart, and causing us to have two different events. And the arena events are the ones that require the action. That is to say, it's a spectator sport, and we intend to use the grandstands and so forth for the general public. The 19th, 20th, and 21st is a different event altogether. It's more like an auto show and cycle show, which is what I had on the original application. It was there. There's no question about it. So I didn't digress because I wanted to. I had to digress because we couldn't get the two events together. We couldn't get the arena on the 19th, 20th, and 21st. So we did what was the next best thing, and making it two events. And I guess that's as much as I can say relative to what took place.
So, Chair, from what I see here in front of us is for the 19th, 20th, and 21st, right?
Yes.
So there's no second one that we're having our possession? Because he mentioned another one for the 28th, and I'm going, I don't see that in here. So
Well, that here again.
we're really looking at just those 3 days.
That's correct.
For this event. Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Absolutely. And it's okay with me because we have more time with the 28th, 26th, 27th, and 28th. And we needed the approval for the park in the first place.
So
that's what we're doing.
So let's not talk about those dates.
Yeah.
Let's only talk about this one here, because
19th,
you
20th.
don't want to confuse everybody, because now you jumped again to
Yes.
the 28th. So let's just stick to the 19th, 20th, and 21st. Okay?
Correct.
Okay, let me open it up, sir, unless you have more to tell us, because this is a continued public hearing.
Oh, no, I have no more.
Okay, let me talk with the fellow commissioners, please. Let's hear what they have to say as well, if you don't mind. Be
Not
patient.
at all.
And then I'll go to the public.
Okay.
Commissioner Boskovich, do you have anything, sir?
So I'm all for tourism and bringing new things to Pahrump and Nye County. I think that's all a great thing. I also, though, from my development days, being a developer and a builder, I believe that growth and things like that should sort of pay for themselves. So when we have events like this and it requires extra law enforcement and things like that, just as a sort of a point, I think that those fees and those costs should not be a burden on the taxpayer, but yet maybe covered by the event promoter or whoever. So there's that, just sort of keep it in the back of your mind. And then, and obviously, no offense to you, Mr. Baker, at all, I just feel like this plan is just kind of a dumpster fire in the works. I just feel like we should have more, you know.
Well,
and I apologize.
okay, what I would say is last week when the Hawaiian group motorcycles were in town, there was about 200, 300 people. So that's the type of group that I think would be attracted to the attention, and that would allow us to promote the arena event. And so, but it's not something out of the ordinary. You can say.
No, and I completely am on board as far as the tourism aspect of all of it or anything else. But again, I feel like developers and promoters and things like that should cover their costs. So when you were speaking of the group that was in town a week or so ago, I was sitting at the winery and they were back and forth in front of there for hours and hours and hours. So I can't even imagine there's going to be extra costs, law enforcement and things like that. So just.
Well, we're prepared.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Strickland?
I was wondering if Commissioner Cox wanted to, she was saying something. Did you have something to add?
Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, and let me ask you, do you have a board putting this together, like a group of people, or just yourself?
I have some supporters, but not a lot at this point because I haven't gotten the approval yet.
Well, it might be easier to get the approval if you had a couple of other people helping you get it lined up, so it's not.
I have a couple of other people, yes.
You know, so that you could have, you could all get down together and speak with Jimmy and whoever else should be involved in this from the park side and the security side. I don't have any problem with this because, you know, we've been doing the Fall Festival, Harvest Festival, whatever you want to call it, for years. And we've had thousands of people in that park on one day going to the rodeo, going to the pet shows. And when we used to have, this is going back when we used to have the barbecue, it was tons of people in there. And there were never any real security problems, et cetera. Of course, I don't know about motorcycle groups, but, you know, I've been to Sturgis and done those kind of things, and there were no issues when we were there. And if they were very low-key to the point you didn't even realize there was an issue because law enforcement took care of it right away. So maybe, have you met with law enforcement at all?
No, I haven't.
Okay, because that's another thing. Don't we have a kind of a requirement where they have to go to the fire department, go to the
There's actually a checkoff list that they have to go through.
Yeah.
That goes through each one of those departments.
I thought you did. Have you been made aware of the fact that we're actually organized and set up for you to be able to go and talk to the fire chief and talk to the sheriff and, you know, get the approvals and the okays and bring it back and say, here, this is what we've done? Anybody made you aware of that?
I can do that, but you know, time is shorting, and we ran into this situation before when we tried to do it last year, and then I finally got to the point where that gave me the approval on the 50 participants and 500 people per day, and but the problem was they only gave me 2 weeks to put on the event, and I couldn't. There's no way in the world that you can put on a major event in 2 weeks. So that this time we were looking at close to 4 months, and now it's closed down to about 3. And it's not. It's going to put a lot of pressure on me to get that done, but it doesn't matter. I believe in the project. I believe in the biker groups are they're social organizations. Now, you might say that's not the same thing with the Hell's Angel, but even they have changed their attitude, and not that we're necessarily involved with the Hell's Angels or anything. We're involved primarily with the local groups, and we're trying to put them together so that they can bring it and promote it to the role.
Well, I don't think we're looking at this as though it's a bunch of Hell's Angels coming in to cause problems. I know there's a lot of local groups just here, yet alone others that could come in that are not going to be an issue at all. In fact, my brother and sister-in-law are ex-police officers, and they ride all the time. And you'd never know they used to belong to the sheriff's department here in Metro. But in fact, I was shocked when they pulled up one day with all their leathers and their helmets and their new bikes, and I'm okay, second childhood coming along here. But other than that, I mean, because that's how I picture these people being. I don't picture them as coming in with knives and guns and creating problems. But you still need to. I think you need some help. I think you need to quit trying to be a one-man band here.
I would like to have more help and help from the community as well to do an event that's going to be an annual event if we can get it moving in the right direction.
So you need to plan for your security people. You need to get extra, decide how are you going to hire outside security? Or are you going to pay extra for the sheriff's department to help instead? Is a little more money involved here than...
That's fine. I don't mind doing that, but I can't put the horse in front of the cart, so to speak. It's not. I have to take it according to what has been prescribed, and when that prescription is not fulfilled by lack of diligence, then that puts me in a bad position.
So, what do you have for funds? If you're not organized or anything, are you going to have to put all these funds up front out of your own pocket?
If I have to.
Okay, so you're prepared to do that?
Well, everything has its parameters. I can't throw $50,000 or $60,000 at it. No.
Well, I saw that you were going to charge a fee, the 1,500 people and the fee, which would probably cover all of it. But now you're saying you're not going to charge a fee?
Because they want me to put up a $32,000 fence.
What is that all about?
Because they want to count the number of people coming in.
But we have a fence. The whole park is fenced.
Not for Petrick Park.
Huh? No. Petrick Park?
I think...
Excuse me, Mr. Baker, just one moment, please.
Open where?
Jimmy.
Director, could you address this, the first we've heard of a fence, $32,000, and it's a temporary fence? Do you know anything about this?
So yes, he's talking about if he was charging a fee to keep track of everything, the recommendation was to put a temporary fence up so he can control and provide, and to be able to bring money to his event is charging a small fee. So after he looked into it, the cost is up there for rental of 3 to 4 day rental for tearing it up, installing it and tearing it down from an outside source. So it comes up to around $32,000. So
Sheriff, this isn't the first time this has come up with our events, that we don't have any way to charge event fees for any of our promoters because we don't have the...
Well, Chair, there is ways of doing it, but again, we're getting ourselves so deep into the weeds on this thing. They could pre-sell and do tickets and so on, but again, we're getting ourselves so deep into that. I mean, the sheriff is sitting over here. I know he's got a big piece of this. We need to figure out how to get you involved in getting this thing laid out because it's not coming to us clear.
Excuse me, Commissioner. That's true. The sheriff is a big part of this in his office. Mm-hmm. However, Mr. Baker has already said he's not even met with the sheriff in the sheriff's office. So he's not even a big piece and a factor in this pie as of right now. You
Correct.
haven't met with them.
That's my whole point is that we're getting deep into the weeds, but we're not helping them. The point is we need to figure out how to help them because right now I can't see my way to approve anything here because I don't really know what the event's really gonna do. I mean, it hasn't been through all the people that need to do something with it. I mean, I'd love to be able to get this event going, but, I mean, we keep on getting into the same bit as we were the last time. We're getting deep into the weeds, we're not giving the guy the help he needs to get this thing on the
And again,
road.
I guarantee, sorry, Commissioner, but I guarantee every one of us here is pro-tourism and, you know, it's just, we have to have a plan.
Okay, let me say this, Commissioners, if you don't mind. If we don't get into the weeds with this particular situation, Mr. Baker and anybody else that wants to put on an event that has to go and meet with Mr. Martinez, okay? We're making them aware of exactly what they need to do. You mentioned there's a checklist. There's a checklist. The checklist, there's a reason there's a checklist. To meet with emergency services, to meet with the sheriff, to meet with these people, with possible highway patrol, if there was that many people. Now it's changed. I understand, okay? But if we don't get in the weeds, we're not helping you at all, because you'll come back and say, you didn't tell him, you didn't tell me. Well, we are trying to be as informative as possible, and so is Jimmy and his department. That's what they do. This is what they do all year long. 52 events. There's 52 weekends, there's 52 events, okay, plus, and this is what they do. They're the professionals. That's why we steer you and everybody else to them to help you, not to hurt you.
Okay, well, I need to get the list.
I'm trying to think back. This was all brought about when there was a big event in the park and 5,000 people showed up and they all got in a big fight, and that brought the list, that changed everything, because they didn't have any security and it got way out of hand. So if I remember right, this is supposed to go like from department to department to department, and I don't think he's supposed to have to carry it. It seemed to me that there was like a committee that you could go in front of, and we haven't been utilizing what we have, apparently. I didn't know that. I just took for granted that it was going through the system. Maybe Lorena knows more about that. How do we get this started and through the system so it can go in front of the sheriff's department, go in front of the fire department, go in front of zoning?
We did consider making those conditions mandatory for the applicant to have to go through, but that was not adopted. So right now, there's just the application that gets distributed to our officials, and that's it. There's no requirement for a report back on what's required of the applicant.
Right. But there is a list, there is a checklist that says these are the steps that they need to go to and so on. Even though that we didn't make it a mandatory, because I was part of that back in 2015, I believe. We didn't make it mandatory because of what was going on at the time. But again, there is a checkoff list. There is a process that we need to follow to go through and make sure that things are being done. But we're at the point again where we don't even have that in front of us to go and make a decision on. That's what I'm trying to get to. As far as getting into the weeds, we need to make a decision on something, but we don't have anything to make a decision on.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
At my opportunity, thank you. I've called, I've met with, and sat down with you on Saturday, of this past Saturday. And I've also called event promoters, or spoke to event promoters directly. I spoke to the Chili Cook-Off promoter, and I spoke to the Balloon Festival promoter. I have been a promoter myself with Wild West Extravaganza when Bob Baker was involved, and putting on, this shouldn't have made a noise, sorry. And putting on for 5 years. Thank you. I don't know why it's making a noise, sorry. 5 years I hosted the Single Action Shooting Society State Championship for Wild Bunch. And I want to tell you what I hear from all the promoters, and I know in my heart. It takes a great deal of time to put on an event like this. To imagine doing this in 2 months is unimaginable, and it's no wonder that our event promoter is here with the late start. I'm sorry to say, you haven't given us the tools to help you, because our hands are tied because you are already in it, you know? your applications should be out, and so that's my comment, is there's just simply not enough time in my past experience for doing this, and after talking to the other event promoters. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
He actually thinks he has 3 months, and it's down to 2.
2 months.
Okay, apparently you only have 2 months left instead of 3. Is that enough time for you to do anything?
I've done things quicker, not to this scope, but I marched 5,000 people down the Las Vegas Strip, and that was a different purpose for my children, and it worked, and we did it in about 3 months. So that was about 3 months.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, I have a couple of questions, sir. It did change from 1,500 to 500.
Well, no, it didn't change. I had it originally as 500, and I was in. I was told that because I had to have the temporary fencing and so forth, that I had to be over 1,000. So.
But it's back to 500 now.
It was always 500 at the beginning.
Okay, and then you signed off at 1,500, charging admission for adults.
Under the advice of the.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm just trying to establish. You went 500, 15, now it's back to 500.
Yes.
No admission, no fence.
Correct.
So that helps you with not having that additional staff of collecting money, charging for tickets. You show that you have 50 vendors that are lined up.
Yes.
Have they already paid you?
Excuse me, no.
The vendors.
I'm not taking money without a contract.
Okay, but you have 50 vendors lined up.
I don't have 50 vendors lined up. I have 50 vendors that have promised.
That have promised, okay.
So those 50 vendors could help pay for any fees from.
Of course.
There might be from the sheriff's department.
Yes.
I don't think anybody else will be charging fees unless the parks have some kind of a deposit or something for you to put down.
Well, it's like I said, my original intent was to comply with the 500, and.
So it's a non-starter, because the 1,000 is a non-starter. He's not even, we shouldn't even be hearing this. He's off the, yeah.
Well, but we had to because it was continued from the last meeting, so it is still public hearing. So at this time, Mr. Baker, if you don't mind, let me open it up to public comment.
Of course.
And then, so please don't go too far away, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
All right, sir? Thank you. Okay, do I have any public comment here in Pahrump, please, in regards to the Iron Horse Stampede?
Be careful what you say.
Kelly Sater, S-A-T-E-R. I just wanted to say, Lou, I know he'd come to me about being at the event and bringing my mobile bar there, but unfortunately, Lou, like if it does go through, if it happens, it's not enough time for me to promote, and I would have to actually, as a vendor, back out because of the timing that we have. So I would hope that you would understand maybe it would have to get pushed to another date because 2 months, I've done many events, and 2 months is not, for something the size that he would like to do, it's not enough time to do this. So.
Thank you, Ms. Sater. Is there anybody on the phone, please? Sam, for public comment.
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Tim Bohannon, Bohannon, and I know from Judith's creations, going to numerous events, 2 months of the size of this intended magnitude is really not a lot of planning time. So there's more changes that are about to happen. There's a big risk that it'll get done. So I definitely mimic some of the comments that we've heard so far.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Is there any other public comment here in Pahrump? Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Hearing and seeing no public comment, Pahrump, Tonopine on the phone, I will close it at this time. Any further discussion from the commission?
Well, I just want to make one more comment that, yes, it's a continued item. We had to hear it. But in fact, Mr. Baker does not need our approval because he's going to have less than 1,000 people. So the 1,000 is really off the table, and he should be concentrating on the 500. So I'd make a motion to not allow for this applicant to move forward.
Can I ask a question? Is this the application for the 1,000, the 1,500?
The 1,000, yeah, the one that is in our
15, the
backup.
1,500, yeah.
Yeah, because he doesn't even want to do that anymore. He doesn't have time to do that, and he can do less than 1,000 without us hearing it. It's no longer an event permit.
So he can still do the event, he just can't, it just doesn't have to worry about the permit.
Correct. At least not this type permit.
Could I get a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay,
Jimmy's got a problem.
Jimmy's back.
Yes.
Go ahead,
So
sir.
my concern with that is if he goes over that 500, because we are projecting it will, because of the size of his event, we'll have to get sheriff involved to potentially shut it down and then ruin his whole event. So I don't want to do that. It's going to be hard to cap it at 500. That's the whole reason why we talked about it, because his original process was going to be using the whole park. Now he shrunk down to just field A. So I feel this is still going to be an issue. So
Again, that's the reason why he's gonna have to get security. And the security could be the police, could be sheriff's department, could be private security, whichever it is, that says this is the parameter. Anything goes over that, can't come in.
Right. And they can just keep riding and enjoying our beautiful town and keep moving on until there's enough room for them to be a part of the event. I don't know how else you could do this. You can't, this item for us is based on the application.
I understand.
And please, Jimmy, not to dictate your schedule, but you'll probably want to be on hand that weekend.
Oh, I'm pretty much on hand on every event.
I know. I see you all the time. You're right there in the weeds with everybody else.
Jimmy, could you stay for a second? I have a question for you.
Is it for this item?
Yes, for this item. As far as him going over, the fence is an issue because he wants to charge.
Not anymore.
Well, no, but if this gets approved. The thing is, okay, so if he puts in for 500 and he has 750 come, that shouldn't be an issue as long as he's not charging, because the reason why he needs a fence is because he's charging. So if it runs over some, then, you shouldn't have to shut it down, because the fence isn't going to be there and the charging isn't going to be there. He just happens to be running over a little bit. We can never be totally precise with that. Maybe he would like to employ security so that he could have over the 500 if it happens to go that way. And he could do it with the sheriff or with security. And that would take away from how many people he could have or couldn't have based on the fact he doesn't need the fence, and since he's going to have vendors, he wouldn't have to charge for the price of getting in. So
The fence was just for him to, since he was charging, our recommendation was, hey, if you're going to charge to help you with your profit in charging, there's always a fence. A couple years ago, Balloon Fest wanted to do that decision. They opted out because it was too expensive. So instead of charging, they opted out not to. So that's the whole thing where the fence came from. So as far as the 500, if we put down 500 and then we notify the sheriff and fire department, say only 500 is their max, and they have an incident, and all of a sudden we're hitting 1,000, sheriff is not aware of all the additional 500 that came across. Same thing with parking. We only anticipate 500. Same thing with dumpsters, porta potties. We're only anticipating 5. Our restrooms overflow because there's too many people. There's a lot of preparation that goes into 500, and let alone now you're going to add additional 500 that didn't anticipate we anticipated coming, and we're going to have huge, bigger problems.
Okay, so he could plan on having 1,000, and as long as he's not charging or he's not putting the fence up, he could change that to 1,000. He wouldn't be limited to 500. He should come back with his choice
No, that's,
what he really wants.
Now he has to come back with a different permit then.
yeah, that's when we go back to
Yeah,
the
but
outdoor festival permit.
That's okay, yeah. I'm not saying he shouldn't have the permit. I'm just saying that he thinks he's limited to 500, or he wants to be limited to 500. What if he wanted to have 1,000? What happens then? What's the process he has to follow if he decides he wants to have 1,000 so he can actually afford to pay for extra security?
He would come here to get the outdoor festival permit.
Okay.
And then he would, then we request that, hey, you would need some kind of security on staff.
Yeah.
So to monitor the area.
Yes.
Just like we do for Fall Fest or any other bigger events.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's the only requirements, he'd have to have security.
well, security, dumpsters,
Fire.
porta potties, night security, electrician on hand because he's providing a generator for vendors. I mean, it all depends because he's got a stage and entertainment, so he's going to need to provide a generator. I mean, we can't provide power up his whole stage, so there's a lot of little stuff that comes into play when you start hitting these numbers.
That's why he needs to put a little board together, and they could, come up with a better plan. So if he wants to do less than 500, otherwise he could put a board together, he could hire security, and he's good to go, right?
Can with other
fence,
what
no
other
fence.
things involved as well.
No fence and no fees is all, in order to get more people. Because I don't, 500 people are not that many when it comes to events. We've had lots of people show up for events, and there's so many bikers just in this town, let alone the state, that just don't think that that 500 is going to be enough. And it's going to be good weather if he could pull this off in 2 months. But he might have a vendor issue. I don't know. I think he needs to get together with a few people, and maybe you could even help him, Jimmy. Maybe that's what he needs. He needs to sit down with you and the parks, staff.
We have several times.
Oh,
So
okay.
this is the second time we've done this already.
Okay, because he doesn't feel that he's getting help from you guys. So
No.
anyway,
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Jimmy.
Had to clear
Appreciate
that
the info. Mr. Baker, please.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, Sam, I'm sorry.
I have Courtney Kenny on the line that wanted to address a few things about the application as well. She's Town of Pahrump staff.
Okay, thank you. This is not under public comment. Public comment has been closed. She's under staff comments. Go ahead, Courtney Kenny, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Hi, Courtney Kenny, Kenney for the record, Secretary for Building and Grounds. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things just so you guys are made aware that I myself have been working with Mr. Baker since before October of last year for this specific event. I just want you guys to know that we have worked tirelessly with him. I do personally think it's a great idea for an event, although he unfortunately doesn't have many people helping him. There have been numerous times where town staff has requested certain things from Mr. Baker, whether it be updated forms reflecting correct information that he's telling us or updated maps, and it's been weeks that have gone by where we don't have that information from him, or he comes back to talk to us and doesn't have that information. So we have worked, like I said, tirelessly with Mr. Baker. Originally, it was the direction of town staff to Mr. Baker when he told us that he was only going to have 500 people, but wanted to request the whole entire park. When applicants do that, we do, request that they go through with this type of permit only because the amount of capacity that the park can hold when you're requesting all of the fields, the arena. I know that's changed since then, but I just want you guys to understand why that direction was made and why we told him to go forward with the outdoor festival permit. That's when the fencing also came up as well. If you don't have temporary fencing, there's so many open access areas to Petrick Park where he wouldn't be able to control and say that it's, under 1,000 people. If he doesn't have a permit approved from you guys and he goes over 1,000 people without being able to, secure that doesn't happen, there is the fact that could be a misdemeanor. Without that permit. So it was just very much expressed to him that we recommended he get this outdoor festival permit for the idea that he has in mind for this event. I also would like to stress to you guys what is on his list of events that he provided in backup. It is a public park. I do worry about family-friendly events happening. When he first presented the list of events to myself and Jimmy, there were burnouts on that list. We asked that he remove that because we're not going to allow burnouts that's going to damage our fields. I just want to make sure that all of that was expressed to you guys, and if there's any questions off of what I just said, feel free to ask, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenny. Appreciate that. Okay, so Mr. Baker, what we have as a motion, and 2 seconds actually on the floor at this time, is to disapprove. Can you hear me okay? I'm trying to speak as loud as possible. Can you hear me okay?
Sure.
No, you're good. You're good now.
It's on?
Yes, it's
Okay. Can
Okay,
you hear
all right,
me
now it's
okay,
on.
Mr.
Okay,
Baker?
the problem is that
Okay. Can you get him a new box?
I think the problem is here that there's, I don't understand, if you don't have to have a permit for less than 1,000 people, and I put it in for 500, saying, oh, give it a little room, okay, that should have taken care of the problem. The only thing that wound up was 2 things. Number one, the fencing, temporary fencing, as Jimmy told you, $32,000, okay, that's not something I can bear. Okay, I can't do that. But on the other hand, there was another condition that that we did get approved for, and that was overnight camping on the premises. That basically means that we can bring the bikers in here and they have a place to stay right on the premises. So if it gets down to numbers again, it's still a question of whether it's less than 1,000 and we can only take reservations for so many people. That's what we have to do. But the fact of the matter is we've tried diligently to get this done, and this started over a year ago, and it's time to put it to bed one way or the other.
Mr. Baker, can you let the chair speak? Mr. Baker, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, can you let the chair speak, please?
Can you hear me okay?
Please say it again.
Can you hear me okay? No. Do we have another box for him? It's coming, thank you.
Yeah. So that's there's been a lot of confusion, but I think it's due to I did it right the first time, but that wasn't good enough.
Okay, Mr. Baker, we're bringing another box for you so you can hear. Okay, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. Okay, we're going to come back and we'll finish this. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. That's okay. Okay, I'm going to reopen the BOCC meeting at this time. Mr. Baker, please. Oh, Commissioner Cox is not back. Okay. Mr. Baker, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can.
You have a new battery and.
I got a new unit.
New unit, thank you. Janie, excuse me, could you see if Commissioner Cox is in the lobby, please? Okay. No? We're just waiting on Commissioner Cox, Mr. Baker.
Okay.
Okay, just one moment. Here she comes now. Okay, so before we recessed, we had to get you a new battery and earpiece, and appreciate your patience. So we have a motion on the floor and 2 seconds to not approve the 1,500 attendee application.
Yes, sir.
Original, but we had to go through it through the public hearing because it's continued from the last meeting. And so it has nothing to do with your new application of 500 people, 50 vendors, no admission charge, no fence, okay? You will still be required and asked respectfully, no excuses, to go and see the sheriff, EMS, the fire chief, anybody involved that's going to help you make this event a success.
Okay.
Now, Miss Kenny was on the phone, and she asked that certain things were removed from your itinerary, because we asked you last meeting to put an itinerary together. And you did. I have a problem, sir. I have a problem. Major problem. Because every meeting I end with, protect your family and your friends and your children and your grandchildren. And here we are promoting a family-friendly event, and you're going to bring in a stripper pole in a public park?
Well, I'm not doing it.
You're not going to dance.
The vendor's doing it.
Yeah. I have a problem with that, sir.
Okay, but that's okay. I don't have any problem with taking it
You're
out.
inviting children and families to come to this event.
Okay, I can take that out. Nothing is written in blood.
Okay. Well, I wanted to bring that to your attention and everybody else's attention because I just got that information.
Okay, well,
Besides the burnouts, and we appreciate, they work very hard to keep that park vibrant.
yes. Okay, well, that's why I submitted the application so that it could be edited or changed.
Hey, I strongly suggest that to be removed. Before I call for the vote, Jimmy, did you have something else that you wanted to add and share?
Yes, so what are the concerns about the fireworks, skydiving? I mean, that's all a huge issue. Fireworks will need a permit to be shot off if he's doing it in public.
Separate permit, separate, I understand, but I was very clear that he needs to meet with the sheriff, with the fire chief, with EMS, okay, everybody that's going to be involved with this event.
Okay.
Can we do overnight camping? I know it doesn't have, okay, sorry, it's not an agenda item, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Yeah, the answer to that is yes, and I got that straight from Jimmy and Courtney. Okay, and with the permit, With an overnight
We
permit,
can't
you
talk
can't
about
allow
it. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Baker, I'm going to call for the vote at this time, and you understand what the vote is.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and two seconds on the floor, not
Carboni, aye.
approving the original application.
Carboni, aye.
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 DeBoer's aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Baker, for your patience, and good luck with your event, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 8, please, manager.
For possible action, public hearing on results of Public Works identification and determination of improved roads and streets maintained by Nye County as of December 31st, 2022, for the purposes of compliance with NRS 365.5508 regarding proceeds of tax levied pursuant to NRS 365.180 and other matters properly related thereto.
Hello, Tyler Mulvey with Public Works, MUL, V as in Victor, EY. In front of you is the certification of public road mileage and fuel tax mileage that's sent to the state every year. Currently, it is updated with these new numbers. Total public road mileage, 9,023.97. Last year, it was 8,368. With an increase of almost 698 miles. Total motor fuel tax mileage is 3,005.73. Last year was 2,883.52, with an increase of 122.21 miles. That's pretty much it. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, Chair. What? Why is this before us again? I wrote all this down. We did this at the last meeting. I'm so confused.
That was to set a date, time, and hearing. This is the
Public hearing.
That was.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Public.
Any commissioners have anything to say on this? No? Okay. Mr. Mulvey, if you don't mind, just don't go too far away. I'm going to open it up to public comment at this time. Any public comment in regards to the roads report, the mileage report? Anybody on the phone, please, Sam, for public comment?
No, Chair.
No. And hearing and seeing none in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Make a motion
Yes, Chair. I mean,
through the
Former
chair.
chair.
Through the chair. Make a motion to accept.
Second.
okay, I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Carboni, aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Mulvey. Number 9, please.
Item 9, for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to adopt, amend, and adopt or reject Nye County Bill Number 2022-12, a bill proposing to amend Nye County Code Title 17, Comprehensive Land Use Planning and Zoning by amending Chapter 17.04 entitled Pahrump Regional Planning District relating to Section 17.04.805, mobile food vending and providing for the severability, constitutionality, and effective date thereof, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Director Wagner.
Yes, Director Wagner, Waggoner. Just to kind of refresh your memory, we had this before the board back in our early part of January. There was the desire at that point to continue it to this date specifically, to allow us to do some outreach to all of the mobile food vendors, or I'll restate, licensed mobile food vendors that are licensed with the town. We did do that. We had sent a draft of the proposed changes out on January 10th and asked that they return any comments by January 31st. We did receive one from one vendor, and they had no issues with anything. Again, all this is doing is bringing our code into conformance with NRS, the same guidelines that they have to abide by for their health certificate that they receive from the state to operate. So that's, I'm assuming, why nobody really had any issue, is because that's what they're required to do already. So we're just bringing our code up to date.
Okay, thank you, Director. Commissioners, anybody?
Can I ask one more question? All right, so if we go to page 9, we go to the item 5, and it says that no one can remain for more than 4 hours. And then it also states that if restrooms are not available, that they cannot only stay there at that location for 1 hour. I'm unsure why that is a necessity on the restrooms, because, I don't know, I kind of like stopping and picking up food from the vendor, and I don't plan on using a restroom while I'm stopping for food for a vendor, so I don't know that that's necessary. Is there somewhere else in the code that it dictates that, or what's driving that, please?
State law.
State law.
Yes, ma'am.
Dang it.
So idea behind that is, if you have your food truck parked at Smith's, for instance, there are restrooms available in Smith's, so you're allowed to stay up to 5 hours. If you're parked at the corner of Homestead and Game Bird, where we have issue with a lot, because they're in right of way, there is no restrooms. So that's kind of what that's designed for.
Okay, so if my favorite food vendor that parks exactly where you say can get a permission from, let's say, Circle K, and that has a restaurant on the opposite corner, that's a viable option.
I believe only if they would be on that property, because I
That's what
don't
I'm
think
saying.
anybody would condone people crossing the street.
Oh, no, I mean, on their property, of course, I mean,
Right.
if they got their permission.
Yes. As long
that
as there's
4 hour?
restrooms available at that location, then that would suffice.
And that 4-hour limitation still is in effect.
State law.
State law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Director, Commissioner Strickland brought up, and we'll stay on that page for a moment, okay? Because
Which page was that again? I'm sorry.
page 9 at the top,
Okay.
under number 5, in regards to the 4 hours and restrooms not available, it's highlighted in blue. And going to the original, where you say it's state law, and we understand that. None of us want to violate. We want to comply with state law, but if we go to the original, page 4 at the top, nothing's changed. The verbiage is exactly the same. Under F, and there's a second number 1 that refers to restrooms. So the verbiage is exactly the same. I'm not sure what happened there. And there's
Is it
also-
because
Hold on a second.
one is the original, like you said?
Yes,
Yeah, one's a clean copy,
yes,
which doesn't show the changes, and
Yes.
the other shows the changes.
Yes.
okay.
I'm not, I'm
So-
still trying to
So the
find
way
it.
I was reading this was that this was changed to the highlighted in blue.
You're right.
That is the proposed change, that is correct.
But you proposed with an original, is what the chair is saying. Your original
So-
has
The
the
original
same.
already has this verbiage, complying with state law.
I'm confused now.
So was I.
Okay,
Which,
Director
which
Radner,
page
you
again,
get
sorry? Which page are you, I know page 9, where it
Page 9.
shows it in blue.
4.
And then go
Page
to
4.
at the top.
Okay,
Drop down to letter F,
okay.
skip the first number 1, and go to the second number 1 that's listed.
Under number 5.
Correct.
5, yeah.
Okay, okay.
They're the same. It's already there, is
It's
his
exactly
point.
the same.
It's like we really don't have a copy of the original ordinance. We
Yeah,
have,
I don't know what happened there.
No.
Just because, yeah.
And
we
and it's
always-
okay, because there's the 100-foot rule from the school, and it's exactly the same question that I would have. It's the same verbiage, we understand 100-foot rule from a school, from a church, et cetera. It's the same verbiage.
Gotcha.
Nothing changed, again, so I was confused as to why this was coming back before us, where we are already complying with state law.
Well, we're not in its entirety. Well, no, so, no, again, this is, what this is this is a clean copy. It does not show the track changes. The page 9 is the track changes copy.
This is,
We always present these this way to you,
this is
one
the
showing,
updated
yeah,
copy
Okay.
to the blue lines.
yeah.
It's
This
not,
is
No, I
not
was on the same
changes in
page
it.
as-
This
Not
would
the
be the one that
old-
would get
the
signed.
old.
it's not the old one.
Okay.
Okay,
This is the one the chair would sign, the clean copy.
well, the former chair will have to sign.
That's what it says.
That's what it reads.
Wow.
It's okay.
That's what you get for moving this on the, first meeting of the year. You weren't chair yet. He was.
That was on purpose, by the way.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Cox, did you have anything?
Yeah, and I'm back on number 5 because I have, on my notes, I have the same issues that Deborah had. Does the NRS, I mean, you're saying this is the NRS, but you're not citing any of it on here so we can actually read the NRS. And we don't even have it so that we could read it ahead of time because we don't know which NRS you're referring to. But it says a mobile unit must not operate from a specific fixed location for more than 4 hours unless approved by the town of Pahrump or Nye County. So we can actually extend that 4 hours. Yeah. So, and I think 4 hours is an awful short time because these people are going out there and they're going through all the trouble of setting up, which is not easy to set up because they have all this food and everything they deal with. Probably takes them an hour or so just to set up, and the same thing to break down. Why are we even putting time limits on them? Why can't they work 6 hours? I mean, it used to be 12 hours. You scratched out 12 hours in a 24-hour period. And they may not be complaining because they may feel they don't have a right to complain because it's that we're just going to tell them, no, this is the way it's going to be, because I know how it is to be on the other end of somebody when they're trying to push a law through. So I don't agree with the 4 hours. I would like to see it either stay the way it was or maybe make it 8 hours. Because they're not really competing with anybody if they're out in the middle of nowhere and they're serving people that are working on a construction job or something that just can't have the time to run way into town because you could be 10 miles away from something around here just trying to get lunch. And then it says it's okay to, you don't have to follow this if you're having special events. Why do special events get something special that the normal, average, everyday person that's trying to make a living is not privy to, which almost reeks of discrimination. And that's number 5. So I would like to see us agree on maybe adding more hours to that. And then the other one is number 1, if the restrooms are not available to food employees, a mobile food vendor's unit may not remain parked longer than 1 hour. And it says to the employees, it doesn't say like to you or, me as a customer that you have to furnish us restrooms. So I don't think that should even be in there, period, because the person that's running the thing can say, hey, watch this for me. I'm going to go home and use the restroom, or I'm going to, wherever they want to go to use a restroom. What business is that of ours to tell them that they have to move everything because they don't have a restroom available within their little thing that maybe they're not allowed to have, because that could be an health issue to have a bathroom in with a kitchen. So,
May I?
yes, you may.
Okay.
But I wanted to explain to you first where I'm coming from on this.
Understood.
Doesn't make
The reason that verbiage was changed was for situations like a balloon festival, a harvest festival. We do vendor permits, and even the state recognizes that at a special event, like an organized event like that, where somebody's going to set up for 2 days, 3 days, whatever the case may be. That's why that verbiage was changed, because that concern was brought up. If you're not part of a special event, which I even believe we define special event somewhere, then you have to abide by this. And the only other thing is, I personally have to abide by state law. That I guess is up to you guys if you don't want to, but my task and my position is to bring things forward to bring us into compliance with law. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. So since you feel you have to do state law, but then you work under us, and we need to help the people, because that's what this is all about. Without the people, we wouldn't even be here. And they're the ones trying to put on the events, or they're the ones that are trying to make a living doing this, and they're the ones that are trying to provide to the communities. so when it comes right down to it, I believe we should be able to override the NRS in these cases because they're actually suggestions, they're not really laws. They're something that.
There actually are laws.
Statutes that well, you have to read the definition.
Well, I mean, I believe you took an oath yourself to follow and uphold laws and codes.
Yes,
So,
but the NRS is only statutes. They're a guideline. If you really if you want to get really deep and technical, they're not laws.
and let the sheriff know I'm going to be doing 100 miles an hour everywhere I go from now on. Leave me alone.
And then you can go to the judge and argue it with them. But that doesn't mean they can't give you a ticket. That just means that law may not be enforceable because they're writing on a statute, and most people don't want anybody to know that. So,
It's up to you guys. I'm just doing
that's
my
what it
job
says.
presenting this. So
It says unless approved by the town of Pahrump or Nye County, this does not apply to special events. So I would like to see. I just don't see any sense in putting these kind of obligations onto somebody that's a good, honest person living here trying to get along with all of us. We're in the middle. We've got to do what's right for both sides. We can't, there's no sense in us being here if you're just going to come and make all the laws and then we have to abide by what you say.
I'm
You know,
quite
we're on
powerful
this
if I
side,
make
and
all the
we're
laws.
here for a reason, so we're here for a reason. So that way, you don't have to suffer the consequences. You followed your laws, and if we change them, then we change them, and they can come to us and complain.
So-
But I think those two things are very wrong for the public.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boskovich, I know you've been. Oh, I thought you.
You better have something.
Anything else?
No, the
okay.
NRS is, on page 8 is quoted, and then we follow through with all this on the bottom, so,
Commissioner
sorry.
Caponi?
I know he probably doesn't want me to call upon him, but I'm going to. Mr. DA?
Oh, I thought you were gonna call the sheriff to make it easy because he's already told us he's gonna drive 100 miles an hour.
I think it's a good idea for
Just
him to
take
drive
him
100
now.
miles an hour, but Mr. DA, you drive 100 miles an hour anyway. Can you give us some help here in regards to the comments I'm hearing from Commissioner Cox?
I would strongly recommend that you do so at your peril. Statute specifically say if you violate a statute is a criminal violation. You may very well be prosecuted for violating a statute. So I strongly recommend you not take that position.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. DA.
So then why does this leave us open to say it's up to the town or the county to do? And, you know, I'm just not going to support it the way it is. I will support it if you remove those two items. There's nothing there. If you remove them, there's nothing there. You're not breaking a law because they're not there. So, do we need?
Are you saying to remove all of it, what was written there before,
There's a
like the
number
12 hours and the 24 hours? I'm trying to find out what you're getting
Okay,
at.
number 5.
What
Is
page,
there a
please,
reason-
Commissioner
I'm sorry.
Cox?
Is there a reason it's 4 hours?
it's state law.
But where's the state law?
It's
Did I miss-
referenced.
57, is it 576?
446.866. That's what I.
Okay, and I'm not seeing that, so what page?
It's on page
Page 8.
8, just
Page-
before.
Just before it.
So, cottage food operation.
Well, I don't think I have a
quoted there.
page 8.
Well, that's part of it.
I don't
Other
have a
pieces.
page 8. Why do I not have a page 8?
I don't know.
Right here.
That's how we get to 9. We have to have an 8.
Yeah,
Oh, I know why it's
but I'm on the
missing.
computer.
It's missing because 7, 8, 9.
I don't know.
Okay.
I told you we were family friendly, everybody, okay?
And that's what we're going by.
Okay, so it was not put on mine,
Oh, it's
period,
in the
because
backup?
I'm on the, no, it's not on
It's
my,
not
in my
on there.
backup.
How weird.
No, I only go to page.
Very good.
Well, no wonder you couldn't find it.
Yeah. Understood. So, where's the 4 hours?
Next page.
So I have 7 and 8 now.
Should have 9.
No, I don't have anything past that page 6. So the backup is not fully, yeah.
Well, that's what I got. I got the backup right here.
Yep.
Well, you have, but I don't. But the public wouldn't have either, because if they're reading off of
It
if they're
should be
reading
up-
off of there.
This is exactly what's online.
No. I have page 6, see this? Da-da-da.
Stopping at 6 for her.
And then it goes back? Yeah. Oh, you know what? Mine are numbered on the top and the bottom. I have double set here. I have 2 of them. Okay. But I only have 1 page. Oh, there's number 9. Okay. So anyway, regardless, I do not support hurting these people that are trying to make a decent, lawful living. And, you know, if these things are, these things should not even be allowed in the NRA.
If I may, if you don't mind, Director, and if you don't mind, Commissioner Cox, let me, as you're reviewing, let me open this up to public comment, and we'll come back to you, if you don't mind. Do we have any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm looking, I'm listening to my Commissioner, Donna Cox, and I remember the previous meetings. We're going back a few years when these changes started coming up. And I'm reminded that, for example, speed limits. There are NRS statutes that dictate speed limits, but in Nye County, they are only enforceable on state roads and county roads. And I say that because these types of issues with our county vendors and town vendors seem to be not within that realm of just black and white NRS statutes. Everybody has a perspective of regulations. And in my opinion, the perspective is what the disagreement is. I agree that the vendors that are local, that make their living, should have some leniency. But I'm also reminded that on a lot of the special events, we now have more vendors from out of county than we do that are in county because of the expense of the permits and the licensing. So I think we should be, in my opinion, more lenient to local vendors and let them make a decent living, make a decent wage to feed their families. But that's my opinion. And so I think they should follow Donna Cox's advice, no disrespect to the DA, but that's my perspective of how we look at NRS statutes and regulations of Nye County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Okay. Anybody here in Pahrump? Please, ma'am. Ms. Clark? Is that right? Push the, yes.
There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Linda Clark, CLARK. I haven't been here for a while, I'm sorry. I know you all miss me. Only quick question. I don't have a problem with these vendors. Some of them have great food. As far as the hours, they may run out of food before the end of the 12 hours, Donna. But, and then as far as going to the bathroom, not everybody is going to allow all these people come tromping into their bathrooms at the local gas station. Some of them have locked up bathrooms. You can't even get in there as a customer unless you're a customer. So I don't know how that works for these vendors. The guy that sits over at Smith, you know, he can get to the bathroom at any of those little places over. No one's probably going to stop him. The guy down Miguel, down on Grainbird, I don't know what he does. I guess he uses the local bush behind his truck. I don't know. But there's no bathrooms there, and he doesn't come knock on my door. So there may be some time constrictions for trying to get to a bathroom, but I think there's more constrictions on do they have enough food to provide for the site that they're at. It's a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump.
Hello, Sean Holmes, Holmes. I just wanted to weigh in a little bit on this. As the owner of 2 restaurants, I think you may want to consider, and again, my wife's favorite food truck is, I think, also your favorite food truck. So I understand how important it is, but there is a lot of health code that I don't think anybody's taking consideration here. How long they can store the food, they have limited space. Do they have freezer space? Can they keep the food cold for the entire 12 hours? If they get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, if they all I'm going to say is you may want to refer to some of the health code specialists, managers. I don't know if we have anybody in the county level, but at the state level, because I think a lot of these laws were written based out of information provided by the health department, not by inconvenience or zoning issues per se. And there should be some limit, because why do I then spend the money building an entire restaurant out if I can just buy a trailer and stick it on the corner of my property and run a restaurant out of it? So there is a balance there. And again, I love a lot of these same trucks, so I'm not asking that they go away, but there is some health code issues you may want to dig into a little bit before you arbitrarily assume it's based on anything other than that.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Is there anybody else on the phone? Please, Sam.
No, Chair.
No? Okay, seeing and hearing no other public comment here in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. Public comment is closed. You'll have to speak as the director, please.
Okay.
I
Back
did
on
notice
duty.
something here, if I may. It says operation, so not operate. So the tear down and set up portion that was brought up would be outside of the operating time. So if you say they can operate for 4 hours, they could set up for 2 hours and tear down for 2 hours, but the operation is the 4 hours.
Right.
And that's specifically stated. I do like that better. Thank you.
And the only other thing I wanted to point out, again, the restroom discussion is for the employees.
I know, I didn't
It has nothing
understand
to
that
do
the
with the
first
public
time.
folks. So, I mean, that's a health and health and safety concern for employees to have a restroom available. So,
But then why should they have to shut down their unit and drag it off because they need to go to the restroom somewhere? That doesn't make sense. And as far as the other health issues go, that's why we have a health officer to take care of those issues. It's not up to us to dictate health. If there's an issue or somebody thinks, then the health district should be coming around checking their food on a regular basis. And if they do that, then that's not our worry. Our worry is the guy going to be able to survive and make a living where he's needed? And there is a need for those kind of people.
the only other reminder I'd like to give, if you'd give me one more second,
Go ahead.
is we reached out to all the people that operate these food trucks.
Yes.
And they had no comment because, again, they already are used, I mean, this is nothing new to them.
Yes, and I'd also like to remind my fellow commissioners and the people, the good people listening as well, is that we are obligated to ensure, if we're approving this, and this is under our purview, we are, and it is under our jurisdiction, to ensure that there's proper food handling. Okay, so if they're going out behind the bush and they're coming back in and there's no restroom, we have to make sure that they're doing the right thing because they're handling food and they're passing that food on to us as the consumer. And so if they have to shut down and they have to move because they don't have the proper sink and equipment and enough water, they run out, they have to go to the restroom and wash and clean just like everybody else. As we see the signs when we go to the restroom, please wash your hands before exiting, right? State law, right? So, just as another reminder. Did you have anything else, Director?
I do not, just unless there's other questions.
Okay, well, I don't have any other questions. Commissioners, if you don't have any other questions, I will need a motion, please.
Well, before we get a motion, I do want to make it clear that we are, as far as the county is concerned, kind of obsolete when it comes to doing certain laws when the state law kind of just dictates what we got to go do. It's unfortunate that we have that situation, but again, as the DA said, I'm not too sure I want to get into this situation where I want to go to court and then maybe lose, and it hurts the rest of the community. I don't want that to happen either. Because anything we do costs the community money, because we actually are the ones that, they have to pay for whatever we screw up on. So with that, and again, as regards to the temperature of food and so on and so forth, it's not only with these trucks, it's the same thing in any restaurant, as the gentleman pointed out. You still have to maintain certain controls over the foods that are in your vehicle. And at one time I wanted to put some type of a food court, mobile food court together. And that was back in 2015. I got told to go, down the street. Somebody wanted to do it. I think it might be time to kind of bring that back again, where we can bring all the mobile food trucks into a area where they can do their thing for a certain amount of time, a couple of times a month, and then go from there. But it would be nice to do something like that.
Well, this still says a mobile unit must not operate from a specific fixed location for more than 4 hours unless approved by the town of Pahrump or Nye County. Why was that even put in there? Why, if we can't use this, and it's supposedly not in the NRS 446, or it is in the NRS 446, I don't know. Why was it even put in there? I mean, that's our guideline from your department to help us make a decision, and now you're telling us, well, it's there, but it's not there. I mean,
No, I'm not. That's your interpretation. That language was put that way for events such as the Harvest Fest, the Balloon Fest, the event that Mr. Baker was promoting. Obviously, a 4-hour time limitation in one fixed location would not work in that scenario. So that is why it's saying with county approval, because they would have to get a vendor permit from the town to be able to participate in that event, to do their business in town. And the same with the state. The state also allows for those type of events. They're not going to make people set up and pack up, 4 hours into an event each day or 1 hour or whatever. I mean, when there's special provisions, like, for instance, the park has restrooms, has places to wash your hand, has, power available for them, to operate their trucks off of. It's a completely different scenario than parked out in the middle of the parking lot at the Nugget or at, Smith's or.
I guess if there was a comma there, so you take the breath, say unless, and then go into what it's saying. I mean, how she's reading is that not reading all the way through, just saying unless it's approved by us. In this case here, it's for that permit situation only.
well, if you're sitting out in the middle of the Nugget, or you're sitting out in the middle of Smith's, there are restrooms available. And they're available to the public. They're not locking anybody out. And they're not asking you if you came from the food truck or if you came to buy groceries or whatever. So I just don't think that somebody's going to come after us because we decide we'd rather let them have 6 or 8 hours to do their job than to have 4 hours. Because you're cutting these people really short. They're going to be like an hour setting up, an hour putting down. They're going to have 2 hours. There's no sense in them being in business. They can't afford to even take care of the truck.
They're going to run the risk of losing their license or getting penalized by the state. They're the ones that license them as well to even operate. And these guidelines are their guidelines.
And usually what they're sitting there for is either lunch or a breakfast or some kind of a late afternoon meal. It's not somewhere where they're sitting there all day where they're providing food for everybody all day for those particular sessions.
I see them in Las Vegas. They sit there all day. They're all along the roads now, down 160, and they sit there all day. I went into town, done things, come out 6 hours
You know what
later,
they're doing?
And they're still there, and it's dark, and they've got lights going.
It's just like this does read not operate. So the 4 hours that's stated in this, you could take time to set up and tear down, and the operation time is 4 hours. So that's good, is that it's not, you can't be parked there, you can't operate. So it does allow for solid 4 hours. I just thought you'd want to know, and the way I read it.
And at the end of the day, if we go against the 4-hour rule, we're going against the
State.
NRS, is that correct?
I'll answer for the DA, yes.
The answer is yes.
He's playing solitaire.
If we go against the 4-hour, then we're going against NRS.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking for a motion, please. Thank you, Director.
Let me just maybe add to that. I have to enforce the NRSs. So, that is something I'm obligated to do.
Well, there is that.
So we should vote against it? Is that what you're telling us? I'm just kidding.
So in the interest of freedom, we should vote against it. I just about had it.
Is that your motion?
Can we become a state, all of our own?
Looking for a motion,
My
please,
county freedom
Commissioners.
has to be a state.
Oh, you want me to do it? Okay, I motion to approve Bill and adopt Bill 2022-12. Is that the one I'm on?
Second?
As written?
As written.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Did you want a comma added?
I would like to put that comma in there because that kind of gives you the pause and it allows you to run right into what we're really trying to get across. So you can't just read it as that one particular thing.
Can I speak to the director on this for a minute? I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner, go ahead.
Okay, so your department's going to be the one enforcing all this?
Code and compliance, yes.
Yes. So
As well as the state, obviously.
If this is as Deborah explained it, if they're sitting out there for 6 hours because they're spending an hour to set up and an hour to tear down, does that mean they're still entitled to their 4 hours? So if they're out there for 6 hours, they're not going to get a fine?
Correct.
Or 7 hours or 8 hours?
Correct. Yeah.
So
I also doubt anybody would sit there with a stopwatch, honestly.
Unless you guys will give me about 12 code compliance
That
officers.
was the reason why I explained it.
Sure.
For the times that they do meal services, then they shut down and wait for that next time.
So if we do this, we'll see how it goes. And if it doesn't go well for those people that are trying to do a business and serve food and make a decent, honorable living in this area, then we're going to have to go somewhere else and start paying more attention to the laws that are being passed up north. Because they're killing us down here.
Yes, and don't beat up the messenger.
Right.
Does Commissioner have to amend?
Chair,
Okay.
we have a question over here.
Does Commissioner Carboni have to amend because we had changed comma?
Oh, I added it.
He added it at the time. You actually need to amend your second.
I will amend my second.
Thank you.
To follow along.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor and a second, both amended. I'd like to call for the vote at this time, please.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Carboni is aye.
And I vote aye under protest.
Yes.
Aye.
I love it.
As number 9 does pass 5-0. At this time, I'd like to call Sheriff McGill down, please, and let's go with number 13, please. And I will turn the meeting over to the chair of the Liquor Licensing Board, Sheriff McGill.
Item 13, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve a gaming license for Best Bet Products, Inc. for a gaming slot route located at Coyote Corner, 4960 East Mans, Pahrump, Nevada. Sean Holmes and Louis Sposato applicants.
So this, this is a application to allow for a gaming license simply for the operation, maintenance, and servicing of slot machines operating at the New Coyote Corner at Mansand Clubhouse. Manson Clubhouse.
That is correct.
Mr. Holmes.
Oh, my name's Sean Holmes, Holmes. I'm the owner and president of Best Bet Products, and we will be operating the slot machines in that store with your guys' blessing.
And so, Commission, is there any questions?
Mr. Holmes has been operating. We see no problem with anything that he's been doing.
Years.
Totally in compliance. Sheriff?
And
Public comment?
public comment? Anybody on the phone?
No, Chair.
Any public comment in Pahrump? And so call for a vote?
So let's,
For a motion?
Motion to approve gaming license for Best Bet Products, Inc.
second, as written. And we did close public comment. Just,
Close public comment.
we're good.
First and a second, and call for a vote.
Aye.
Or is aye?
Carboni's aye.
Aye. And McGill's aye. Motion passes.
While I have the microphone, can I have one quick question?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be traveling back east for my kid's bone marrow transplant, and I believe I'm on the April 4th agenda. Can I get with staff on the process to call in for the next meeting, or do I maybe have a waive my presence?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck with the transplant.
Yes.
Yes.
And item 14,
Item 14, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve a retail liquor license business name change from the Bearded Lady Saloon LLC, DBA The Bearded Lady, to The Lady LLC, DBA The Lady World Famous Watering Hole, located at 1330 5th Street, Suite B, Pahrump, Nevada. Kelly Sater, owner applicant.
and the long and short of this is that this is simply a name change. It's not a operational change of any kind.
Correct.
Ms. Sater?
Kelly Sater, S-A-T-E-R. Yes, that's correct. Just changing the name and rebranding the business, but it's all the same, everything else.
Any questions from commission?
Sini, we go for public comment?
Any public comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
Anything in Pahrump?
Tonopah?
Tonopah?
Not seeing any. We'll close public comment.
Close public comment.
Here, I'd like to make a motion to approve as written.
Second.
And first and second, we have a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Or is aye?
Aye.
Carboni's aye.
Aye. And passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yes.
25.
Thank you.
He's going
Thank you for
to
joining us.
turn this back over to the Board of County Commissioners. Chair?
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Sheriff, don't go too far, please. Number 25, please.
Item 25, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to, 1, approve, amend, and approve or reject contract number FA 8240-22-PR009 with the United States Department of the Air Force, Directorate of Contracting for the purposes of Nye County providing law enforcement services in the amount of $195,543.59 to the National Test and Training Range, NTTR, Security Forces, 2, execute the contract, and 3, fund to 10340 grants.
Have any
We have Honey Strozzi. Thank you. We have Honey Strozzi up in Tonopah. We have Sheriff McGill here in Pahrump. And both or one of you can start.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this is to approve, amend, and approve, or reject a contract that we have been operating under for several years with the Air Force. The contract provides for a payment from the Air Force to Nye County in the amount of $195,543.59. The purpose of the contract is for us to, for Nye County Sheriff's Department to provide rolling security patrols around the test range and up in Tonopah. And to also provide for law enforcement services for that area. So this is not a expense from the county, it's actually a contract in the benefit of the county from the Air Force.
Yeah, it's in the form of a grant test. If we do public comment, I have a motion, so whenever you're ready.
Okay, Ms. Strozzi, did you have anything to add?
No, that was very well said, and everything has been covered. So if you have any questions from me, I'm here.
Thank you. I will need to open it up to public comment.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Sheriff, for the time being. Do we have any public comment on this? Number 25, please. Here in Pahrump. Anybody on the phone, please, for public comment?
No, Chair.
Thank you. And hearing and seeing none in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment. And I'm looking for a motion, please.
Motion to approve the contract and execute the contract as written. Oh, you want to tell me what fund it is?
Yeah, please.
It's going to be in the fund for the grant fund, which is the 10,340.
Thank you.
Second.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion from the commission? Okay, I'll call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody up?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you, Sheriff. That was on that item, sir. Yes. And don't forget to be waiting for Director Wagner when he gets back on the main road. Thank you, sir. Number 10, please.
Item 10, for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation on ETSU-23-1, an application for a special use permit to allow a cannabis establishment cultivation located at 2600 West Nevada State Highway 372, Pahrump, Nevada, assessor's parcel number 036-46113, Happy Cabbage LLC, John Harp, property owner applicant.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, John Harp, HARP. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we're asking for a special use permit for an entity called Happy Cabbage LLC. It'll be located there on Highway 372, 2600. To kind of give you a perspective where that is, it's out by the bus barn complex. Our due diligence to this point has done the following things. We have met with Lieutenant Williams and the Sheriff's Department, concerned about security, obviously, and making sure that we're in compliance with what the Sheriff is requiring as far as cameras and surveillance and those kind of things. If you also note on our plans, we're actually putting 2 fences around the perimeter, again, for additional security. The other thing we did prior to purchasing the property in August, we reached out to Mr. Arsburn from the planning department to make sure that that property was in compliance before we went forward. Just so you know, this is not a new license for Nye County. What we're doing is we've been in a receivership court for almost 9 months, and we're acquiring the license that was suspended in July of 2019 from Green Crosses of America. And they fell out of violation, and their license was suspended, and it's been suspended up until this point. And we're through the court system and the receivership, and our next project will be to get the transfer of interest from the compliance board. Obviously, the big part for Nye County is going through the special use permit. We've retained Civil Wise as our site development entity. We plan on using Ken Nelson as a general contractor. Anybody that we're going to put on this project will have to be a business from Nye County. That's our commitment to your county, that we're going to make sure that any of the activity and any of the cost of building this complex is going to stay here. I currently reside in Henderson, Nevada, and then spend my summers in Montana. And so we're here to answer any questions. Bill from Civil Wise is here if you've got any technical questions on the site development concept plan or any of those kind of things. And I believe that this property is in District 3, I think Commissioner Cox's area. And I'm here for any questions. And more importantly, I appreciate your time allowing us to present our application.
Thank you, Mr. Harp. Commissioner Cox, it is in your district. If would you like to share anything with us?
Yeah, a couple of things. For one thing, I'd like to share some of the stuff that's been said on social media, Facebook, about us, because this is our job. We've been accused of being druggies, and people are getting sick and tired of these kind of projects being brought in. The latest one was that we must all be sitting up here high on something. I mean, this is ridiculous. We're doing a job that we were elected to do because the people of this state passed the marijuana law that says they have no problem with it. So that puts us in a position where we have to make legal decisions to help people out like yourself that owns property and wants to develop it. That's why we're here. We're not here because we're drug pushers. We're not here because we want to get high on something. And it's really getting to the point, I mean, I believe in freedom of speech, but it's getting to the point this is slander and defamation of our character, and it really needs to stop because it's dividing the community, and it's not fair to anybody. I worked really hard to get elected. They worked really hard to get elected. You could drug test all of us anytime. I'm sure we would all pass. I know I would. And the reason I say this is because apparently everybody acts like they don't know that the people wanted this. The people voted for it. The people voted for you to have a right to have this business. So if you come and you abide by all the laws, and believe me, the laws are strict that apply to this. There's only a certain amount of people that can do this. It's not like everybody and their neighbor can start growing marijuana next door to you unless it's for, I guess, personal use. So I just wanted to make some comments on that because I don't see any reason not to support this, but I do have a question for you as to what you're going to do with the rest of the land that will be vacant, because this is a small portion of it.
Yeah, we located the facility as far away from the road as possible. And if you look at the location, we've identified that. And then there's some roads that come in from the county. So Civil Wise really gave us that idea. Now, as far as the frontage road, and I think there's like 1,300 lineal feet of frontage road on that. At some point, I'm not ready to say it now, but at some point we might be willing to do some further development, and we'd like to have that ability, but that's not what I'm asking for right now. But there's 11.3 acres. We're probably going to be looking at 3 to 4 acres along with the perimeter fence and those kind of things. So there is some other opportunities for commercial development. And I think because of where we're located and we meet all the requirements of schools and churches and distances and all those things, so we're very careful when we looked at that. But we plan on being involved in the community. Okay, my son Chad, would you stand up? Yeah, he'll be my grow master, and Marjorie here will be the president of Happy Cabbage. They've recently bought a home on Corbin Street, so it isn't like we're from Henderson coming in. We're going to make a commitment to this valley and this community. Last September, we came up and our nonprofit foundation that deals with children at risk and homeless, we brought our our facility up to your fall festival, and had a booth there and met the past sheriff and gave a contribution for your injured police officers fund of $1,000 just to show some good faith. So, you know, we're going to be very active in the community, and we want to be good partners.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harp. Anything else, Commissioner?
Yeah, I had another question, and it went, maybe it'll come to me
We'll
when
come back
somebody
to
else
you.
speaks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boskovich, do you have anything, sir?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Do you own these cultivation facilities in Las Vegas?
No.
You have no other marijuana?
Nope.
Cannabis?
Nope.
So I've heard several comments from public regarding this, and they're definitely not supportive. They feel like we don't need any more pot shops here in Nye County.
Right.
And I will point out also that the tax that Nye County charges is less than they charge in Clark County, which is definitely a draw for facilities to be here rather than there. I'm also concerned with wellhead protection. Potential, I don't know where this water's going down into the soil. I don't know what that's doing, if anything, maybe nothing. But, yeah, those are my concerns at this point.
Let me give you some, maybe some comfort. I think I need to say this again, that the Green Cross of America license was in Nye County. So we're not adding to what you already had, okay? That's the first point. And as far as what we're going to do with the drainage and the water and all those things, I know Civil Wise is going to present how we're going to manage that water, and it'll meet your code. And in fact, there's been some great improvements, technical improvements, on how to manage that, and we plan to do that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We get a lot of complaints from smell and different things from different facilities as well. So, yeah.
So if you look at that location, there's nobody out there if you could smell it. And more importantly, we're going to have filters, state of the art. What we're doing here is we're building something for this specific reason. What a lot of these facilities that you're talking about were existing buildings that they converted to what we're doing. That's not what we're doing here. This will be the state of the art.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Strickland? No? Commissioner Carboni, please.
To your comment about old buildings being just renovated, no, there's several of them are brand-new buildings. You know, one of them is actually a concrete, stand-up concrete building. So to get to the comment of smell,
right.
Regardless of where you're located at,
right.
We don't want smell.
Got it.
Because it travels, okay? It just travels. And everybody has what they call state-of-art, filter systems. We just want to make sure whatever you do put in meets the requirements that you're going to be asked for, because you have a security plan that you got to put together. There's a lot of things that you have to actually put into this.
Yes.
My biggest concern with this piece of property that you're talking about is not in any utility district. So your water is coming out of a well, and your sewer, your waste is going into a septic system.
Correct.
I have some issues with that, and I'm not too sure how, kind of the stuff that's going directly into that septic, into a leach line, kind of concerns me. And I think that goes to the comments that Mr. Boksevich was talking about as well.
Okay.
I think we have that issue with some of the others in town anyway.
Also, we're on sewer and water.
The one out on Oak Ridge, I believe, was just well and septic tank.
Right.
There may be a few others. But isn't this like an all-natural product that would be no different than growing a tree, basically, as far as...
You're getting out of my scope of
I know,
technical. I apologize for that. But Rest assured, with Civil Wise, who's done several of these applications, they're very familiar with Nye County, and we'll work very closely with any of your agencies.
And again, I know he's going to come up and talk to us about it. I don't think just the nitrate system is going to support all the problems that might come from this stuff going into a sewer. But again, I know the director's going to probably talk to this as well, so.
Okay.
My concern is that, again, I don't like the idea of us being on it, on well and septic. I didn't like all the other ones being on well and septic either, but most of them are on sewer and water.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Harp, I just have a couple of things. You mentioned filters, state of the art. One of the biggest issues that we have here in Pahrump and Nye County is the smell.
Yep.
And that people are driving by and it's to and from, and they're disgusted. It's not what they're not used to it. They don't like it, and we have addressed that. So please be aware that currently, as you say, there's nobody there now, but Pahrump is growing.
Sure.
Growing rapidly. And you will be there if we go forward with this project. First, we'll say.
Right.
You were there first.
Right.
But there will be other groups and other people that will want to move in down off of 372.
That's a good point.
And they will express their concern even though you were there first.
Understand.
Please keep that in mind.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My other question is, you've mentioned the Green Cross, is that right? Could you tell us where was that license originally placed?
It's in Nye County, and I understand it was a former bottling plant here in Nye County, if that gives you a perspective.
Here in Pahrump.
Yes.
Oak Ridge Advance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, got it. And so you had nothing to do with that operation except for receivership from, once it went through the courts?
Yes.
And then you're about to take over, you've been licensed through?
Yeah, and I have to go through a severe background check with the CCB
Yes.
to get the transfer of interest under our name.
Yes. Okay.
And that's still in the process.
Thank you. And sir, on part of the backup, on page 5, and I know you don't have, I don't think you have paperwork with you, do you? The top of page 5 of the backup, there are special conditions of approval that's listed.
Yes.
And you're well aware of what those are?
And we're in agreement.
Before the well, that's good.
Yep.
If you weren't, then we can't move forward.
There's not only the special, but there's actually normal conditions of approvals as well.
Yes.
Which encompasses both of those areas.
I just wanted to be clear, and the public is here as well, and that we hear that we're going over these things and you're well aware of these situations, because they will ask us to bring you back in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Harp. So if you don't mind, sir.
Yeah.
Unless just one moment. Commissioner Cox, did you remember what you wanted to ask?
Yeah, it was on the odor, because I'm always addressing the odor with these people, but really quickly on the odor problem, I know you have state-of-the-art filters, but everybody has told us that, and they all smell because they don't keep them clean. And then the sheriff's department comes and gets involved.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to make you aware of the fact that, yeah, the sheriff will do something if you don't. But that has been one of my biggest complaints, because it can smell for a mile away, all around you, if not further. And when you drive by a place like that, it picks up the odor in your air conditioners and your heaters and fills your car up, and then you're riding along for another half hour trying to clear that out. So that was my issue on that. And the other thing with the septic tanks and the nitrates, and you know, we've got septic tanks all over the valley, and we're all guilty of putting nitrates in them. I just wanted to make that point.
So let me, thank you, Commissioner. Let me just remind people and inform them that whether you're on a well, you're on an ag well, you're on public utility water, et cetera, that you'll be required quarterly to take your test samples.
Okay.
You'll be required to turn those in, and they will come back with nitrates. They'll come back with chromium. They'll come back with all this 10,000 chemicals that we drink and we have no idea about, right? So, well, I'm preaching to the choir over here, but just as a reminder. So you'll be required, and if there's anything wrong with the well, the water that's coming out, you'll be the first one to know, right?
Understood. That's why they have a separation, a certain amount of separation between the well and the septic tank to prevent that from happening, because you can't contaminate your
Well,
well, and it,
Well,
it's
that's
illegal.
true, and but it also has to do with what they'll be growing.
Yeah.
That water will be affected, right? And affecting what you're growing.
And well, the septic tanks also, did you know they evaporate upwards and they don't go that far down? Everybody thinks they go right down to the aquifer. They don't. It rises and it evaporates away. It's just like it rains.
So, Mr. Harp, if you don't mind, don't go too far away, please. Before I open it up for public comment, I'd like to hear from our planning director. I can ask. Thank you.
Director Wagner, Waggoner. So a lot of the conversation was, in line with what I was going to share. The one thing I didn't hear come up, and I'm all about, past practice doesn't necessarily mean it's the best way to do things. We learn a lot from past practice. So smell is obviously a big issue. Commissioner Carboni brought up in my opinion, was a state-of-the-art facility that is up by the Chevy dealer. And we had discussion just last meeting, if I remember right, that, down on the highway, every day, you drive through there, especially at night or when the air's cooler, you smell it, for blocks. All the way down to basically Smith's, and that's quite a distance. So smell is a big concern. That is the hugest complaint, or the majority of the complaints we get. They all do claim they've got state-of-the-art systems. I will say in code compliance now, when we do our quarterly inspections, one of the things I've added to the requirements is that we get maintenance logs for the filtration system, because I do believe the money is spent in the beginning, putting this stuff in, but they are not maintained. Some of them we found since we've been asking, it's been a year and a half, 2 years since the filter's been changed, and we're recommended to change our filter on our house every 30 days. So, go figure. The other thing I have seen is that one of the facilities is actually putting, I make fun of it, that they're spraying Febreze in the air around their facility now, trying to eliminate the odor outside of their building. And that's essentially what it is. It's misters that emit a fragrance, trying to eliminate the odor because they have not figured out how to contain the odor. And again, they just added, several hundreds of thousands of dollars in new filtration to this property, and you still, it hasn't made much of a difference. The other big concern when you're not on a public utility or in a public utility area is fire protection. Also a very big concern, especially, considering, if they're going to get into production, if it's any more than just cultivation and they're going to get into production, a lot of times there's solvents and stuff used that introduce different fire risks, and not having fire, adequate. I mean, we're going to ensure that there's adequate water on site, but whether or not it's usable when fire department, God forbid, has to show up for an event there, that's a concern when you're not on a continuous water service. So I just wanted to bring that to light too. The other thing is there is a lot of commercial interest with this subject property. There's multiple parcels down there. It used to be part of a Shangri-La project, if you guys remember that. And it is being actively marketed for quite a bit of different things down there. So we'll probably be hearing other applications coming soon as well.
That was the reason why I had problems with this property. The first time somebody wanted to make that a marijuana facilities, because of where it's located. And I made that comment during my discussion. It's too far away. The nearest fire department's a long ways away.
Well, I think Mr. Harp has already agreed that he would be a good neighbor to whoever was to apply and move in after the fact. Do you have anything else, Director?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment, please. And we'll start with Miss Williams here in Pahrump, please.
Good afternoon, Helene Williams, WILLIAMS. As chair of the Nye County Water District Governing Board, I'd like to ask that you direct these type of concerns to come before the Water District prior to coming to you so that you have information that we've discovered. Unfortunately, in the past, and I've reviewed a lot of history for the Nye County Water District Governing Board agendas, there's never been anything on our agenda. I went back to January of 2019, and there's nothing that has come before us on solar or cannabis. With that being said, the industry of cannabis and solar don't want to come before us and talk about their use of water and the disposal of that water. And it's critical. It's commercial use, and we need to know the numbers so that we can total the numbers so that we can determine how much water we have left for other industry. So if you would direct these type of issues to come before us first, I think that'll help you and it'll help the neighbors, the industry. With that being said, it's difficult for the community to deal with something where there's a lack of knowledge. And we don't know how many acre-feet of water these kind of industries utilize. And we don't know what is going to go into the septic system. It's a great concern to a lot of people. On a personal note, I don't want to smell it because I'm a couple of streets down. I live on Murphy, and I'm telling you, I'm coming to you if I smell it. But that's the concern that we have from the Water District standpoint, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Hollis?
Good afternoon. My comments are strictly based on the justification letter.
Can we start with your name and
sorry.
spelling?
Do that every time. Mary Ann Hollis, Hollis. Apologize. My comments reflect comments that are written in the justification letter that was in the backup material. I don't see a letterhead or a signature on this justification letter, so my comments are just pulled from this general letter. So Happy Cabbage LLC justifies their boutique-style hand-grown weed operation that will contribute a surge of economic growth with tourism and local business. I kind of like to hear what the tourism and local business piece is as an advantage. As far as tourism, will this go in the what to do in Pahrump ad, possibly? And then it says, eventually Happy Cabbage will be able to employ and properly educate the community with the benefits and safety of weed. And forgive my being sassy here, but perhaps a school tour of the facility, would that be educational? I don't know. Realtors could include it in their sales pitch. They claim to be a small operation, but they state they will grow. What does that mean? Maybe a store to sell their other products, open their own dispensary, or perhaps a lounge? I heard that there's 2 remaining acres of the 3 actual grow site. The letter is creative in form and claims all provisions of the code have been met, but I didn't find any reference to the water use for 15, 16-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week operation. The Journal of Bioscience states that on average, a 1-acre crop requires 457,600 gallons per year, or about 1.4 acre-feet of water. So multiply this, well, I originally said 5, but I guess it's now 3 acres. And I don't believe that the existing dispensaries here in Pahrump can absorb the amount of cannabis that will be produced yearly. So the taxable income could be minimal as the weed goes out of county as well as out of the state. And can you honestly believe that any of the 3 acres of weed never becomes illicit once sold? And isn't it ironic that on this agenda this evening, or this afternoon, I apologize, is money for the eradication and illegal consumption and suppression of marijuana? I thought that was kind of ironic that both of them would be there. So I'm happy to hear that this will go to the water board. And in general, I feel that in the short time here, I've seen 3 businesses coming here and proposing issues that the people of Pahrump don't want. I haven't heard too much about what the people of Pahrump feel about this, but in my opinion, Pahrump is not a dump of the dope that this will produce. So I'd just like you to think of those types of things, and again, being a little sassy, perhaps Little Cabbage should be, Little Cabbage LLC should be Little Happy Cannabis LLC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hollis. Ms. Clark?
Ditto. Linda Clark, L.A. Clark, C-L-A-R-K. So easy. Anyway, I agree with her. I don't know what Pahrump is turning into and what your vision of it is. I get mixed feelings sometimes. I'm not saying you want all this. I'm not saying you do. I know it's your job, and I appreciate that at all because you were hired to do it. But I don't think that the majority of the residents that live here, at least the ones I've talked to and know in the neighborhood I live in, we don't want it. I don't see any benefit for any of us. Okay, I know this got some medical stuff that people can use. I'm all for that. I don't care about that. You can get that. But for the majority of us, no. I think our town needs more things and more pot houses, more lounges, more solar, more all this stuff that we keep getting, and we're not getting really what we want. I don't want to see it grow to be Las Vegas. Most of us don't. But we do need a few more things here. And the things we're getting are not what we want. Okay, I'm happy about the few few little taco stands we get and stuff like that. And but we need other things. And cannabis, these salons, whatever, we don't need it. We've got kids that are already having problems here in town, not enough things for them to do. It just gives them more opportunity to go and smoke weed and steal weed and pass weed and be passed out in the parking lot at some nightstand. I think that we need to open it up to what is good for the community and what the majority of us want. And I know a lot of us don't get to vote on it. Okay, it was voted to be okay here. It was okay in Colorado. It was okay in California. I came from those 2 places. That's why I left there. I don't want more cannabis. I don't think we need it. And this is how many people in this town? Maybe 50,000 now, I'm guessing. I know it was around 40. It's probably up to about 50 now. 50,000 people in a small town, and how many pot houses and lounges and cannabis farms and all this stuff do we already have? Do we really need more? I'd say no. Please say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. I agree with my commissioner once again. We can't pick and choose what our statutes dictate as far as what you do with your own property. I think a lot of people are confused about hemp and marijuana. They actually smell the same. And I think they're confused about the commissioners in the beginning allowing all of the hemp farms where people thought it was marijuana growing in the open that was approved by the agricultural department of the state. The commissioners had nothing to do with that in the beginning. And it's curtailed a lot since the commissioners have been put in charge of that. And I've not heard of anyone talking about the commissioners being on drugs, but if I do, let me tell you, I will be the first one to speak out, because as hard as it is to agree with everything the commissioners do, I feel, in my opinion, that we have commissioners with great integrity and not driven by emotional outcomes and their votes go toward the business that they conduct. As long as these places, account for the water, as long as they comply with the odor, which I've never smelled of any odor, and I live around one, and as long as there are, precautions in place. And also, I want to remind the commissioners, when this started, these places were asked, where are you going to sell this stuff? Is it going to be in Nye County? Is it going to be, grown here and then distributed in Clark County? Because their restrictions on these places are a lot more severe than what we have out here. Not just the taxes, it's their restrictions. So I've not had anyone bring up the fact that where are they going to sell this? Because that's where our tax money is going to be. So if they're going to, have one put in and we're not going to get the tax benefit, then that's something to consider too. But those are my opinions, and I appreciate the time to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump.
Yeah, my name is Eddie Jim, last name Jim. I think we have enough of these facilities. How much more do we need here in this town? We have one McDonald's in this town that's accommodating a town here. We have one Taco Bell. We have one Denny's. How many more of these facilities do we need? You're going to have to pull the reins on that horse and find out how many you want to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Before I close public comment, sir from Civil Wise Engineering. Mr. Cookson, did you have anything to share that you wanted to add?
I'm not the engineer, so I can't answer some of the technical questions. Bill Cookston, Cookston. But we are working directly with them to come up with the proper plans. Somebody made a comment that it was 2 to 3 acres. They're using 2 to 3 acres to build their facility. The building is, what was this? 8,000 square feet. And that's for the whole thing. There's the grow part, their cultivation, whatever process it is for that whole process. So it's not 2 to 3 acres, but they're working with us. We're going to have to talk to the county, deal with getting a road put in. The road is not up to county standards at the moment, so we are working with that. So they're following through with us to try to make sure that they do everything properly.
Thank you, Mr. Cookston.
Thank you.
I will close public comment at this time. Mr. Harp, if you don't mind, sir, I have a question. As you know, with all of the projects here in Pahrump and Nye County, water is and has been, it always will be a major concern.
Yes.
With the usage of the additional 2 acres after you build your facility, any projected numbers that you can share with us of what your water usage would be?
We've got a rough estimate, but don't hold me to it, okay?
I won't. It's a guesstimate.
But I think it's around 8,000 gallons.
A month or a day?
A day.
A day, 8,000.
Can I clarify one thing about the license that we're trying to acquire?
That's equivalent to 2 households, supposedly.
Okay.
But they really don't use but 500
Yes.
gallons a day, less than. So, thank you.
I think I know you have some big cultivation facilities, like 20,000, 30,000 square feet. This is a boutique. It's very small in size, the footprint. And the license that we have to answer the issues about fire suppression that was brought up from the planning board is the only thing that this license is capable of doing is cultivation. There is no production license that comes to this. So there won't be any type of production side of that where you bring in a lot of different equipment and tools. So it's strictly a cultivation license is what we have.
It's also the size of your facilities.
Yes.
Because that's the reason why you need the fire flow, for the size
Right.
of your facilities. That's
Yes.
the reason why.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Harp.
you.
Any other questions for Mr. Harp from the commission, please?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Why Nye County? Why here?
I'm from Montana, very small town in Montana. I like everything that Nye County stands for. I want to be, and obviously, when I tried to acquire this license, the requirement is from the Cannabis Board that this has to be located in Nye County. So this was done purposely on our part. We want to be in Nye County.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Harp?
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner Carboni, please.
Just again, the chair of the Water Governing Board was here. I'd still like to be able to have you guys at least get on their agenda so they can get the collection of what you believe based on, hopefully an engineer could give us some kind of estimates on water, so they can put that in their calculation for how much, the yield and how much usage we actually have, because the state engineer has kind of narrowed us down to a certain amount, so.
Be glad to.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sir, I just wanted to mention to you that in your justification letter, one of our guests came up and spoke, public commenter. And I had underlined this, and it brought it back to my attention. All of us are familiar with these licenses and what you do and what you're not supposed to do, et cetera. But I'm not so sure how tourism comes into effect. In your justification letter, your core of what you're trying to present, because a tourism bus cannot just show up to your facility if you were to be in operation.
No.
This moves forward, et cetera, right? So I'm not sure how that came into play.
After further discussion and listening to what you had to say, you know what, Mr. Chairman? I agree with you. It isn't part of tourism. So we'll change that scope.
Okay, thank you, sir, I appreciate it.
But if you can figure out a way to make it part of tourism and get people here, we're all about it.
Okay. Well, right now, I'm just trying to get to first base.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will tell you that I ran into some people just a few weeks ago that came here because they were tourists and went to dinner and et cetera, and then went up to the Grove and bought CBD oil. Yeah. So I do believe there are some people that come here just for that purpose. I mean, so to each his own. But I can tell you right now, from the people that I have ran into that are actually using cannabis, marijuana, whatever you want to call it, would really surprise you. It's amazing how many of your friends are probably doing it you don't even know about. And so these people are not going broke, so apparently it's selling. So that is extra tax revenue that we do get off from it.
And we get tax revenue when the point of cultivation sells to the dispensary.
Yes.
So we make tax revenue there. And then we make tax revenue at the dispensary side.
Yes. And so, yeah, so there is some money to be brought in to work with. But I wanted to touch on the water for a minute, because I took a tour of some of these places when they were first building them. And I don't remember, but maybe you could tell us how. I believe that they grow those plants above the ground on tables.
Yes.
And I was told that they recycle that water. Whoops, it just doesn't go down the drain. They actually use it over and over and over until it's basically used up before they use more. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, could I yield that question to my son, who's the grow master?
Yes, of course,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, can you get that right?
Spell your name, I think you know that. Chad?
Yeah, Chad, CHAD, Harp, HARPs, and Paul. And as far as, it's water reclamation. So all of the runoff is collected into 55-gallon drums, and it's repurposed for other watering to the point where the parts per millions are virtually untraceable. So, yeah, there'll be a full plan for that. There's a full fertigation system. It doesn't drain into the ground.
Okay.
There's no pesticides used, and it's all organic, too, as well.
I thought that might be interesting for the people that haven't been through what I've been through with these different businesses, that they know that, because, and I wanted to make sure before I absolutely said it that I wasn't remembering wrong.
Yeah, we're not watering it and letting it just go into the earth or anything like that. It's all collected. It's above ground. All of it is.
I think that might give them some relief.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Gives me relief.
Thank you, Mr. Harp.
That nothing has changed since the first time I took it to her.
Okay, if there's no further discussion.
I just have one more point, if you don't mind. My concern is, at what point is enough enough? I mean, are we going to have 50?
This is the last,
No.
this is the only
No.
license that's
No.
available.
Gotcha.
That's
No.
it.
I believe it's 12 licenses issued.
For the whole Nye County.
No.
That's just for Nye County.
Yeah, this is for all of Nye County.
I
not
believe
just-
11 of those are here.
I'll be darned. I didn't know it was that many.
They get that close?
You're close. Director Wagner, Waggoner. Yeah, there's actually 14 licenses issued that we have licensed for, and that's dispensaries, cultivation, everything. That is not including the license we're talking about here. With this license, it would be 15 licensed facilities in Nye County. And yes, you were correct with the 11 for Pahrump, and with the additional one or reactivation of the one, that would make it 12. Yeah.
And you're counting dispensaries, not cultivation in that 15?
I'm counting any marijuana related business that's done in Nye County.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I think people that don't deal with this don't realize we have limits on everything. And they also have to be licensed with the state. Yeah, so the state has a limit on that also. And it's not like we're just turning them loose to run wild. But everybody wants business here. They're always, bring in business, bring in business, bring in business. So then when we try to bring in business, we get conflict. And I will tell you, the only people I've heard complaining are the people that live in Mountain Falls. And it's about 7 in a little group that are, and they're the ones that are making all the nasty comments about us doing our job properly. I don't know what, if they sat on this side, they would see what we need to do to make this county work. And part of it is bringing in money. I mean, we can't have streets, we can't have anything without this money. And they want to worry about something, they should worry about what's coming with transportation and streets with all these people moving in. That's going to be a big problem. You're going to forget all about marijuana facilities when you can't get across the road to go to the other side of town. Or you can't get to the grocery store because there's a line from your house to the grocery store already. So we have a lot of things that are coming with growth. And as you heard today, we have a lot of growth coming, especially business, I hope. So other than that, I think they only have an 8,000 square foot facility. It's not like it's huge. I believe that I actually saw somewhere that you have like 11 point something acres. Yeah, I thought so. You're using, so you're only using part of it. So, so you'll be, that'll help. Well, I really don't want any odor, period. So anyway, if no, I want you to do it.
Okay, I
can't make a
need
motion to vote against it. Yes, I
some
can
type
make
of
a
motion, please.
Yes, I'm gonna make a motion to approve as is with all the special, what am I looking for? With the special use permit and all the special conditions that are attached to the entire area, the entire business.
Second.
Everything.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor in a second. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for a vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Or is aye?
Carboni is an A on, based on where I believe the property's at. I have an issue with it. Where are you at, sir?
I'm going to say nay.
Two.
Now you can all go home and tell everybody that we got bribed.
Okay, so I have the votes 3 to 2, 3 yeas, 2 nays. Number 10 passes. Good luck, Harp family, and happy cabbage.
I think you got a great good place, but I just have a hard problem with that area it's at.
Oh, I'm just glad it's over by out of the way from where there's no kids and residential, and yeah, the school buses can smell it.
Chair, can we
put
move
off their
over
exhaust
to
too.
consent agenda items?
Okay.
There you go. Got it.
Can I have public comment?
Oh, sorry.
Manager, let's open 16 through 22 consent agenda items, please.
Consent agenda items, these are items that staff recommends for approval. The board reserves the right to remove any consent agenda item to the regular segment of the agenda should issues arise that need to be addressed. Discussion of any item from the consent agenda items that needs review before a decision is made. This is for items 16 through 22.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There you go.
Do I have any public comment on consent agenda items, please? 16 through 22. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
I thought she was coming down for public comment. Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Okay, hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah. Pahrump, Mr. Carlisle, did you have public comment, sir, for numbers 16 through 22? I just saw him.
Thank you. No, I want to make a final public comment when you're finished.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carlisle. So hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment and call for the vote for consent agenda items number 16 through 22.
Aye.
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 Where's aye?
Carboni, aye.
Passes 5-0. With this, I'd like to call for lunch. Yeah. I know everybody's, before everybody gets hungry.
Everybody's going, oh.
Do we have that many more left that we
Excuse me?
couldn't buzz through them?
Well, so have we. So, I
you
have,
want it- you
I'm
want it-
sorry, folks, but I have staff in Tonopah and here in Pahrump, and they deserve lunch. Yes, I did, ma'am, and that's my prerogative, to skip around, okay?
So what time would you like us back?
I'd like us back at 3:05, please. Thank you. Okay, it's 3:05. We will resume the BOCC meeting. For the record, Commissioners Cox and Boscovich are absent. I'm sure it's temporary. And Manager, let's go to number 11, please.
Item 11, for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation on ZCMP 22-24, an application for a conforming zone change to change 5 parcels from Village Residential VR 20, Neighborhood Commercial NC, and Business Opportunity BO to General Commercial GC on property located at 2341 South Mallard Avenue, 2321 South Mallard Avenue, 2280 South Nevada Highway 160, 2310 South Nevada Highway 160, and 2360 South Homestead Road, Pahrump, Nevada. Assessors parcel numbers as listed: GNSL Pahrump LLC, Ryan Nestman, property owner, Impulse Civil Engineering and Planning, Peter J. Lass, PE, applicant agent.
Thank you, Lorena. Director Wagner?
Yes, Director Wagner, Waggoner. As you can see, kind of a straightforward zone change. It is conforming with the master plan. For you guys that are more familiar with the location, we always refer to this as the Kingdom Corner because that's where the Kingdom Strip Club or whatever it used to be, the castle, that's no longer there. There are several properties there that the applicant is going to eventually merge together. So they're looking to develop it into commercial with a gas station, a couple of fast food restaurants, and some like a strip mall type setting there. As you can see, it was heard by the Planning Commission on the February 15th meeting, and they did vote to recommend approval with a 5-0 vote to the board. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Director Wagner?
Director,
Boney.
the only issue I have through the chair is, and I think you and I have talked about this before, it has to do with the egress and also the removal of those people that are coming in and out. So can you elaborate on what you think is going to happen there? Because it appears that 160 is going to get very congested of people coming in and out of that building, that setup, as well as on Homestead. And obviously, you know, we have the issue already with one place on that street, on Homestead, where we had to modify the road a little bit.
Yes, I mean, obviously that'll be addressed through the site development process when traffic study's done and, you know, whatever improvements are recommended, you know, to accommodate this additional traffic. I will say that they do have 2 driveways on their conceptual plan, one going out to Homestead, which I'm sure is going to be required to be a right turn only driveway. Then they do have a driveway going out onto Highway 160, which could possibly also be a right turn. So I know it'll all be addressed. They are definitely going to have to get an approval from NDOT for that encroachment, but that'll all come later. You know, this is just kind of the first step to get their entitlements before they start spending the money on the engineering. So,
And I remember when there was when the castle was still there and they were using it as a storefront for a person who was selling some merchandise. It was still a problem area.
yeah.
So
And where I mean, part of that was because there was improvements that were done to that intersection after the castle building was there, which really tightened up that parking lot.
Yep.
You know, with it kind of out of the way and able to reconfigure things. You know, if you look on page 9 of the backup, it shows a conceptual plan. You know, one of the things we, in our initial conversations and all the way through any conversations we've had, we definitely told them we would not support any kind of access out onto the residential street behind there,
right.
Other than possibly a crash gate type situation, but not, you know,
Correct.
any kind of, you know, day-to-day access through there. So, because I know that was a concern with some of the residential
one of those properties has a house on it. So is that house staying or is that house going?
According to what they're planning on doing, I don't see it in their plan. So it's, It's got a parking lot over it, so.
I just want to make sure everybody hears that same story, because, I mean, they don't see that very well, so I just want to make sure it's kind of clear. Appreciate that, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Broskovich? Anything? Commissioner Strickland?
Nothing from me.
Commissioner Cox, I apologize, we're on item number 11. And the last page of the backup, number 9 at the top, is what Director Wagner was referring to. You're good with this? Okay. I'm good with this, except hopefully, I know it's tough to unring the bell, but people will stop referring to it as the former strip club in the Kingdom, right? This new group will come in and have a totally different name and face and the whole thing.
I can't wait to see the architectural renderings with the stripper poles in the gas station by the fuel pumps.
That was a different item.
I'll send my son over to dance for everybody.
Thank you. Okay, I will open this up to public comment at this time. This is for number 11. Is there any public comment here in Pahrump, please?
Darrell Young, Y-O-U-N-G. I live across the street from this proposed area where you're turning these 5 residential lots to 1 commercial lot. My main concern is we've been through the building of the source now, and people are using my lot, my driveway, and everything else to go to the source. We were told there was going to be an 8-foot wall around the source, which never got built. I even talked to the owners at the source, and he said, oh yeah, the wall's going up. Now, if this is happening, what's going to stop more people transitioning through my lot, parking in my driveway, and going over to this gas station and strip mall? Those are my main concerns. Other than the fact that also it's not doing anything good for my property values now that I went from a residential area basically living in a commercial area. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. When I was thinking about moving permanently to Pahrump, I rented a house that is on where Mr. Young is talking about in that back area, and is very close to where these proposals are going to be. And my big concern were the residential, the residents in that area, were they notified and of the zone change? I know that in the past, it was supposed to be done by mailer, and then it was changed, I think, to being published, on a bulletin board at the courthouse, on a bulletin board at the at the VOCC center, at the county house. And I'm just not feeling good about, like Mr. Young alluded to, about what it's going to do to the residents in that area and the further destruction of their property value. They're really nice homes back there. So anyway, that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, ma'am, here in Pahrump, please.
Okay, sorry. My name is Kim Wertz, W-E-R-T-Z. I'm the newest person that lives on the street. I just purchased the home November 28th at 2340 Mallard. So I'm directly across the street from the home that is going to be torn down in April, I've been told. I did not find out, nothing was disclosed to me until about 6 weeks after I moved in. And I was told, oh, didn't they tell you this is going in, it's going to be across the street? And the answer is no. I had no idea. If I'd have known that my view now is going to be the back of a strip mall, restaurants, whatever, and another gas station, there's already 2 on the corner, I would not have bought that house. And I'm very concerned how my dream house that I got for, me to bring my parents out here to live with me is now the land value is going to just sink. And I'm very, very, sad and disgusted that this is happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wertz. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Ms. Clark?
Linda Clark, CLARK. I know where the property is. I don't know a whole lot about it. I heard that there was going to be some kind of motel or small hotel going in over at that area. Could be wrong. There's a lot of that going on in this town. The other thing is, what kind of things would be going into this little strip mall? I'd be concerned too if I had a house over there. Are there no more strip holes? But I hope that it's something that's valuable and decent and not, just another strip mall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Clark. Go ahead, ma'am, you're in Pahrump.
Hi, I apologize for my outburst earlier. My name's Kayla Hyatt, Hyatt. I've lived over there for 2.5 years. I live right behind the source. Our traffic has increased because of the source, the trash, the road work, the construction that we had to deal with. The drive-through of the source literally looks into my backyard, so there's very little privacy. And also there's an issue with the Sober Homies house. I don't know if any of you are aware of that, but it's the house right next to the source that is now housing mentally ill people that are walking all through our neighborhood. That's one that went into my neighbor's garage. I've had to call the sheriffs a few times to handle scary situations. And like my other neighbor said, the block wall was promised. It's still not there. And we don't need another gas station over there. And we also, right on South Mallard where we live, that curves around to Ambush is where that is their back lot, and that's all dirt right now. There's a lot of people driving through there that are coming onto Mallard and Ambush, and it's very dangerous. A lot of people walk their dogs, their kids, elderly people walking. Could we get barriers put up there? Something to protect our neighborhood a little bit more. I mean, and the beautiful snow-capped mountains that you mentioned earlier, I don't get to see those anymore. Those are covered up by the source because they built it so much higher than our backyards that it just completely took our view. So my concern is just to have, I know it's a residential, well now I know, commercial corner, can't stop progress, but put in an Applebee's or something that people would like, family dining, something. We don't need another gas station or convenience stores. And I'm sorry, I also heard, and I don't know if this is correct or not, but was there an apartment complex going in there? That's
Not that we know of.
okay, thank God.
Oh, there was an apartment complex going in across the street, just down from there, behind the Maverick,
The motel.
back that way.
Motel.
Okay.
Motel, right.
Okay. Yeah, and the decrease of our property values, it's just been, I felt very, very safe there when I first moved in 2020, and I don't feel safe anymore. I don't. It's very scary. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt. Director, is there any other public comment, by the way? Here in Pahrump, no. Any public comment in Tonopah? Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. I will close public comment at this time. Director Wagner, please, I have some questions.
You're not the only one. Go for it.
Okay, and I will also let you know that the applicant is in the audience too, so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. This will help answer some of my questions, and then we can call the applicant up. I'd like you to address the block wall with the source. What's the status on that?
There was not a condition that was placed to put a block wall up. The properties behind the source are not residential zone properties, they were mixed use.
Okay.
So there was no requirement as far as code or any conditions that were put on the SUP.
Okay, so they may have said, oh, we may think of, I'm not going to assume, but somehow the information got to the neighborhood that they were going to put up a privacy wall for the benefit of both, right? That hasn't happened.
It certainly would have been nice, I agree. but it wasn't required.
The other question is, you mentioned, and it is in the backup, that this passed 5-0 with the RPC.
Correct.
And did the neighbors come to the RPC?
Yes. And that was one thing I was going to address with Ms. Nelson's public comment. I assure you, as many times as I said earlier, it's the law. We follow the law with our noticing requirements. And yes, it's posted in in 3 public places, and you can see in the backup the radius of the noticing circle that we do. So yes, everybody was notified. Okay. And there were 1 or 2 that did come to the RPC.
Only 1 or 2 neighbors came to the RPC?
Yeah, there was maybe 3, but I believe it was only
but they did
2 or 3.
express their concern.
Yes.
Concerns, plural.
And that's my other thing, it's unfortunate that you hear that a lot from homeowners. Well, I wasn't aware this was going to be there. Well, in due diligence, or the realtor's due diligence, the master plan it fits. That is a commercial corner. Mixed use, there's a business overlay all along Homestead there. All indications were there that, yes, there could potentially be some commercial development in that area. And that's obviously why the applicant chose this location.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Don't go away, please. I'm sure the other commissioners have some questions. Commissioner Strickland, please.
So this would be the time and place to put a condition of a wall going up prior to approval.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I will say, because with the parcels that they're talking about zone changing, they will border, at least on the north side, it will border residential, so that would be a requirement there. You can't put the requirement in a zone change for a block wall there, because it can only be for, protecting the health and life and safety of the public. But through the site development process, and I'm sure the applicant can address this, we'll, obviously urge it and require it anywhere it's required, for sure.
Well, darn.
But that's a better question for the applicant.
And that's what I was just gonna say, same thing. We need, when the applicant, I don't know if the applicant's here or not.
Yes.
Danny is.
So we'll end up addressing that as well. If he can't do a block wall, maybe he needs to do something more private, something to do that, but we need to at least address that.
Yeah.
And I think we may even address it with the source at one point in time too, so.
That's my concern. That whole thing needs to be private. Nobody should be walking through.
Walking through or
You
driving
do have
through.
the pleasure of visiting with that applicant once a year.
Correct.
And we're coming up on that once a year for too long.
Can you send a reminder to us, please, Director?
Well, sure.
Okay, if don't go too far away, please. Let's call the applicant up and ask to hear from him, please. Please state and spell your last name.
Trevor Gosser, Gasser. Commissioners, I'm here to ask for a zone change. We have 5 lots. 4 are zoned commercial at this point in time. There's 1 lot that is zoned residential. We're asking for all 5 to give us a cohesive development. I listened to what the residents have said, and we would be open to putting up some type of fence. I don't know about block wall, but a fence for a barrier as far as access driving through. I know we'll have landscape strips and curbing that will prevent people from driving through the commercial portion into the residential portion. So that should clear up that problem. We are not the source, so I can't speak to them. But I would be happy when we do go develop, we could talk to them about trying to work together on a fence just to make it a little more cost effective for them if that is an issue. I don't know. let's see, I'm trying to see if there's any other, obviously we're not in charge of that halfway house. I understand their concerns with that. But we do feel like that we are going to bring services that are needed in the south part of the valley. I think the community would like some more food options. We are proposing a fast food option with this gas station, and we're also in talks with another national fast food user that would go up on the highway. So we do feel like we will bring value to the community, and it's not going to be a rundown commercial development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gasser. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. Gasser, please? Carboni?
Again, when we talked about fence, we're talking about a privacy fence, in case, just so you know what that means. It's got to be slatted and it's got to be high enough to cut their visions. Did you make a boo-boo?
So with this zone change, it would put it adjacent to residential property right
Exactly.
across the street, so a block wall would be required.
Correct.
Anywhere it's adjacent to
Yeah,
them.
but it's only in 2 spots, I believe, right?
No, it would cover basically,
Three of the
or I'm sorry, 4 of the 5.
4 of them.
4 of the
Yeah.
5. And
So when you look at that, excuse me, 041311214 is the source?
Yes.
I'm really surprised that that wasn't mandatory then, being that it's right.
Well, it was mixed use behind it.
Gotcha.
But what they're doing is changing, those 3 parcels now over. So they would now border residential, so that
So we
would be a
would-
requirement unless, they were to apply for a waiver and go through that process.
So now they have to put block walls up. You didn't really know that, did you? Neither did we.
Another cost.
Code.
It's code.
That's what we'll do.
And it's for safety.
If it's
you know.
code, that's what we'll do. I guess I would ask when that would have to go up, as far as, is it when we develop the back parcels? Part of the site development of the first phase.
It was on the record, it's part of the
Yeah.
site development plan, correct?
That is a big expense for just, right now, we are gonna phase this property. It is gonna be phased. It's not all coming at once. I wish that I could get Applebee's or whoever to come take the site, but I mean, we've owned this site for 9 years now, and to be honest, it has been a struggle to get good tenants to come to this location. So we're really excited about what we have right now, but we will have to phase it, and anyways, we will comply with code.
Thank you, Mr. Gasser. My concern as well as Commissioner Carboni's has to do with ingress and egress. Have you already made contact with NDOT?
So we have had a traffic study done for NDOT, and we have not submitted that yet. We have to submit our site development plan before we can submit it to, I take that back. We did submit to NDOT for their preliminary approval. Once we submit our site development plan, then we can draw up final plans and submit it to NDOT.
Okay. Even if that's approved, I mean, we all know the property. We drive up and down 160 and turn on Homestead and come in each direction. Even with the ingress, if it's approved, I think you're going to have an issue with traffic. Turning in off of 160, turning into your property, and then when they leave the property, my understanding is they can only turn right. So everything is right? And then they have to drive down a little further to make a U-turn and come back on Homestead to get back onto 160 or continue up to the winery, for example. It's not really an ideal traffic flow situation. It's not even considered a traffic flow situation, right? In an ideal world.
I know that we've submitted to NDOT. We got their preliminary approval for the plans that we did submit. We are not allowing a left turn out of the property. Being at a stoplight, that does help for people to wait until things slow down and make a movement that is safe. We will make sure that we comply and that we are, making safe movements out of the property.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
My other concern, which was one of my biggest concerns, the whole thing is I'm hoping, because of that egress and exiting of that property, that this property doesn't fail. That's what my big concern is.
Well, I can tell you right now, if you don't get access off the highway, it will fail. Like, we will not get the tenant that we have right now will not come if we do not get access off the highway. I mean, they have to have that. It's just like Maverick down the street, they would not be able to operate unless they had access right off the highway.
Busy, that corner is very busy, is the reason why I'm concerned.
No, I understand, and we will take the precautions necessary and get approval from NDOT and from the planning department.
Well, and as you pointed out, Maverick's doing a good job of it.
Yeah.
Their driveway matches yours on the opposite side, and you're basically duplicating their ingress and egress mirror image, so I think it'll work. But that's not up to us, I guess.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Gasser? Thank you, Mr. Gasser.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We've heard and closed public comment. We've heard discussion.
Motion to approve is written.
Director, thank you. Hold on for one moment, please. Director Wagner did make a correction. So what I would like in the motion, please, to include the wall. It is understood that the wall is part of the code and will be part of the development plan. I think it would be appropriate.
So you hear us one more time. So I will amend my motion to include that, according to code, the wall will be put in.
Second.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second. I call for the vote, please.
Aye.
I'm going to vote aye. I do understand the residents, though.
I'm going to vote aye, but I have a big concern with 3 gas stations. Actually, what's going to amount to almost 5 gas stations in that general area. And I'd like them to look at maybe, like they said, a restaurant, not a fast food restaurant, but an actual restaurant or something similar to it. I think that would go good. I think they could make it with that. Thank you.
Did you want me
Thank you, Commissioner. Jabor's aye. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Commissioner.
No, I haven't done it yet. It was on the fence.
On the wall.
On the wall, yeah. Carboni, aye.
I hope that wall will make an improvement to what's going on over there currently.
Yes, and some privacy as well. Okay, thank you. Passes 5-0. Number 12, please.
Item 12, for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation on ZCMP 22-26, an application for a conforming zone change to change one parcel totaling approximately 6.91 acres from light industrial, LI, to heavy industrial, HI, on property located at 250 North Kitty Hawk Drive, Pahrump, Nevada. Assessors parcel number 035-221-13, D&T Partners, LLC. Property owner Brian R. Hardy, ESQ. Agent for D&T Partners, Area 51 Blackjack Fireworks applicant.
Chair, when we get ready, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Manager. Director Wagner.
Hello again, Director Wagner, Waggoner.
You don't know how to spell your name very much,
I'm going to forget one of these times.
Yeah.
I'm
Can we
too
just
cocky
waive-
about it.
Can we waive that for
Just
him?
refer to the citation that you're going to get from the sheriff.
That's right, that's right.
Well, I was thinking about that on the way up here.
Did you see me pass you, Donna?
I can't wait. I can't wait. Revenge is coming.
Again, this is a conforming zone change to change one parcel from light industrial to heavy industrial. Where this is at is property that's located behind the jail and the courthouse area.
Yeah, Alfred Kitty.
County building. and the animal shelter. In our quest to get rid of the shipping containers that we have all over town, multiple ones, that we've heard much discussion about. This was their solution. This applicant would like to build a warehouse up there to eliminate the need for the shipping containers. This is for the Area 51 and Blackjack fireworks facilities. This was heard by the Pahrump Regional Planning Commission on the February 15th meeting and was voted to recommend approval with a 5-0 vote to the board. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for Director Wagner?
I have none.
No.
My comments are just based on what happened during the RPC. It was commented, everybody got their time on the mic, and everybody appreciated what they had to say. Again, it's getting out of our view on 160, and it's putting in some place where it's appropriate.
And it's follow through.
Okay, thank you.
Painful, but yes.
Absolutely painful.
And time consuming.
Well, a lot of telling them, if you don't get this done, you're going to be not going to have a license to sell your product.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to open it up for public comment at this time. Thank you, Ms. Janey. Appreciate that. Do we have any public comment in Tonopah? Do we have any public comment here in Pahrump? Ms. Clerk, please. The
Mic,
microphone
please.
is not on, ma'am.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't want to see a whole town full of fireworks stands. And now we're going to have a whole bunch of storage units for fireworks. And I know we have a bunch of trailers, which kind of got used to looking at those because they're in fenced areas off lots. But I'm just more concerned about blowing up and that kind of stuff. And that can happen. We know it can happen. But that's my concern. We sure don't need any more of them. Please don't approve any more firework places.
In this case here, ma'am, we're not approving any new fireworks places. This is already existing.
Yes, I know, but no more. But now we're going to have firework warehouses.
No, we're going to put, those places are going to move to these places. They're not going to be the same one.
Okay, thank you.
Plus, we do have a limit on how many fireworks companies we can have, and we're at our limit.
We are at our cap.
We're at our limit.
Any public comment, please, Sam, on the phone?
No, Chair.
No. Okay, seeing and hearing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment at this time.
Chair, make a motion.
Yes, Commissioner Corbett.
Make a motion to approve as written.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion from the commission, I will call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Everybody aye.
Boscovich, aye.
Number 12 passes 5-0. Number 15, please.
Item 15 for possible action. Discussion and deliberation to 1, determine that a public purpose may be served by the acquisition of the real property more particularly described as assessor's parcel numbers as listed for the purpose of future expansion of the Nye County Fairgrounds and Town of Pahrump Arena. 2, consider the application made to the Board of County Commissioners by the Town of Pahrump for permission to acquire the real property described as assessor's parcel numbers as listed. And 3, amend and adopt or reject Nye County Resolution Number 2022-05, a resolution directing the transfer of Nye County Treasurer Trust property into Town of Pahrump ownership for public purposes and fund for an amount not to exceed $1,916.49 in delinquent tax amount, with funding to be determined by the comptroller.
Thank you, Manager. And for the record, we are now sitting as the governing body of the unincorporated Town of Pahrump.
Would you like a motion?
Well, I wasn't sure if Director Wagner was coming down again.
No, he's
No,
not. He's
this is
not
actually,
allowed.
This is actually
Not-
Jimmy who
not
would be
allowed.
talking
Yeah,
to this.
Jimmy's.
Okay.
But there's not.
Anastasia may be coming down to address this.
What's 2023?
For the record, please.
The resolution, gotcha.
Anastasia Wilkin, for the record, WILK, and the resolution should be 2023-05.
Gotcha.
Lee.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins, for that.
We okay?
I don't think so.
If we can ask the DA if the motion.
I'm sorry, under number 3, we do have the option to amend. Yes. Would you agree with that, Mr. DA?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
And the resolution does read correctly in the backup, if that helps.
Typo, what the heck? We get those every once in a while. And if we don't, we'll never do anything else. Come on, gotta have them.
I think that's why Director Wagner didn't want to address this, because he may have put the 2022 on here. Where is he?
He's probably out speeding.
Actually, it's not him, but that's okay.
Okay. And now that we have the correction,
Public comment?
public comment, please. Any public comment here in Pahrump? Any public comment in Tonopah on number 15? Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Morning, afternoon, Commissioner Jimmy Martinez. Just here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jimmy Martinez. Appreciate you being on the line. Is there any other public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No, okay. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
I'd like to make a motion, Chair.
Please.
These properties are for public purpose, and that we'd like to adopt Nye County Resolution number 2023-05 to be funded in an amount not to exceed $1,916.49, to be determined out of the funds to be determined by the comptroller.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor in a second. If there's no further discussion by the commission, I would like to call for the vote at this time, please.
Aye.
Voting aye.
Or is aye? Number 15 passes 5-0. We will go to number 24, please.
Item 24, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, appoint 1 member to the Pahrump Library Board due to a resignation from the following list of applicants: Matthew Morris and Helen Schneider, and/or 2, re-advertise for the appointment.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Matthew Morris to the Library District, or Library Board, I guess it would be.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Have people come up. Wish we would have had.
I'd like to invite Matthew Morris and also Helen Schneider, both applicants, to the podium if they're both here.
So we
one at a time, please.
should have done to begin with.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chair. Can we please add the term expiration date to the motion?
Yes, of course. The
March 2024.
March 2024, Commissioner Cox, if you don't mind amending, and then
No, that'll be fine. I'll amend.
I'll amend my second to March 2024.
Thank you very much. Okay. Sir, are you one of the applicants? Please, if you don't mind. State and spell your last name for the record.
You need to push that thing that says push.
Matthew Morris, Morris. Okay, so thank you for considering me for the board for the library. I'm a business owner, retired actually. I had a heating and air conditioning business in Southern California. Did very well and was very successful there. And as an owner, I had to bring about different policies and procedures for various different type of projects, from hospitals to clean rooms for the Department of Defense, as well as residential. So I think I bring to the board an ability to bring these things all together as far as policies and procedures. I have been here in Pahrump for like 5 years now, and wanted to get closer and grow with the community. And I have been to the library board meetings quite consistently for the last couple of years, and watched what's going on, and see some things that where I could fit in nicely and help others to help the community, and that's the whole point. I'd like to see the community grow. I personally, throughout my life, have always done continuing education. Even when I was working full-time, I took night courses all the time. And I've used the library quite a bit for different research, everything like that. Nowadays, though, it's more easier to use a smartphone. But the library has held me in great stead through the course of my life, and I would like to be a part of it and help the community in that way. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Mr. Morris from the commission, please?
I have a question. Are you friends with the current board of trustees?
Yes, as I said, I go there every meeting. I think I missed one in the last year. But so you get to know people.
Thanks.
Any other questions, commissioners? No? Oh, okay. There are no questions, Mr. Morris. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Miss Helen Schneider, please.
Helen Schneider, Schneider. I am a librarian by trade. I mean, that's my job. I'm retired. I've lived here 22 and a half years. I've off and on been at the library board, including recently. I've also donated to the library in the neighborhood of over $10,000 in books. And that's at the 1/4 value, not the full value. I think the library is being run very well by our librarian. I do think that you need to have somebody who is a qualified librarian on your board, because they do know what they're doing, and they can make sure that this continues to be a good library. Got any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Schneider by the commission, please? No?
No.
Okay. Ms. Schneider, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Did we?
Okay, we've heard from the two applicants, excuse me, and I will open it up for public comment at this time. Do we have anybody on the phone?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. In the past, we've had some issues where board members have not been so qualified to sit on the board they're on. They were basically appointed because they're friends of friends, and that's how things worked. From all of the complaints that I've heard in the last year especially regarding the current board, Mrs. or Miss Snyder offers a background that might be a balancing beam for the people that are on that board right now. She brings an expertise that might just be the difference in our library and how things are conducted. I'm basically in favor of Miss Snyder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Go ahead, ma'am, here in Pahrump, please.
It's on. Okay, oh, your light is on, right? Okay. Muriel Areno, Areno. I have lived in this town since 1978, used the library the entire time, starting with story hour with my children when they were little. They're now in their 50s. So I've always had an interest in the library, and I've been really saddened to see what has happened to it in recent years. With the current board, I think it would benefit both the library and the community to have somebody on the board who balances out the other people there in ideology as well as thinking, as well as expertise or everything else. We don't have a librarian on the board at the moment, and the people were also business people, but they had no connection to any library before being appointed to the board. Also, in view of the recent fiasco with the lights, I find it amazing that Mr. Morris just happens to be an air conditioning professional when the trustees had mentioned that they needed to redo the air conditioning in the library, just like they did the lights, without talking to the community or letting anybody know what they were doing or giving anybody a list of the things that needed doing. So I don't know, I kind of smell a rat right there. But even without that, I do think Ms. Schneider would be by far the better addition to the board. So I'd like to add my voice to supporting her candidacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. Go ahead, Mr. Koenig, please.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is John Koenig, Koenig for the record. You know, when I was, I think, 13, a little town I grew up in, I was working in the library. Back then, we didn't have computers. But first thing I did when I moved to Pahrump was to go to the library, get my library card. I use that library, I'm in there at least twice a month. I'm a voracious reader. And after looking at the applications for this position, there's only one person super qualified for that job, and that's Ms. Schneider. If you read her resume, it just bowled me over. I mean, she is a librarian. We need a librarian on that board, someone that knows what a library is supposed to do instead of what lights and air conditioning and how they work. So, Ms. Schneider gets my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koenig. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
C.J. Stevens, Stevens. I'd like to contradict Mr. Morris. I've been attending meetings pretty consistently for a year and a half, and only recently have I been seeing him attend. Also, I happen to know that he is a personal friend outside of the library of the current trustees. Regarding his choice, I would like to inform the commissioners that Mr. Morris seems to have already been picked by Board Chairman John Shewalter. Mr. Shewalter has been including Mr. Morris in library business meetings during the last few months, of which Mr. Morris has no particular skill set for some of those meetings. Mr. Shewalter simply appears to be grooming Mr. Morris for this open seat. On the other hand, Ms. Schneider is unquestionably the most qualified applicant and should be obviously the obvious choice. Her lengthy resume showing extensive library experience overwhelms the typical, quote, works well with others resume that lacks any qualifiers from Mr. Morris. As we all know, the current library board has been wrought with controversy, secrecy, mismanagement of taxpayer funds, and a total lack of decorum and respect for the public. If you want to actually turn this board around and show that you truly care about the library, you will use your authority by virtue of AGO 9939 to remove the existing board members, starting with John Shewalter and Brian Shoemake. Since notifying you of AGO 9939 a few months ago, you have failed to take any actions, so why would I think you would care now? We all know that having only one qualified trustee on the library board, as Ms. Schneider is, will make no impact on the malfeasance of this current board, something I feel you and the local GOP leadership already know. If you truly care, your next step will be to remove Shewalter and Shoemake via 9939. Only after removing them with your the appointment of Ms. Schneider will have any impact. I did an informal poll of prior applicants, and they all said they would not serve as long as Shewalter and Shoemake were on the board, but would apply after they were gone. That includes myself. Please end this mess and stop politicizing the library. It's not these guys. These guys have got no redeeming qualities to be kept on the Board of Trustees other than being sanctioned by the local GOP leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Go ahead, Mr. Shewalter, and here in Pahrump, please.
Chairman, Commissioners, greetings. My name is John Shewalter, Shewalter. I am currently the chairman of the Pahrump Library District. I rise today in support of Mr. Morris's appointment to the Library Board. If I might make an analogy, Library Board is structured somewhat like the county. You have the Board of County Commissioners, we have the Library Board. You have the town manager, we have a library director. You have department heads, we have department heads. You have staff, we have librarians. Being a librarian doesn't necessarily qualify you to oversee the operation of the library any more than my wife's 20 years as a dealer at Caesars made her qualify to oversee the casino operations for Harris's. Our job is quite different from the librarian's day-to-day operation of the library. Ours is to oversee the library, its policies, and its general functions, not to open the doors and provide service to our patrons on a day-to-day basis. Those functions have no connection whatsoever. As far as the other things, I won't even address them. There's not enough time in this quorum or in this format. I believe that Mr. Morris's administrative background will be an asset to our board, and I would ask your unanimous consent for this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shewalter. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, hello. This is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I'm a regular consumer of the books at the library, at least once a week, on the average, sometimes even more. I've had a lot of dealings with Ms. Schneider. I'm in her support of her ability as a librarian, but also his ability on boards to work hard and get things done. The other aspect I like is I like that having a librarian on the district to be able to have content bounced off, who understands the intricacies of the library and can even strengthen it, not only from content, but also operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Go ahead, ma'am, here in Pahrump, please.
My name is Jane Goodrow, Goodrow. And what I'm about to read to you is a quote from the minutes of the Board of County Commission on May 18th, 2021. And this is quoting. The board has the exclusive responsibility to appoint board members who create goals and policies for the entities they oversee, who in turn implement those goals and policies. As the newest member of the Pahrump Community Library Board, he did not believe it or any board should be a clique of friends, family, or personal cohorts, but should reflect the diversity of the community and the county. This was a statement made by Mr. Showalter after he thanked you for his appointment. This is from the minutes of the commission. And I couldn't say it better myself. I agree with every word he said. However, I don't believe that that's what's being done in the recommendation of Mr. Morris. And contrary to what Mr. Showalter just said, I also am a certified librarian many years ago, more than I'd want to count and admit to, but as part of the library training, to have a master's degree and be a librarian, you do have training in how to manage the entire library, not just read books, but the physical aspects of managing a library. That includes lighting, air conditioning, parking lots, whatever else goes into managing a facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Goodrow. Do we have anybody on the phone? Please, Sam.
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Joe Burdzinski, B-U-R-D-Z-I-N-S-K-I. As a retired community college instructor and administrator, libraries were an important part of the life of college students. I'm very impressed with our library here and the staff that runs the library. Matt Morris would be an ideal choice, in my opinion, to be appointed as a trustee to the library because of his knowledge of how things run as a business, and the library is in a way a business. You have staff there that has the expertise, that understands library and ordering books and information that the library needs, and the purpose of the trustees is to oversee that operation. I've known Matt for a number of years, think highly of him. He doesn't make decisions based on emotion or friendship. He makes decisions based on what the facts are. So I would appreciate you considering and appointing Matt Morris as trustee to the library board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burdzinski. Mr. Schumach here in Pahrump, please.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brian Shoemake, S-H-O-E-M-A-K-E, 19-year Pahrump resident, local business owner, and vice chair of the Pahrump Library District. I'm very proud of what we've accomplished at the library. I mean, I'm very proud. Nothing to be ashamed of. I stand behind every decision we've made. We've done our homework every step of the way, and we've done what works best for the library, for the patrons, and for the community. And that's our intention into the future. I wouldn't pay any attention to the distractions being put forth to you by the prickly pears, who are a antagonist group that we have been dealing with the whole time I've been on the board. It's not very often that we get a qualified, upstanding, educated, intelligent, honest person to take the time and interest to volunteer their time and their ability and their experience. And it's a shame when we pass on a person like that. I'm speaking, of course, of Matt Morris, who would be an excellent addition to our board because he reflects the morals and the values of the town and the community in which the library exists. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I stand strongly behind Matt Morris to become a member of the Pahrump Library Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemake. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, it's Dee Mounts, MOUNTS. I'm also a trustee on the library board. I want the commissioners to know the person that's the applicant for these prickly pears and stuff, they're so disruptive and so bad. We don't feel safe, so we have to have a deputy staying in our meeting because of what's been going on with this group. I think it would be a bad situation if you appoint Ms. Schneider. I know Matt. I've met Matt at all these different events and rallies and everything, and the library board meetings. He's he has a good demeanor. He gets along with just about everybody, and I think he would be the perfect appointment for our library board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mounts. Is there anybody else here in Pahrump for public comment?
Barbara Adams, ADAMS, and I think it's really sad that this has become political because we all want to keep the library really nice and have it accessible to everybody. And so I'm just looking at the most qualified person, and that is Ms. Snyder. She's very qualified. I don't see how you could go out and find someone more qualified. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No, okay. Seeing and hearing no other public comment to hear in Pahrump and in Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment. Any further discussion by the commission?
Yes, I'd like to speak on.
Yes, Commissioner Cox, go ahead.
I've known Helen Snyder for quite a while. She's been on the Parks and Recreation Board, and she has talked to me before about her qualifications and being a librarian and making donations, and I think that's wonderful, and I think she would make a wonderful librarian. But what we're talking about here is not a librarian. It's about running the facility and other things outside of the scope of being a librarian, which she does not have the experience that Mr. Matthews has. And
Morris.
Yeah. Mr. Morris, Matthew Morris. I don't know the gentleman. I've never met him before, as far as I can remember. But I did this solely based on the qualifications that he wrote on his documentation that he submitted. And he does have the support of the rest of the board. I know they've been through some controversy over the last year or so, and I could tell that Ms. Snyder has apparently been tainted by some of the things that have been done and said, and she's not happy with the rest of the board, and I don't want to have a bunch of controversy and fighting over there. I think we've had enough of that. What they're doing, the board, needed to get a little time in. They're now in. They're doing well. And we've worked out all the bolts and nuts and screws throughout this whole thing. And so far, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't just continue with the board we have, and we need to put a business person in there. And that's exactly what he is qualified for, is the business end of it. And that's what this is all about. It's not about needing another librarian or two more librarians. It's about needing somebody that can do the other end of the spectrum for us. And that's just the way I feel about it. And that's based solely upon no personal feelings, no hard feelings. It's just based upon the facts. And the fact is that we need someone that's a business person to step in and perhaps someday even lead the crew. But right now, I would be willing to accept that.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Any other comments, commissioners?
I have a comment or two. I'm going to respectfully disagree with Commissioner Cox on that. I think the system of checks and balances is what we need. I think any board you stack one way or another, you're just asking for problems. Those are some of the issues that people in Nye County have with us sitting here. They feel like that's done often. I don't obviously believe that, and I don't know Mr. Morris, nor do I know Ms. Schneider. But I think checks and balances are the best way to go, especially considering the controversies that are surrounding that library board. I would love to see a more peaceable board. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Strickland?
Well, I'm like you guys. I don't know the applicant, that Mr. Matthew Morris. I actually was going towards Ms. Schneider for very obvious reasons. We don't often get someone that's has a doctor's degree in education, along with a minor. Her minor was library science, and her major was in history. That just looks to me like someone that's very overqualified to sit on the board. We've got a wonderful opportunity here to respectfully, like I said, I don't, when I look at the application that was given to us by Mr. Morris, it says he's a business owner. Well, that's a past business owner. I have a whole page of information on Ms. Schneider, and I have worked with Ms. Schneider on the Parks and Recs board for 4 years. So I respectfully cannot support the nomination because I think it needs to go the other way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carboni?
Well, I read, like I said, and everybody else has said they read the applications. I do believe that in part of one of the applications, which is the very end of it, there's a little bit of information that kind of taints me to believe that there's been discussions with other folks that says, hey, you need to make sure you bring up these issues when you talk about the lighting in the library and all the other activities. We have a DA who has been sitting in those meetings, has been now twice since we've both been there. And most of the commotion comes out of the audience than it does from the people that are sitting on the board. And obviously it gets antagonistic, I know that, just like it does here. I believe that the trustee board probably needs to be a little bit more softer than what they are, but I think they're learning the process. I think the DA has kind of molded them a little bit better. It's given them a little bit of support so that they know what they have to do. We actually had to remove an item off the agenda because it wasn't properly put together, and wasn't for the DA catching it, we would have been in trouble. But I think we've got something going there, and I think we should make it happen. It's not the point that I know Mr. Morris or if I know any of the folks. I'm looking to not have arguments on that board as well. Because I will tell you, based on what I read down here on Ms. Schneider's application, I know there's going to be discussion. And it's not going to be good discussion, it's going to be a fight. And it's going to be a 4-1, and I don't want to see a 4-1. And that's what I'm going to see. So that's my point.
Thank you, Commissioners. I too, and former Commissioner Koenig is in the back. I was like, where did he go? I too, when I first moved to Pahrump in 1994, went to the library and got my library card. I don't know where it is right now, because I've moved up north. But I know neither Ms. Schneider or Mr. Morris, except for on paper. And yes, we've heard, it's no secret, we've received emails, we get phone calls, pros and cons. There's always this infighting that's going on at the library. It's not a healthy situation for again, our children and our parents that are bringing their children to the library, and people that had children and they're going to the library for obvious reasons, that they need to, and hopefully they're not experiencing any of this infighting. But it's not a secret of what's going on here in Pahrump. I think the board is doing the best that they can, the current board, best that they're able. And there's always training and further training to get better and better for the ultimate goal of making this library a superior place to visit. And it's outstanding. It's commendable of the donations that are made to the library and your background in education. But there are also business principles that need to be put in place, regardless of whether it's a library or any other entity, is that it has to be run as a business, otherwise the doors will close. And so I understand my colleagues, the commissioners, your concerns and your input and your feedback. But I am going to base things on and what I've heard and what I've seen and experienced on business, on what we need to do to get this library moving forward and continue to move forward. Regardless of the decision today, and I've said it before, there is one seat that was available for appointment, 2 applicants. Please don't let this discourage the other applicant of whoever that may be, because there will be another seat that opens up, and hopefully the applicant will reapply, just like everybody else. The more the merrier, for us to be able to make the best decision that we're able to. Okay. Is there any other comments from the commission at this time?
I'd just like to reaffirm that I too believe this is a business, and that we have enough librarians. We need some business people in there just to make decisions like the new lighting, for instance. That's not a library issue. That is a business issue. That is a construction issue. That is an issue that you need some expertise in. And there have been, and there will be more of those issues come up. I think the board has gotten in line. They've finally been able to kind of separate themselves from all the controversy. I know there was a lot of really bad letters sent in by people, and those same people are now making phone calls and appearing saying how bad the board is, the board this, the board that. Well, you know, we had a lot of guys trying to learn some things out there, and I'm actually pretty proud of them, because I've come from hearing a lot of cuss words to actually seeing some progress being made, and I really hate to see any monkey wrench being thrown into that. I think there's a lot of things that have happened here, and it's not about checks and balances. I'm sorry, it's not. It's about personalities, and it's about experience. And so we have a big clash going on, a lot of personality involved, but I think over the last few months, things have smoothed out. It's separated. People have gotten into their job. They now are setting the controversy to the side, and I'd like to see it stay that way. I would like to see this board continue with what they've got and add somebody that is going to be able to fit in and get along. I'm sorry, we've got to have people get along.
There is actually participation in the library, certain things has gone up, and it's gone up over the prior board that was there. So just to let you see that there's things that are progressing and going up, people have more participation. Some of the things that they put in place has created some more things to happen within the library. I mean, I'm just, like I said, I've only been down there twice as far as the liaison, and I'm seeing what they're producing. The staff is sitting there with the board, and I believe that they're now happier than what was there once before. So I think that things are starting to get better. Again, it's not the point that who's going to be sit there, but I believe based on having business folks sitting at that board makes a difference.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other comments, commissioners? No. Okay. I have a motion and a second on the floor. At this time, I will call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Carboni, aye.
Where's aye? This passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All of you.
And for the record, we are now sitting as the BOCC after we removed ourselves as BOCC, sitting as the Board of Pahrump. I know.
Got to turn that thing around every once in a while.
Okay. Number 27, please, Manager.
Item 27, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt or reject Nye County Resolution Number 2023-08, a resolution authorizing the change of signers for the Beatty Justice Court bank account located at American First National Bank.
Thank you, Manager. Miss Elliott, did you have something to share? I looked up and I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. Contracts and Grants Manager Stephanie Elliott, ELLIOTT. It was brought to the Finance Department's attention that Judge Gus Sullivan maintains an account with American First National Bank. It is within, the jurisdiction's right to do so. I also understand that there's an Amargosa branch, which is a little bit closer than him having to travel all the way into Pahrump to make deposits of monies received. So he attempted to try and update the signers on the account. As you can see in the backup, we had a retiree late last year, and she's still authorized on the account. So after speaking with the branch manager at the bank, they need some sort of legal documents. They can't just take a handshake anymore to change signers. So this resolution, number one, authorizes and kind of accepts the fact that there is a bank account, authorizing them to use the Nye County tax ID number, and then appointing the current signers going forward. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
Yes, yes, I do, Miss Elliott. Thank you. And I know that this is your wheelhouse and this is your background.
And I personally know the branch manager, so it kind of worked out.
So as you said, this individual retired last year.
Ms. Kearns, yes.
Yes. So perhaps you can help us, help staff, because this isn't the only bank account that we have authorized signers on. And for the bank to say, I'm sorry, we need an official document, and then it takes a few weeks, a few months to get on the agenda with the BOCC, that is a problem for me. And I'm not saying that, I'm speaking in general, not in regards to this individual that retired, but it's no secret that people do bad things all the time, and that if we're not able to at least put a freeze on any activity, then that individual who is an unauthorized signer would be able to do bad things and hurt the county, hurt the town, et cetera. So we can hopefully get your assistance in figuring this out as to how we accomplish that so it doesn't hurt us in the future.
Certainly. And the judge is absolutely a current signer on the account, so he would have authority to block any debit cards that are outstanding. If the prior person had access to the checkbook that were not returned, of course, they could place a stop payment. In some situations, the banks have the ability to freeze an account. We do need to be a little careful with that, of course, if there's any outstanding expenditures. But in this type of account, there typically wouldn't be. So I wouldn't see that there would be minimal risk involved in keeping Mrs. Kearns, and of course, we'd have some legal action needed if she did step out of her boundaries. I think it's very important for the county and our departments, and in these types of situations, as soon as we are made aware that somebody is planning on retiring or separating from the county, we need to act immediately. We need to work on getting that resolution in place so that it can, or emergency meetings, so that we can make sure that those bank accounts are handled. In most cases, they do allow for a signature, to at least have one signature to go through on a bank. Sometimes the banks will require the two signatures. So in that case, it could stop business for a little bit of time. We may not be able to meet our obligations if we can't get those checks to go through. So from the banking perspective, Ms. Kearns is still authorized on that bank account and has the ability to sign checks. If we knew what the requirements were prior, then it might have been a little bit faster. But of course, he didn't know what he needed till he went into the bank to make the change.
Understood, and I thank you. And just for clarification, this is by no means reflection on Ms. Kearns. Ms. Kearns did a wonderful job. We congratulate her and wish her well on her retirement. But it's the principle of what I said, not the individual of Ms. Kearns. Absolutely nothing to do with her.
Absolutely.
But thank you. Thank you for the clarification as well.
Public comment?
Chair, May I?
Yes.
It's my understanding when we have other clubs and organizations that all you have to do is have a copy of the minutes where there's been a motion and a vote has been taken to change. It doesn't take a resolution. I would like to see it simplified if possible in the future.
And I believe it would be. There was no legal documentation to set up the account. Banks have had a higher level of requirements to be able to maintain the accounts. So initially it came to pass, well, why are you using a tax ID number that belongs to Nye County? The name on your account is not Nye County. So this resolution provides the permission, if you will, for the court to be able to do that. And then I'm hoping in the future that, yes, it would be just a simple agenda item, minutes of a meeting that he would be able to take in the future. Absolutely.
Thank you. Please let me open this up for public comment at this time. Is there any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. This is something, talking like a CPA for a second, to stay on top of, to make sure that there is a good process in place, because this is just one account, and there could be others similarly with different banks with different procedures. So having a full scope of what those procedures are from each one is something that I would suggest that is made known. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Is there any public comment here in Pahrump? Any public comment in Tonopah? Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Chair,
Okay.
Chair, make a motion.
Let me close public comment.
That's fine.
Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah on the phone, and I turn it over to you to
Make a
Commissioner.
motion to approve or adopt Resolution 2023-08
Second.
as written.
Is there any further discussion from the commission? Did you have anything else to share with us, please, Ms. Elliott?
One other item to be proactive, you guys can all reach out to me if there's any department out there, any group that has a rogue bank account that we're not aware of, needs to possibly make changes or has questions. They can absolutely, that was my previous career. I was in banking for 25 years. So if somebody would like to reach out, I do have connections within the community banks and can reach out ahead of time to see what we need to prepare for changes down the road.
I know for years we've been collecting these accounts. Some of them we've been closing. So we don't really have that many more out there. This is very few.
Yeah, and the main bank account that the county uses, they pretty much know you by sight and, can take care of you fairly quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. I appreciate it. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote at this time, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Aye.
27 passes 5-0. Number 28, please.
Item 28, update on the 2023 Nevada legislative session, including Nye County priorities, impacts to counties, and actions that counties are required to take pursuant to new legislation.
We did have, thank you, Manager, we did have scheduled a report from County Manager Sutton and also one of our attorneys. That will come at another meeting, but at this time, we will turn it over to our county clerk, Mark Kampf, for a report.
Yes, Mark Kampf, Nye County Clerk. I'm going to focus mostly on those proposed legislation that adversely affects the clerk's office from a legislative point of view. First one I want to talk about is SB 215. Basically would require that if the state provides you any money for mechanical voting machines or equipment, and you change your mind and decide not to use those machines or go to paper ballots, you would have to pay that money back. I testified on this item, and
Excuse me, Clerk, was that written just for Nye County, or is it just me?
It just might have been. Nevertheless, I was able to determine through Senator Orenshaw's testimony that the intent was that it would not apply to the 2017 funding that we received for our current machines and would only count on a prospective basis. So that kind of made me feel a little bit better about moving forward with some of the things I'm doing. And but I did recommend that they establish, do you have certain amortization of the costs? Is there a point in time when there's no technological, the equipment is beyond its technological life, and therefore a county might need to change? So I understand what they're getting at. If they give you money, they want to make sure you're using it. Of course, they don't apply that to other appropriations that they do. They don't come back and check all the time. So kind of interesting that they singled that out. To go along with that, AB 242 establishes that except for mail ballots, if you want to vote at the polls, you have to use a paper ballot. You cannot, a mechanical voting machine, you cannot use paper ballots. So they would outlaw the use of paper ballots at the polls, as is what that county is using. Basically, I've written my response to that, and effectively, they created this situation when they created universal mail-in ballots. In fact, in 2020, we didn't use the machines at all for the polls, and as of the last election, 68% of the votes were mail-in ballots, and it was just that 32% that we used for paper ballots. So if this doesn't get a governor's veto, I think we've got a real problem. But I find it very hard to see that this will move forward. The problem we have is that I'm in the middle of negotiating a agreement with Dominion to not pay the license and warranty fees on that, and I'm going to proceed forward because they have indicated that if this does happen to get approved and enacted in legislature, that we would be able to add back our license and warranty fees on the equipment we have. So we're going to hang on to the equipment, but right now I'm looking to save the county about $100,000 over the next 3 years. So I think it's a significant amount of money to pursue. AB 95 is interesting. It's right now, if you are a nonpartisan candidate for office, you have to get 100 signatures, and you can go directly to the general election. This bill would require all candidates in our county would be required to get 100 signatures to be placed on the ballot, so that if you were running as a partisan candidate, Democrat or Republican for an office, you would have to not only get the 100 signatures, but then also run for office. So this is I see it as a predecessor to ranked choice voting, because what they're trying to do is discourage people from being part of a political party and show, hey, you don't have to go through all that hassle. You just get your 100 signatures, and just like my opponent did in the last election, and just get on the ballot in the general election.
So we have to go through the primary and the general.
That's right. And get your 100 signatures as
get
opposed
100
to
signatures.
Nonpartisan. That's correct.
That makes it more fun that way.
That's right. Anyhow, the impact on this county is that in a midterm election last time, we had 68 individual candidates run for county office. That's 6,800 signatures that the clerk would be required to verify within a 3-week period from the end of the filing period until the date we have to submit our list of certified candidates. And that doesn't allow for any challenge to the lists or anything else. In a presidential election year, it would be a lot less, or I think 3,400, but still, it's a real burden for us, and we would have to verify all those signatures.
Excuse me, Clerk, question on that, please. Would the signatures be required per district or party affiliation?
It did not specify that. It just says a registered voter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here we go. This is a really great one here. AB 246 in a county where the clerk finds that there are at least 500 registered voters in a county who are members of a minority group and are of limited English proficiency, the county clerk shall ensure that voting materials and other elections information are in that language. So already this is moving towards Spanish language requirement for our county. So we would have to have ballots printed both in Spanish and in English and have our voting at the polls in both Spanish and English. But as individuals register to vote, if they indicate that, well, my language is, let's say, tag-along, and we find that there's 500 people with tag-along, we would have to, by law, put all of our materials in tag-along. In addition, for the tribal nations, which we already are required to provide translation services, it would be a requirement that all of our information be put on audio recordings, and so that they could listen to the requirements in a language like Shoshone, which is a spoken language and not a written language.
Right.
So as you can imagine, this can be a very large unfunded mandate for our
Exactly.
our county.
Yeah. What more taxes for you guys to pay?
Us too.
Me too.
SB 162 and AB 286 are very similar in that they require that the clerk establish a polling location in each of the county jails, and any detention centers for children, which could include someone who's 18, becomes 18 at that time and can vote. And if someone who's a resident here is in jail in another county, we would have to establish a polling location in that jail. So we'll be looking for volunteers to take the registrations in the jails and to
Clark County or any place else.
anywhere else.
Anywhere.
Yeah, so I mean, this to me, my understanding is how this was written is not the intent of what they planned on, but we would still need to make it so that we could provide ballots to the prisoners and pick those ballots up and harvest those ballots. So
I could think of a few volunteers for you, but they're not here right now.
right, okay. Yeah, it's kind of over the top, and it's just the nature of the kind of things that we're seeing.
I'm not even sure that fits the state constitution, so I'm just wondering what the hell these people are doing.
I don't think it much matters to them.
Yeah.
So those are the ones that I'm really very concerned about. As they come through, I will, if they are significant enough from the clerk's point of view in elections and registrations, I will be passing those comments around as I submit my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
These guys rely on the LCB to try to figure this all out. I'm telling you, it's craziness.
Any questions for County Clerk Kampf? Thank you very much for the presentation and the update. Very informative.
Now I know why you don't have.
Alarming.
Now I know why he doesn't have very much hair.
It's coming back.
Is it? Good.
He's not only a client, but he's the president. Okay. Number 29, please, Manager.
Item 29, for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding Nye County Proclamation Number P 2023-01, a proclamation recognizing the month of April 2023 as National County Government Month, Counties Rise.
Well, Lorena, would you like to expound on this? I'm not sure. I mean, I read it. I like it. I had to look up the acronym for RISE, but would you like to present to the good people here?
I would, yes. So we've done this for I think about 4 or 5 years now in a row. We might have missed 2020 for obvious reasons, but it is to highlight the services that counties provide to our residents. And so there are many activities we can start during the month of April. You know, there's examples that NACO have used to include schools, like Shadow and Official Day, and so we can obviously use our public information officer to start spreading out through social media and website, maybe like a fact of the day, like how many seniors we've served, you know, for homebound meals, getting out the messages of the assessor's office that they offer the veterans discounts on, you know, property taxes or your registration fees, things that people don't realize that we have, we're going to try to highlight. Of course, all year long, but this is the month that the National Association of Counties recognizes the county.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any questions, commissioners, for Lorena? No?
Oh, ready to make a motion when you
Let
have
me-
public comment.
Well, I do need to open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. This is really a great idea, and I'm all for it. But actually, I punched my button because I wanted to make a comment to the clerk. But this is really a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Any public comment here in Pahrump, please? Mr. Shoemake?
Brian Shoemake, Shoemake. I'm proud of my county. I'm proud to be a resident of Nye County. I'm proud of Nye County. I'm proud of the people in Nye County, and I'm proud of the people who administer my county. I'm all in favor of this. I appreciate my county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemake. Is there any other public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Okay. Hearing and seeing no other public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment and will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve proclamation P 2023-01.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. There's no further discussion from the commission. I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Boney, aye.
Aye.
Number 29 passes 5-0.
Now comes the fun.
Are you ready?
Now comes the fun.
Number 30, please.
Item 30, for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding the budget status for January 2023 for Nye County and all sub-entities for fiscal year 2023.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, or close to being evening now. In front of you, you have the fiscal year 23 update through period 7, which is January of 2023. In the first 2 pages, I have a few notes for you to read through, but there's a couple things I wanted to kind of point out. We have revenues are on target as we had budgeted. The only one that is showing as a negative is under other, which it's on page, it would be 4 of your backup. On column 3, if you notice towards the bottom, which is that where our net proceeds are paid out of, and then at the end of the year, they're transferred to the county's general fund. So that's why you're seeing a negative there. So I just wanted to point that out in case there were any questions. Earlier in the meeting, Commissioner Cox had a question regarding the cannabis revenue that we received, and that does get deposited into the general fund, which is on page 4 of your backup, and that is under licenses and permits. As you can see, this is a summary of all the revenue that comes into the general fund. So that is, like I said, on license and permits, and you'll see a total that so far we have received on column 3 through the month of January, 1.2 million, but that includes all licenses and permits. That is a summary. That includes your cannabis, liquor license, as well as gaming, work cards, and your concealed weapons. So that's all.
There is a percentage breakout, but you don't have it in here.
Yeah, the percentage breakout, I don't have the detail on here, but I can give you the numbers. Unfortunately, like I said, this is a summary, and if we did itemize, our reports would be really big. But I can provide that to the board.
You don't need to provide it like every month or something, maybe throw it out there every 3 months.
Okay.
Just so we can stay on top of that portion of it. I don't need all the rest of it.
Okay, so you just want the cannabis?
Yeah, because people ask,
figures?
they want to know what they're getting for what's going on, so.
I will add an appendix to it for quarterly.
Yeah, because then I can tell them, it's not that bad. It's bringing in some money, or it's good, we're getting extra money for this or that or something else. And the other towns too. Some of the other towns get, or are supposed to be getting, the money for the cannabis also, right? Like Armagosa.
No, that was rescinded. I believe it was back in 2020, might have been 21. I don't recall the dates, but everything, those towns do generate, or I should say the businesses do pay a fee to Nye County, whether it's their licenses, of course, and that is all credited into the general fund. We do notice where it's coming from for our information purposes, but that is retained in the general fund.
2020 is when that happened.
Thank you. So if you don't have any questions on revenue, we can move forward to the expenditure side of the house. Okay. For general fund expenditures, a couple things that I did want to note as in the fiscal notes in front are some of our departments are forecasting to be over, whether it's mostly in the services and supplies, and that is mostly due to fuel expenses. If you notice, most of the departments that are showing over are the departments that utilize fuel the most. Buildings and grounds, of course, we have our fleet service. We also have the utilities under buildings and grounds, and of course, I don't want to single them out, but they are some of the one of the departments that is forecasting, as well as animal control. Animal control, like I said in a previous meeting, they also had the large case in Armagosa. We were able to recoup some of the funding that will be allocated to some of the expenditures, so that will offset some of that. We also have under the mechanics department or our equipment services, again, some of that is because of cost of goods, as we all know, have hit our departments because of cost of inflation. So those are some of the effects that we're seeing throughout our general fund. I haven't seen anything of concern other than those items as well. Any questions on the general fund expenditures? Okay. Moving on to, the following pages, which is page 9 through, I believe it's page 14 of your backup, are all the funds outside of the general fund, including Beatty, Gabbs, Beatty, Gabbs, Manhattan, and Town of Pahrump, and of course, all the other Nye County funds outside of the general fund. Any questions that anybody has?
I've got some, but some of these I'll talk to you directly about.
Yes, you had come to visit me, but if have any questions, you know where to find me.
Well, yes, I've been there enough.
Where do they have you planted at now?
I'm in the same spot, in the finance office.
Okay, I didn't know if they had moved everybody out of there.
No, we're still there. We're hoping, but no, we're still there.
Yeah, we'll get you there someday.
I'm not holding my breath, but I am crossing my fingers.
Yeah, all of us have to do that on things.
I appreciate you guys have been so understanding.
Any other questions for our comptroller?
We know that fuel costs are changing again, so we may see the reverse of what we were seeing just recently, so.
Yes, I want to keep the board, of course, apprised of what is happening. However, I don't expect any changes until closer to the end of the year where we, start tidying up some of those numbers. That some of those departments may require an augment depending on where we land. So I just want to let everybody know where we're currently are. I'm not panicking yet in those departments, but I have spoken to some of those departments. William and I know also have a meeting further this week. We'll be discussing some of those items.
Do we have any concerns with capital in the coming years?
Yes, capital is a concern, and I will be presenting that to the board during our budget meeting for fiscal year 24. However, we are a big concern on capital because the net proceeds, which typically funds our Nye County capital, we're not seeing the numbers that we were hoped. If you recall, during our budget meeting last year for fiscal 23, we substantially cut capital from 2.1 million to about 236,000. So that was a substantial hit, and of course, we're seeing those impacts because we have departments that have requested capital, and unfortunately, we can't fulfill those requests. We have to maintain a certain level of funds for any critical failures that may come. So, unfortunately, those departments, I've had talks with them about not being able to fund those needs or requests. So we can look a little bit closer at any critical needs for now.
Yeah, because that puts a cramp in some of the things we got to do. We got the sheriff's office equipment that we're really in trouble with, so this is going to hurt.
Yeah, so this is I haven't finished the fiscal 24 figures review, but as the numbers that I'm seeing, unfortunately for capital, it is looking a little bit
Peaked?
Yes.
Okay.
But I will give the board more information as I have those, and of course during the budget workshop, so that everybody has that information. I have a couple ideas that I'll present to the board, but of course you'll have all that information to make your choices. But of course, if there's any questions in the meantime, you can always come visit me in the finance office or call me.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions for the comptroller?
I have a question. Where does the $12 million grant that's coming in fit into this whole thing with regard to capital budget?
That's a great question, and in fact, I've been talking to Stephanie about how to present that to the Board of County Commissioners, and of course, we're going to be presenting that simultaneously with the budget workshop. So then it'll be a long day, I'm sure, as they typically are, and we'll be presenting that. But it's ultimately up to the board to decide how to spend those dollars. One of the recommendation to us, to the counties, is to utilize it for county needs as far as capital and whatnot. So that is our hope, to be able to utilize that. But however, this is a one-time monies to the county. So we do have to, of course, keep those funds on site, but not forget that where our general capital is regularly funded, the dollars aren't there.
That's the reason why I don't want to bring up the 12 million yet. We need to understand where we are with capital, period, because we need something that tells us what we're going to have in the future. We don't need something that just, it's a flash pan and we get it and then it's gone. We need to know where we're going so we know how to plan in the future. So we can't just backfill with the 12 million and say, hey, we're happy, and then the next thing you know, we're in deep shit. Oops, excuse me.
Microphones, please. Okay, let me open this. Let me open this up public comment, please? Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. Couple observations. On page number 9, the road expenditures, 10205 is at 69%, which is above the 57, of course, and we're coming out of the winter months, if you will. So my concern is we may overrun there. The Pahrump Cemetery is over quite a bit on page 14, 25272 account at 85% of expenditures for year to date. So those are just a couple that caught my attention, but what I'm more concerned with is the capital. And I know that we're getting ready to go through a budget process for 24, but it would be nice to have, if it's possible, and I know the controller's new to the role, a forecast for 25. And being able to look out on the capital just a little bit further than just the budget for next year, but a high-level forecast to see if we have any potential problems on the horizon. Just a suggestion, but hopefully that's something that might be useful in what you're doing. The other thing is on the fuel costs. I know the fuel costs have been kind of all over the board, mainly up rather than down. But if there's any way of reducing that cost, either pre-purchase or something of that nature, I'd like to see us leverage that capability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Is there any other public comment here in Pahrump? Any public comment in Tonopah? Any other public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. This time I'll close public comment. Hearing and seeing none in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone. I'll thank you, Comptroller, for the presentation. Do I need a motion to accept this?
Well, seeing as it says it's for possible action, I don't think in this particular case, because it is a presentation. So I'm surprised we don't call it a presentation. Can we do that next time? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome back. Okay, number 31, please, Manager.
Item 31 for possible action, presentation, discussion, and deliberation to approve, amend and approve, or reject the program funding request from Pahrump Valley Public Transportation under the Nye County ARPA Recovery Plan and Policy, Public Health Assistance, Mental Health Initiatives in the amount of $60,700.
And good evening, Commissioners. We have Mr. Eric Whalen from the Pahrump Valley Transportation, and he's got a great program that he'd like to discuss with you today for funding from the ARPA program. There are available funds in the mental health, and that's on going to be like page 2 or 3 of your backup.
Thank you. Mr. Whalen, please.
And I almost forgot previous Commissioner, Mr. Koenig, who's here in support of the program. My apologies.
Okay. Mr. Koenig, are you here in support as public comment, or are you here as RTC?
Good afternoon, Board. John Koenig, Koenig for the record. I am Vice President of Pahrump Valley Public Transportation.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Whalen, W-H-A-L-E-N. I am the Executive Director of Pahrump Valley Public Transportation.
Thank you.
And today we would like to propose a couple programs that we are wanting to initiate. These would be pilot programs that are much needed in the community. I've been running this transportation in Pahrump for the past 10 years. 5 years of that has been dedicated to Pahrump Valley Public Transportation. Over the course of those 5 years of running solely Pahrump Valley Public Transportation, we have gathered quite a bit of data about where the shortcomings are in transportation, who needs it, who doesn't have it, what areas we need to focus on. And with this funding made available to us, we would be able to handle some of these areas that are really deficient in transportation. One of the primary ones is for students for extracurricular activities. Currently, Nye County School District does not provide any transportation for any students after school. This sways a lot of students not to participate in sports. They don't have the transportation, drama, tutoring, etc. And we want to start a program to provide transportation from Rosemary Clark Middle School and Pahrump Valley High School and get them a designated way home. And they would schedule it just like anybody else would through our system. Also, we want to reach the outlying areas of Nye County, such as not Tonopah, but Amargosa and Beatty. We want to be able to establish a route to those two areas that are definitely underserved as far as transportation.
Once again, John Koenig, Koenig for the record. The school thing he's talking about has been on my want-to-do list for, I don't know, several years. I mean, we have children in this community get out of school and mom works and dad works. They go home to an empty home. And they take a school bus home because it's the only way they can get home. And once they're there, they can't go anywhere because there's no one to take them anywhere. Some kids are more fortunate and they get to do sports and stuff like that after school. A lot of kids aren't, and a lot of those kids get in trouble. So one thing I've always, and Eric can back me up, I've talked to him about this for a couple of years, is pick the kids up at school, take them to the field where they're supposed to be, take them to drama wherever they're supposed to be, we take them there. When it's done, we pick them up there and we take them directly to their house. There's no downtown, it's just go, we take them from here to there, directly to their home, and we're done with it. The kids get a big benefit out of it, and I just think it's something we should do. I mean, I was fortunate when I was a kid, moms didn't really work. You know, my mom was home when I got up in the morning. She was home when I got home from school. Sometimes that wasn't good, but, you know, whatever. But, I mean, she took me where I had to go, and my sisters and my younger brother also, so.
That was horse and buggy, correct?
Hmm?
That was horse and buggy?
Yeah, pretty much so, yeah. And basically, what we're trying to do is step in and be part of that and help the kids out. Get them to be doing, and people say there's nothing for them to do in this town. There's lots of stuff for them to do. It's getting them there and then getting them home safely so they're not end up behind Walmart or something doing things they shouldn't be doing. So.
Yes, and that's one of the other points I wanted to bring up about this after school transportation. I would much prefer seeing the students participate in sports, drama, tutoring, whatever their passion is, than be denied that and then end up taking a wrong path. And then a year from now, I am taking them to a drug and alcohol recovery program.
Which we do.
Yeah, you know, and what my transportation program provides here for the town, Pahrump Valley Public Transportation on average transports probably about 500 people per week to recovery programs. I don't want to see that number go up any more than you do. We want to keep the students interested in school and those kind of activities. And then furthermore, you know, with Amargosa and Beatty, right now we have the proposal here in front of you. It's not a lot, you know, 1 day a week for Amargosa, 1 day a week for Beatty. These are both pilot programs, so we did add money into the budget to allow for that. If the demand is there for 2 times a week for Amargosa, that's what that additional $10,000 in there on each one of those programs is for. Right now we have it budgeted for 1 vehicle, 1 bus at Rosemary Clark, 1 bus at the Pahrump Valley High School. If the demand is beyond that, that's what that $10,000 cushion is for.
So once again, John Koenig, KOENIG. So I guess we're just, you know, being a 501c3, we're financially strapped all the time. So if we want to spread out and do more good stuff, we need help, and that's what we're asking for. So, Bruce, we're trying to address your comments a couple of years ago about taking care of the outlying communities. We need help with that too. It costs money to go to Beatty, it costs money to go to Amargosa. It's bad enough around here with the price of gas. So that's all we're asking for. So thank you.
Thank you. I know that you've been working, since I've taken my seat, you've been working on trying to figure out how to facilitate transportation for the outlying areas of Amargosa, Beatty, even Tonopah. I know that you've visited and you've had a few meetings to try to figure this out. And in your proposal, in your backup, you have on here that you wish to perform the once a week for Beatty and Amargosa.
Yes.
But I heard you say that it's in the schedule as a pilot program. So just help me understand and clarify, please.
Our budget is, allowed for one driver on, say, a Tuesday for Amargosa, every Tuesday of the month. Now, if the demand exceeds what that one driver is available to do, we added another $10,000 into each program to help offset that. That $10,000 cushion doesn't mean that we're going to use it. I mean, that's just there in case we need it. If we don't use it, obviously the county keeps it. We aren't, this will be on a reimbursement program, so it won't be, you aren't giving us $60,700. We will be billing you monthly. And the same thing goes for the school district. This, as it is a pilot program, we have no historical data to base anything off of. What kind of reception are we going to get from the students? Are we going to get 2 or are we going to get 50?
Right.
So we have to anticipate and be ready for whatever comes at us. And if we do only get 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 during the week, the option of having that there is crucial for the students. And also, we have run this through NDOT. We had a meeting, John and I had a meeting with NDOT. There is no gray area, there is no double dipping involved, and we have full support of NDOT to go for this.
Once again, John Koenig, KOE and NIG. The Beatty and Amargosa thing, I think he uses pilot because it is a pilot. We have no idea. Again, we're coming from Pahrump, going to Beatty, coming from Pahrump, going to Amargosa, and there can be animosity about, oh, you're from Pahrump. So we don't know how it's going to turn out up there. We hope it'll turn out and people will flock and fill up the van. And we'll bring them down here and then we'll take them back like we should. If it works out great, once a week will become a couple times a week. It could become, I could say it could become a daily occurrence if the need was there, but then that becomes a lot bigger problem, let's put it that way. Then we need more vans, but that's why he's calling it a pilot, because we don't know. So, again, without the help, we're never going to find out, because right now we really can't afford to do it ourselves. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Whalen and Mr. Koenig?
I have one. Obviously, this is only a one-time bunch of money, so what would be the plan for you to continue the process?
If I can display to NDOT the necessity for this program, then it would be easily fit into next year's budgets.
Great. I just want to make sure you heard that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Get some public comment, maybe we
Okay.
can make a motion.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Let me open it up for public comment at this time. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, they're all at dinner.
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. My niece drives a bus for students up in Tonopah. As a matter of fact, she's coming down the 24th to bring some students for a game, which brings me to the question, are these bus rides going to include taking these students to and from games, and will it all only be within Nye County? Because the game from Tonopah, for example, is in Clark County. So they bring the students down, they stay with them, and they bring them back to Tonopah. And the second thing are some of the schools, if not all, have they have basketball, they have volleyball in their gymnasiums after school. So would these buses be available for those students around Nye County that want to utilize this time after school? Would the buses just be available to pick them up and take them home, which is the third point. As we know, we have students all over town. It could be a student that lives near Rosemary Clark. It could be a student that's going to Rosemary Clark that lives over by the high school. They are all over. So if we're looking at taking students to their homes rather than a drop-off point like the school buses use, that's another concern. So those are just some ideas that came across when this was being talked about. There's no doubt we need it, but some of the things that I happen to think of because of the family's involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Would you like to address a few of those?
Yeah, well, your first concern regarding, you're talking like evening games for sporting events, we would not be handling transportation for that. Yeah, we would be doing extracurricular after-school activities such as football practice, baseball practice, band practice, whatever it may be. And that was one of the things that she just mentioned. Amy Nelson, that was her, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was one of the things. That would be inclusive. Pahrump Valley Public Transportation, the way it is currently run, we do a curb-to-curb service. So when we stop at Pahrump Valley High School to pick up 5 students, their parents or themselves would have already called in and scheduled those rides. They would already be on a manifest for that driver to take them directly home. So there would be no meeting spot or anything like that. We would pick them up directly at each one of the schools and take them directly home.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. We do still have public comment that is open. Do we have anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no other public comment here in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment at this time.
Chair, make a motion to approve the funding to the public transportation for the $60,700.
Second.
So I have a motion in 2 seconds. If there's no further discussion from the commission, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Jaborzi, aye. Congratulations. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call for a 5-minute comfort break, please. Be back at 5:21. 5:21. Don't do jumping jacks before you go for the comfort break. Commissioners, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're not in trouble?
Yes, I was.
No.
I was.
Ron's in trouble.
I got one of these.
Ron is in trouble. 'Cause he's missing in action.
You guys never
He
get
can't,
one of those.
he can't hear us out there.
Oh.
Oh, is he on the smoke break? Okay. We're going to resume the meeting at this time, please. Thank you. You ready, manager?
Ready.
Actually, I don't see him in the audience.
I am prepared to speak to the item.
Or Brad? Thank you. Thank you. Number 32, please.
Item 32, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to, 1, accept Google's terms of service to upload Nye County GIS data to Google to potentially use for updating Nye County address points and mapping information, and 2, delegate authority to Information Technology Director Brad Adams or his designee to accept the terms of service online and share GIS data with Google.
Go ahead, manager Tackett, please.
Thank you. So with providing our GIS data to Google, accepting their terms of use and terms of service, basically we're relinquishing all power and rights and authority of the data for Google to use however they see fit, if they even want to use it. We may provide it to them, and they may not want to use it. They may incorporate some parts and not others. It's completely up to them how they want to use it. And also, not only for updating address points and mapping for the county, but how they want to then distribute it to other mapping services. They could sell it, and we would not benefit from those sales. And if there are any questions or issues, irregularities, Google basically washes their hands of that. We sometimes do too. There's the clause in our agreements that say things may not be accurate or may not be up to date, which is standard for most data sharing services. But basically we want to get the board's approval to hand over the data and let Google use it however they see fit, if they see fit.
You didn't sell that very well, may I say?
A little spooky.
That's, well,
No, she told the truth.
I don't think she was trying to sell, she's just giving the data.
yes.
The chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Obviously, yes, this is common with Google.
Yes.
And it's not just what happened to the county, it happens to every business that they turn information to. That's, believe it or not, they make a lot of money on people providing them data. Because then they have advertising, they have all kinds of things they can use, tracking data. It's really iffy. Problem we have here is we have people that need this information in the system, so mail can make it to their area, as well as the fire department, the emergency, exactly. That's the only reason. But the problem is we have no guarantee it's ever going to get used.
Well, go ahead, Sam. You have more?
No.
Oh, I know that this has been a point of contention for people in the north, outside of Pahrump, and it's not just Nye County. It's other counties. Is the GIS? They're realtors. They're trying to zoom in, Google Earth, and see this, that, and the other, and they're not able to, and it takes them a half a mile away. It's not accurate. Deliveries are not made. I mean, it really throws a wrench in people's wheels, and I am not in favor of being strong-armed by a company like Google, but is it a necessary evil for us to consider this and approve it and move forward with it because of the other factors involved?
Google is basically what everybody uses. There's other mapping organizations out there. Unfortunately, most people say, oh, let's just Google it. I mean, it became the word to use if you want to find something. Again, we may not even see the change.
What do you mean we won't see the change? Are you saying that if we provide our GIS information, they may not even change their information?
Correct. Yes.
Part of their agreement.
Is there,
If you read their agreement, it says, thank you for your information, and then I'll see you later.
It doesn't mean they won't. They potentially could. If they are looking that closely, they may see that what they have for their address points, say in Amargosa where things changed, they might want to make those updates and those corrections.
The other piece of that is that it's for the small amount of address changes we're talking about in Nye County versus if there was a huge total state or multiple states, that'd be something they would consider because that helps them with the financing to make those changes. You're talking about a handful to make a change because there's a cost involved in making that change.
maybe we should be using Google instead of our addressing. Maybe we should conform to them instead of our addressing.
And it may be worth it to check with, to verify with the emergency services, first responders, and even maybe mail carriers to see what addressing systems they are actually using. They may not even be using Google. They may have their own systems. And if it's a matter of updating those systems, if that's the case, that's a different story. When Chief Lewis has spoken to the item, he's not indicated that that's the case, but I think it's worth exploring if this is not.
So we need to continue the item and get more research done.
Well, before we go that direction, let me open it up.
Of course.
Do we have any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. If there was ever an item that I am adamantly against, this is one. Google will absolutely sell any information to any leftist group to pinpoint MAGA followers, to pinpoint Republicans, and they will use this against us. Google is known to be furnished by Soros and other leftist funders of these kinds of movements. I don't want my information out on Google. I know it's probably already there, but what access do they have to my privacy? What access will they have to my party affiliation? Other types of access to my personal information once this is turned over to them. I really, really am against this kind of use for mapping for any kind of county or any kind of township or town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Is there any other public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, this is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I'm going to mirror a little bit of the comments that Amy had. The data, there's no protection on the data. And they can sell it to whoever they want to. There's a lot of content that's going to go out, and it's just doesn't protect the people. The other aspect is I am actually a user of the GIS, and I feel very comfortable when I'm looking at that I can find the pertinent information, reliable information that's there for what I'm looking for. Yes, it takes time. I mean, if I want to map it to have a little bit more visual, maybe I use Google, but it's not necessary. The GIS can get the job done. The question that's open for transportation is how quickly. And I'll pass on that one and let those who deal with that on a regular basis address that. But as for me, for the privacy issue, it's a big deal, and it's a big concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Go ahead, Mr. Jim. Green light.
Down below?
There
Okay.
it is.
Oh, I said I was pushing right on the tape. Okay, then, I agree with Amy Nelson.
State
Yeah,
and
it's a lot
spell
of
your last
privacy
name,
issues that,
State and spell your last name.
oh, Eddie, Jim, J-I-M, last name. I agree with Amy Nelson there and the other guy. A lot of privacy issues here with Google. And plus, she mentioned Soros-backed, and that's another thing. So that's all I got to say on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Any public comment out of Tonopah right now? Thank you, Dwight. Please take a seat, please, Mr. Dwight, if you'd like. Thank you. Any other public comment here in Pahrump? Okay. Hearing and seeing no other public comment, I will close that at this time. Further discussion from the commission, please?
Oh, I think Commissioner Strickland had a great point, and we should move forward. Yeah.
Motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. There's no further discussion, and this is to continue number 32.
In the continuing of that, we need to sit down and talk about the data systems that we use and so on and so forth, and see if there's anything we need to do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. I'd like to call for the vote at this time.
Aye.
Carboni, aye.
Aye. Continuation passes 5-0. Number 33, please.
Item 33, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve, amend and approve, or reject a novation agreement between Nye County, Far West Engineering, and DOWL LLC for the purpose of transferring the professional services agreement dated January 7th, 2019 for land surveying and map review services, and to execute the agreement.
Thank you. It looks like I have both Director Wagner and Manager Stephanie Elliott to speak on this.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. We currently have an existing contract with who was known as Far West Engineering. We'd like to fulfill that contract. They have now been acquired by Dowell, D-O-W-L. And at this point, there's no change to the contract terms. Dowell will be assuming the original contract. There's been no changes or updates to the actual contract amount or terms. So. And I believe that our director is in support of this.
I guess. Director Wagner, yeah, the whole, similar to an item we had a meeting or two ago.
You didn't spell your last name, sir.
Oh, crap, I forgot once today. W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R.
Because I know everybody's taking notes. Please continue.
Anyway, almost identical to what was done with another company a couple of agendas ago. Same thing, just a company that merged with another. Should potentially give us more resources, or them more resources to provide even better service. So, definitely in support.
Thank you, Director Wagner. W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R.
Just in case you didn't know. Yeah.
Let me open this up for public comment, please. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, N-E-L-S-O-N. This particular item lays too close to the previous item, in my opinion. And if they're going to continue the first one, I think this one should be continued until we get more information. God bless you. And I just am very leery at this point on which companies get our information, our mapping, and what they're going to do with it. So I would like to have both of them continued rather than just one, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Is there any public comment in Tonopah, please? Any other public comment here in Pahrump? Is there anybody? Thank you, Dwight. Is there anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No. Let me close public comment, hearing and seeing none in Tonopah.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve and execute the agreement.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion from the commission? Then I'll like to call for the vote, please.
Rich, aye.
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 Moore's aye.
Carboni, aye.
Number 33 passes 5-0. Number 34, please.
Item 34, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve, amend, and approve or reject the assignment of the development agreement between Nye County and Cedar Trees LLC as assigner and Mountain View Farms LLC as assignee for the real property located at 290, 330, 370, and 410 East Simpkins Road, Pahrump, Nevada, commonly known as North Canyon Homes, assessors parcel numbers as listed.
Excellent.
Oh, boy.
And I know he's an unfamiliar face to you all. We have Director Wagner here to present his Waggoner.
Thank you. So, again, this is a development agreement that was approved by the BOCC back in 2020. It has a 5-year expiration. Currently, the expiration is August 20th of 2025. There is a couple of things I do want to bring to the board's attention in some discussions with Michelle Nelson at the DA's office. There was something that we came across that kind of alerted our attention that I just want to bring forward to you guys. So in paragraph 3 of the agreement, which is on page number 3, consent, it says the county consents to the conveyance of the property to assignee by assignor and the assignment of the development agreement in whole by the assignee to assignor in accordance with section 3.8A of the development agreement. This particular sentence where it says the form and amount of any substituted security provided by assignee if required by the county under section 3.8B of the development agreement and the evidence of financial stability of the assignee if required by the county under section 3.8D of the development agreement is all approved by the county. I did want to bring to the board's attention that in this development agreement, as well with others, the assigner was not required to provide any financial security for the agreement. So further, the financial stability of the assignee has not been reviewed by the county. It is the discretion of the board whether to have the assignee provide these items if required. So pursuant to paragraph 3.8D, the county has the right to approve with conditions, or disapprove such transfer in order to ensure that the assignee has the same ability to fulfill the obligations of the agreement. I think with many of the development agreements we've had, we're familiar with the developer in most cases, where that's probably why that...
Including this one?
Including the one that is the assigner. I'm not familiar with the assignee per se. I don't think the county is either. So that's kind of why I wanted to bring this to your attention. And then in paragraph 4, there's a sentence in there that says, in connection with this agreement, the county has received and reviewed that certain report requested to be delivered by assignor in accordance with section 5 of the development agreement, and the assigner is not in default of the development agreement as it relates hereto. Again, I just want to make you aware that the board, that there have been no written reports. What that's referring to is the biannual report, which technically there should have been one, but we have not gotten to a final map approval stage. So there really hasn't been any activity other than the mapping process. So we haven't really bugged him on that. But he's not in default because we haven't requested it, because it's something we have to request the way the development agreement's written. And then lastly, paragraph 6.1b states all bonds, including performance bonds that are required to provide financial assurance for the provision or maintenance of the infrastructure pursuant to this agreement. But at this point, there have not been any bonds put in place for this project. There hasn't been a final map brought forward. There hasn't been an SIA that's been completed. There hasn't been a bond obtained based off of that. So I just wanted to make the board aware of that too, that we don't have any bonds in place. And again, just to remind the board that pursuant to paragraph 3.8D, the board has the right to approve the assignment with condition of assigning or obtaining a bond. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Director, so we can request something like a bond to secure that we know something's going to happen?
You could make it a condition, is what my understanding is of this transfer. You could require that they obtain I don't know if this is the correct term, but a development bond, you know, basically ensuring that they will follow through and so we don't end up with a Shawnee Ridge type situation where, because we will eventually, if this project was to move forward, we will obtain a bond for the streets and those improvements and any of the, you know, off-site improvements directly related to the subdivision. But that still will not cover any walls, any lot developments, you know, any of that stuff behind the curb.
And we need to make sure we have something that can back that to make sure it's going to happen.
Correct.
So
that would be
yeah,
my suggestion.
We can, does that sound feasible? Okay.
So I just wanted to put that out there for you folks.
Is there an estimate that we would think that would fit for this because of the size of the project?
Well, at this point, no, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm sure are knowing what they're getting into, so the applicant or the assignee probably has something, but if you were wanting to go that route, I would just make it, you know, a condition that, you know, at some point they have to provide a bond for the entire development, and that would give them time to get that put together and then us to come up with a bond amount.
So we'd have to make that decision during the approval of this anyway.
As a condition.
As
yes.
a condition, correct.
Yes.
Yeah, my suggestion is that we make some reference to any performance bonds that may be required at the time of final approval of the development plans.
Yeah, and we could tie it, you know, theoretically to a final map or,
Final map.
you know, before they're actually allowed to start developing. But just be aware too, not part of this agenda item, but now that I've become fully aware of this, we will be changing our development agreement templates.
Well, it does say amend.
Yes.
Any questions for the Director, Commission?
I will just like to inform you the applicant is in the audience.
Great, we'd love to hear from the applicant.
At least the assigner is. I'm not
Just one
sure who
moment.
the applicant is.
Or the assigner, okay. Director, something that you mentioned, I want clarification on. I thought it was a 10-year agreement. You mentioned 5-year agreement.
That is correct. I did verify that. We've done them as much as 30 years. We obviously realize that that's pretty problematic as times change. We did start going with a 10-year time frame. This particular one was a 5-year time frame, and I don't recall if that was something that was dictated, you know, by the board at the time they approved it, or what that was, where that came about. But that is definitely what the agreement is, for 5 years from its effective date.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does the assigner wish to speak at this time? About 150 million.
Dwight, please. No comments from the audience, please.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Ken Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y. Are there any questions that I could answer for you?
Obviously, you don't want to do this. What happened?
I turned 73 last week.
Well, so did I.
And I have my first grandson. My wife is retired about 6 years ago, and she wants to spend more time traveling, so we're slowly downgrading the size of our workload, my workload. It's one of the things that she insisted upon. So it's just something that would take, in my case, a number of years to complete, with a lot of extensive work involved. So that's why when somebody presented this offer to me, I decided to take it. We'll see how it works out, and if they don't continue with it, then at some point I'll have to go ahead and continue it myself.
Well, congratulations
there
on it is. your birthday. And
Yes, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And your
Appreciate that.
grandson.
Grandson, his name is Owen. He's about 6 months old.
Cool.
And I have about 4,000 pictures. Anybody wants to see them, I'll be glad to show them.
Happy grandfather.
Put them on the big screen.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. First one.
Very nice.
Can you tell us anything about the assign or
The signee.
signee?
From what I understand, it was a group of people put together. One of them was formerly working with Toll Brothers Homes. They know something about construction. The other one was a real estate investor, and he's reasonably familiar with the town and what's going on here. I explained to them the premise of the map, what it was designed for, with half-acre lots. They seemed to be consistent with that. They said that was fine with them. That's as far as I know to tell you. I mean, we're not friends. I don't know them other than that. But they seem equitable.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Murphy? No? Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
I'd like to open up for public comment at this time. Anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Amy Nelson, Nelson. God bless Brett Wagoner, Waggoner. He's always looking out for people in Nye County, especially in Pahrump, and watching these codes. I love his presentation or his verbal presentation concerning bonds, because that's been a big issue with conversations of people I know, especially bonds for solar projects. So this item being brought forward is, if it implicates a bond that we haven't requested, then I'm all for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Is there any public comment here in Pahrump? Any public comment? Okay, thank you for stopping by, Dwight. Any public comment in Tonopah, please? Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no public comment in Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Let's see if we can make a motion here.
Can I offer some language on as far as the bond?
Yeah, what I was going to do is I was going to amend and approve the item that's noted here with a performance bond for the overall project.
My comment, my suggestion would be
The
that
final
such
map.
performance bonds that may be required as a condition of approval of the final map.
I'll take that.
I'll second.
Is that a motion, Mr. Dion?
I'll take that as my motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And so Commissioner Carboni made the motion via proxy.
By proxy,
and-
yes.
and, Commissioner Strickland seconded the motion. That's my understanding. Any further discussion? And I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Bartoli, aye.
Aye.
Number 34 passes 5-0. And number 35, please.
Item 35 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, determine that a public purpose may be served by the acquisition of the real property, more particularly described as assessor's parcel numbers as listed. 2, consider the application made to the Board of County Commissioners by Nye County Public Works for permission to acquire the real property described as assessor's parcel numbers as listed. And 3, adopt, amend, and adopt or reject Nye County Resolution Number 2023-04, a resolution directing the transfer of Nye County Treasurer Trust property into Nye County ownership for public purpose.
Thank you, Manager. Mr. Mulvey,
Yes,
introduce
Tyler
yourself.
Mulvey, Mulvey. Public Works is interested in acquiring these 8 parcels from the Treasurer Trust sale for right-of-way purposes. So if they're taken off the sale, we'll dedicate the right-of-way and then put them back on the sale for the next upcoming sale.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Mulvey?
We've done this before.
We have.
I believe there's one property that we're going to might not sell back? Is that the one with the?
Correct. There is one, I think, in Beatty that is to be kept for a road right of way, just because it's so small. It's a real tiny triangle, or two. There might be two, if I remember.
I think there's another one which has the channel going through it.
That's the next item, I think.
Yeah.
With the channel, that's the next item.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it is the next item. Sorry.
Yep.
Safe travels. Any other questions for Mr. Mulvey?
Nope.
Okay. Anastasia, did you want to speak on this? No. Oh,
On the record, please.
Not on the record. You're going to learn this.
I know, right?
You're going to have to spell your name.
Anastasia Wilkin, Wilkin. He's correct. The one in Beatty, which is number 8 on their list, is a tiny triangle that serves no purpose for anything other than their purposes.
Right in the middle of the road.
okay. Thank you. Let me open this up for public comment, please. Is there anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Anybody in Tonopah? Anybody here in Pahrump wish to speak on this? Hearing none, seeing none in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we have determined that these properties are for public purpose. I'd like to adopt Nye County Resolution number 2023-04, inclusive of the properties as stated.
Second. Oh, sorry.
You're good. You got it.
Thank you, commissioners. I have a motion and 2 seconds on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Tony's aye.
Number 35 passes 5-0. Number 36, please, manager.
Yeah.
Item 36, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to, 1, approve the purchase of a parcel needed for drainage improvements consisting of .15 acres located at 411 East Valiant Avenue, Pahrump, Nevada, 89060, assessors parcel number 038-163-29. 2, approve compensation for the parcel to the property owner based on the appraisal and the amount of $11,500. 3, direct staff to prepare and record the documentation necessary to transfer property. And 4, funding to be determined by comptroller.
Tyler Mulvey with Nye County Public Works, MULVEY. Yes, this parcel is currently has a drainage channel in it, not owned by or maintained by us. It constantly gets flooded over there and fills up with water and debris, and this helps us maintain that drainage.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Mulvey on this item? Okay, let me open it up for public comment, please. Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Any public comment in Tonopah? Any public comment here in Pahrump? Hearing and seeing none, Pahrump, Tonopah, and on the phone, I will close public comment.
Motion to approve items 2, 3, and 4, and the funding determined by the comptroller.
I like that. Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion from the commission, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody aye.
Aye.
Number 36 passes 5-0. Number 37, please.
Item 37, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Resolution number 2023-09, a resolution approving an application and signatory authorization for the Nye County Gab Sewer Rehabilitation Phase 3 for Clean Water State Revolving Fund funding.
Good evening, Commissioners. Contracts and Grants Manager Stephanie Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Darren Tuck, who is actually supporting our CDBG funding today up in Carson City. All right, we got some good news on that to come later. But the resolution that we have in front of you today actually stemmed back from 2011. There was already a Nye County resolution that had approved this, but a lot of time has passed. So the state, which is the Division of Environmental Protection, has requested that we renew this. We have a new board in place since 2011, and the resolution allows the state to move forward with our clean water revolving loan. And I did ask the question, and it is stated in the backup, this is a principal forgiveness loan, which is also very great because we do need to do the infrastructure up in gaps. So I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Elliott. Do we have any questions for Stephanie
Oh,
Elliott?
Stephanie, it says here the design by March 2023, have we performed?
The design,
Yeah, it does say on the timeline, it has 4 dates under consideration, all of them within 2023. Design, March, construction bid, April, construction start, May. I don't know that we can make these timelines.
and I believe that that was our original application. Everything had really been delayed, and we just recently started true conversations with the state, and this was one of the first steps. So this original application was approved, and the backup that's included was our original timeline of what we were going to get things done. I can tell you right now, we will not be going out to bid in April.
No, that's on page 4 for the commissioners. You'll see it under timelines. It has provided 4 dates. Does that matter to them in our application process? Does that need amended?
No, not at this time. What does matter is that the state will actually approve our bid package before it even goes out. So we haven't even gotten that far.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that to our attention. Any other questions for Ms. Elliott? Okay, let me open it up for public comment, please. Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, this is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. The way I see it is this is a strong, important infrastructure component, and I'd like to see it get passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Is there any public comment in Tonopah on this item? Any public comment here in Pahrump? Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
Close public comment, hearing and seeing none.
Motion to approve item number 37 as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion from the commission? I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody, aye.
Aye.
Number 37 passes 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, prior to moving on, wasn't sure I heard in the item number 36, approval of the number 1. I think it was 2, 3, and 4. I wasn't sure I heard it, and then Samantha had indicated that she did not hear it either.
Did say approve.
I know number 1, item number 1 was not listed as in what you stated.
Oh, okay.
Let me reopen.
Just make sure we have a clear record.
Let me reopen number 36, please.
Item 36, for possible action, discussion, and deliberation to 1, approve the purchase of a parcel needed for drainage improvements consisting of .15 acres located at 411 East Valiant Avenue, Pahrump, Nevada, 89060, assessor's parcel number 038-163-29, to approve compensation for the parcel to the property owner based on the appraisal on the amount of $11,500. 3, direct staff to prepare and record the documentation necessary to transfer property, and 4, funding to be determined by the comptroller.
And my motion again is to approve the purchase. Item number 2, number 3, and number 4 is written, and funding determined by the controller.
Second.
Thank you. So I have the same motion and the second by the same commissioners. Now that it's been mulled over, I remember him saying approved and not referring to it as number 1. However, we required now to take a new vote.
Everybody, aye.
We will rescind the original vote. Public comment? Any public comment on this? Any public comment on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
No public comment in Tonopah? None in Pahrump. I will close public comment at this time.
Excuse me, Chair. I apologize. A hand was raised late after I said no. Do you want to take that?
I think they were trying to scratch their head. Yes, we'll take it.
Yes, okay.
I will reopen public comment on number 36.
Thank you. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yeah, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. For the record, I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. I thought for the record you were going to say yes, indeed, you were scratching your head. I will close public comment at this time and call for a new vote on number 36.
Aye.
Everybody, aye.
Aye.
Where's aye?
Oskovich, aye.
Number 36 passes 5-0 for the record. Number 38, please,
Okay,
Manager.
38, general public comment, up to 3-minute time limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
Mr. Carlisle and Tonopah, thank you for your patience.
Horace Carlisle, C-A-R-L-Y-L-E. We have a major crisis on our hospital district. It was disclosed on Thursday that the alleged balance is approximately $86,000 in the Treasury. The problem is the $2 million is restricted Horsford funding. There's a clause in there which we cannot meet. The grant was for $2 million, and there was a provision that the hospital board had to have $2,450,000 to also support that $2 million for the development of a hospital. We do not have the money. In addition, it's just like it's happened to you on a budget. It appears that the Department of Taxation has taken back thousands of dollars. No one knows what the balance or the resources of the hospital district are permanently. They certainly cannot pay a Brownsfield development $190,000 for 5 years. That should be rescinded, but there's no way in the future they will be able to pay it. And the problem is we have a great clinic. They want to support, if possible, to develop a stabilize and transport per Medicare, which would give us $3 million with unconditional revenue. I just hate to see our clinic closed for a third time, because no one's going to trust us again, because we have acted in bad faith with renown with Dr. Van Lee. And Dr. Van Lee, we closed his clinic in dark without notification, retained $300,000 of his money for 10 months as a little enticement. We're in trouble, and the only thing we need to put a recess on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Mr. Schumacher and Pahrump, please. Thank you.
Brian Shoemake, S-H-O-E-M-A-K-E. I don't mean to keep looking down while I'm talking to you. I know it's kind of rude, but the mic's a little low for me. I want to thank you for your comments today, your constructive input regarding the library and the library district, each and every one of you. We take your comments and we take the suggestions from our patrons and residents very seriously. In fact, the big lighting project at the library that you've probably read about in the letters to the editor and other, I should say, less than reliable sources, was a huge success. That project was suggested to me by patrons, and Mr. Shewalter and I, the chairman, we walked through the library with that in mind. We carefully looked through at the lighting in the reading areas and other areas of the library that hadn't been upgraded in over 20 years, and it was woefully insufficient. That was brought on by suggestions from patrons. We completed the lighting project successfully with Industrial Light and Power here in Pahrump, and I would invite all of you to come to the library to look at the results. It's fantastic. We upgraded the entire building to LED lighting and successfully reduced our power bills on a month-to-month basis. And we fell under the category that the greenies like by lowering our carbon footprint. We've got other projects at hand. We've got plenty of money in our capital improvements funds, which haven't been used in 20 years. We've got flooring projects coming up. We've got an HVAC project coming up that was suggested to us by staff, and now we have an HVAC person on the board. So that's going to be very helpful. I want to thank you for your constructive input, your thoughtful comments, and your support for what we're trying to accomplish at the Pahrump Library. On behalf of myself and my colleagues on the board, Mr. Carboni is now our liaison. I want to thank him for taking the time for helping us in that regard. But you are all welcome. You have an open invitation to attend any of our library board meetings so you can see firsthand exactly what happens and what's going on and how we conduct our meetings. And again, if you were to attend and provide criticism or suggestions, I welcome it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shomik. Mr. Jim, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Eddie Jim, last name G-I-M. My comment is basically a heads up to the public. It's on a solar project called Mosey Solar. It's up for consideration. The Pahrump Valley and the Las Vegas field offices, BLM, announced a 2-year segregation to allow for consideration of the application for the proposed 500 megawatt Mosey solar application. Area is in Clark and Nye in the Pahrump Valley. That's the only, there's a lot of interest in this solar, so I decided to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. Do we have anybody on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Amy Nelson, Nelson. I'm looking at my ticket for the Nye County Republican Gala Dinner. It's a red tie event, and I want to remind people that it's going to be April 1st at the Pahrump Nugget Hotel and Casino. And if somebody wants to use my ticket, just contact me and let me know, because I'm not going to be able to go, but it is paid for, and I will gladly donate it to someone who would like to be there who cannot afford to buy the ticket. The other thing is going back to bonds that I mentioned earlier and what was just brought up about the Mosey solar project. The BLM, number one, is not listening to us. I've been on webinars for the last 2 years, and we have locals, a couple of people anyway, that get on there with me, and we voice our opinions on what it's doing to our Mojave Desert, what it's doing to plant life, what it's doing to animals, and also to grazing rights for ranchers. And they're not listening. They just keep on trudging forward. I swear they're Democrats, because they go from one issue, then boom, they bulldoze with another one, and they keep showing up at planning meetings and Board of County Commissioner meetings, and somewhere along the line, we have to make it complicated or at least difficult for them to even want to do it. So these bonds, these 30-year bonds or these 50-year bonds, very high, costly bonds, should be put in place in case these places fail and they're deserted. Who's going to take care of the cleanup? Who's going to take care of low-level waste? And on and on and on. So these solar projects are in clusters around our transmission lines, whether they be in Armagosa or wherever they are, especially on our south end of town. They're clustered around the transmission lines, and that tells you that every one of those projects will not help us. They will go somewhere else. And while I don't understand why there's not more protest from our county officials into the BLM on what these projects are doing to us. And I just hope that people get together and support D. Mounds and anyone else that is out there protesting these solar projects, and get on to the BLM calls and webinars and voice your opinion. And thank you very much for your meeting today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson, for all of your feedback. Go ahead, sir, here in Pahrump.
Dave Oceanrider, Ocenreider. As many of you know, I'm one of the library board trustees. I would welcome you to come and sit in on a meeting, especially if some of the people that spoke against us today were there. We've had all kinds of challenges, starting with day one, but the breath of fresh air has been Mr. Coonsey. He's come in, he's giving us the proper guidance now. We won't be making some of the mistakes we were before. So thank you, Brian.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wilkins, here in Pahrump.
We like him here at our meetings too.
Anastasia Wilkin, WILKN. So I was reminded, because I haven't been up here enough today, by Arnold, that I need to announce that our live auction will be held Friday at 10 o'clock here in this room. We are accepting registration up until 9 a.m. that morning. I did leave with them, Janie, our auction books that we did provide for any registered bidders this year. We are offering 165 parcels this year at the live auction that will go on Friday.
Thank you and good luck with that.
None of them are mine, the one I want.
Oh, it is broadcast in Tonopah at the same time. It is the same parcel list, and we will go in order top to bottom.
Thank you.
At the treasurer's office.
Registration
Can you
is at
register
the
online,
treasurer's office.
or you have to bring in money?
Register is in person only at the treasurer's office.
Prior
Until
to.
the day of auction will be
Start
here.
now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. Do we have anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
Yes, Chair, the caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, this is Tim Bohannon, Bohannon. I'd like to commend our public works. I find that they do a really good job on the roads and keeping those up. Case in point, we actually were traveling to Phoenix through Wickenburg last weekend, and the roads were atrocious. Potholes everywhere. So making sure that staying on top of the potholes, staying on top of the road conditions, I like where we're going with that, and continue to support public works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Do I have any other public comment here in Pahrump, please? Any other public comment in Tonopah? Anybody else on the phone, please, Sam?
No, Chair.
I will close public comment here in Tonopah, Pahrump, and on the phone. Hearing and seeing none. And number 39, please.
Item 39, Commissioners, Managers' Comments. This item limited to announcements or topic issues proposed for future workshops, agendas.
Commissioner Blaskovich, would you like to go, sir?
Thank you. I have nothing other than thank you all for hanging out with us all day long.
And half the night.
Thank you.
I have something, Chair.
Strickland?
I would like to see if there's a way, Director Wagner, if we could work on a possibly, when it comes to parcels that people want to merge, we could waive fees, we can encourage parcels being merged, so we have one well serving several parcels, so we have less wells impacting our valley floor, which would make Division of Water Resources quite happy. So let's say a person has 2 acres and a quarter, and they want to merge them, and they have to go to the assessors, and they have to pay a surveyor, and I think we just should erase the line and call it good, and not have to go through all those fees and all those professional services. I'd like to see if there's a workaround for that, please.
Director Wagoner, Waggoner. About the only fee, yeah. About the only fees that we would really have the authority to waive possibly would be an application fee, but there are fees that that we do have to pay to the county surveyor. Sometimes the state agencies have to review the maps, so those are just pass-through fees. We don't, mark them up at all. So it still would require a mapping action to
What about the engineer?
do the reversionary map to acreage. What was
I
that?
don't think there's any way to make it cheaper for the for the public to do that by not having, let's say they have to pay a surveyor to do the,
Yeah, they have to unfortunately draw that map.
man, I just think we should use the eraser. Seriously.
That's what's got us into a lot of mess. Have you looked
All
at
right,
Tonopah?
fine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Commissioner Strickland. Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I just have a quick question for Brett.
Is he getting paid by the word?
You don't get any overtime either. Yeah, what happened to Dutch Boys?
Dutch Brothers?
Brothers? Okay, I had boys written in.
Yeah, they just apparently pulled out of their deal with Arby's. And I don't know what the history is on that at all.
So I just heard they weren't coming, so I was just wondering if that was true or not. I guess it is.
By no means is this Brett trying to spread any rumor. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe just that location wasn't the right location for him, just because it's right down the street.
Maybe
But
they'll pop up
that's
somewhere
just a theory. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pop up
Arby's is
somewhere else.
Arby's is still coming, right?
I hope so. It's about ready to open the doors.
Said it was going.
It's
Yeah,
got a sign on the building and
out
everything.
there lately. Since the wind's been blowing, I've been staying in out of the cold.
I don't blame you for that.
It was so bad.
And it smells like marijuana when you drive down
God,
that way
yes.
anyway.
Especially in the evening.
I just wanted to comment that Donna made the same mistake I did. It's not Dutch Brothers, it's just Dutch Bros.
Really?
That's a generational thing.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, thank
So
you.
that was all I
Commissioner
had. Thank
Carboni,
you.
did you have anything?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for allowing us to miss my dinner date, but that's okay. Maybe we'll still be able to make it up. It's all the chair's fault, just in case everybody wants to know. But again, it was a great meeting. Thank you for everybody's participation. This is great. Great meeting from the people and the audience as well. Staff did a great job. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And I would also like to thank the staff by name, Lorena and Sam and Janie, Serena and Melissa and Anna. I mean Annie. I'm sorry, not Anna. Annie here in Pahrump. I know that she works for Pahrump, but also is assigned, especially with Allie out on maternity, and you all work very well together. And this was although there weren't that many numbers-wise, it was a heavy agenda, and I really appreciate you putting this paperwork and all of the information together, because we have a lot of feedback from the people. It's a lot of reading, a lot of knowledge, a lot of research, and we appreciate your feedback. You may not think we do, but we really do, and I appreciate it. So I will end with my normal protect your family and friends, and that came up quite a bit today. And I say what I mean and mean what I say, and conserve your water, and spay and neuter your pets. And so thank you again, everybody, for coming. It was a long day, but it was a good day. We got a lot accomplished. And I will ask now Kelly in Tonopah, yes, with the clerk's office, who we don't see her on camera much. She wasn't feeling well. Hope she feels better soon. Yes. But she puts all the minutes and everything that you say and we say together, and then we approve that at the next the meeting through attrition. So, managers, directors, anybody have anything else to say besides WAGGONER? Anybody else?
You forgot about Brett as far as thanking him.
He's cut off. I do think, yes.
You're right.
Matt, but I did especially, I of course, I would be remiss if I didn't thank everybody in admin and throughout the county.
See, everybody did such a great job, Chair, that we didn't even miss Manager Sutton. Did you see that?
Wow.
Oh, he probably is.
Probably on the phone and probably just dropped dead. So.
Manager
girls gotta
Sutton,
hang in there
Manager
together,
Sutton,
right?
if you're listening and you're still on the line, that was Director Brett Wagner, who threw his voice pretending to be Commissioner Deborah Strickland.
Thank
Just so you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. Ouch.
I think that woke him up. Okay, no other comments? This meeting is adjourned at 6:18.